A boy awakens a power, a fate he never wanted. In this world, the system exiles every awakened to another realm. Return is only possible after completing their mission. But since the awakenings began, almost no one has ever come back. This crushing despair drives the awakened to commit heinous crimes right before their forced teleportation. This very boy lost his legs and family to such crimes. Becoming one of them now fills him with an unbearable hatred. Despite intense physical therapy, walking was still a struggle, keeping him a prisoner in his own home. And now, the system has awakened for him. He would be teleported in just 24 hours. To return, he needed to accumulate merit points. Even Old Man 5 never made it back, so Song-hun had no hope. He activated his skill, and a pale clone materialized before him. Confirmed, his awakening was official. The first use of his skill was overwhelming. He spun around, putting his back to the clone to be certain. No way. I can share my vision with the avatar? Hours prior, Song-hun was just watching the news. Firefighters were battling a blaze at a mall. The arsonist was likely an awakened, committing one last crime before teleportation. Song-hun's gaze was fixed on the screen. The awakened. One day, humanity began to manifest mysterious powers known only as abilities. Upon awakening, they were forcibly teleported to another world within 24 hours. Only by meeting certain conditions could they ever return. However, very few survived to make it back. Song-hun watched in agony as another desperate awakened unleashed chaos, right before being taken away. 2 years ago, he'd lost his family and his legs to the crime of a similarly desperate awakened. Dejected, Song-hun forced his legs through training, hoping to one day walk outside again, but he quickly reached his limit, his legs collapsing. Gasping for breath, he cursed himself. Why do I keep trying this useless exercise? His eyes grew weary and devoid of life. How pathetic I've become. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Spatial distortion detected, connecting to the host. Host is awakening a unique skill, Akasa. Song-hun stared in disbelief. What the hell? Did I just awaken? The system confirmed his new skill, Avatar. Time remaining until teleportation, 24 hours. Song-hun was completely stunned. Why me? Is this some kind of sick joke? If the host does not enter the portal in time, forced teleportation will commence. As the portal materialized, terror seized Song-hun and he ran. Frantically, he began ransacking his closet for supplies. They said it takes at least a year on Earth to return, but time there is 10 times slower, meaning I'd have to survive for 15 years. Can I even survive that long? The clock was ticking. Only 3 minutes remained until teleportation. Trembling, Song-hun shouldered his pack. But just one step from the shimmering portal, he collapsed, clutching his head. It's impossible. I can't even make it out the door. With no real power, he screamed internally. Help me. How can I possibly survive in that world? 1 minute left until teleportation. The system's warning flashed again. Forced teleportation will activate if the host does not comply. Pale with fear, he slammed his head against the avatar's chest. Why is this skill so useless? Of all powers, I get one more pathetic than I am. If only someone could go in my place. The avatar seemed to hear his plea and began stepping into the portal. Awakened individual confirmed. Commencing teleportation. Song-hun squeezed his eyes shut. The clone vanished before his very eyes. As the portal closed, he collapsed. It worked. He couldn't believe it. The portal accepted the avatar as him. Teleportation complete. Welcome to Alter Zika, a world of dense, tropical jungle. The avatar form of Song-hun stared at its own hands in confusion. But then his vision cleared, and panic set in. I sent the avatar, so why am I here? Return to Earth is available in the merit shop. Objective: collect 10 merit points during your expedition. Current merit points: 0. As a newcomer, Old Man 5 hadn't yet passed down the karma measuring eye to him. This sudden use of the avatar caused a splitting headache. Song-hun stumbled forward as 2 different viewpoints flashed in his mind. I'm not actually there. I'm just sharing its vision. The sensory overload was too much for him. Ugh, so dizzy. Cancel summon. Song-hun collapsed on the floor, eyes wide with shock. A wave of nausea hit him, a backlash from the dual perspectives. He barely made it to the bathroom. He emptied his stomach. But he realized this was a small price. At least I avoided being teleported for real. Summon avatar. He stared at the clone before him. I'm in deep trouble now. The longer he looked, the more he wondered. How am I supposed to use this useless power? But then, the system chimed in. Congratulations, you have achieved a great feat. Return to Earth without using the merit shop. His luck had turned. The system rewarded him with a personal gate. Once a day, he could use it to travel to any location his avatar had previously visited. His eyes widened in awe. What in the world is happening? His merit points began to skyrocket, and just like that, he was the fastest awakened to ever return. It seemed Old Man Five's karma had been transferred to him. Current merit points: 1,910,213. Songhun's jaw dropped in disbelief. 1.9 million points? All of this. Just from recalling my avatar, I just received 15 years worth of points in an instant. The screen updated with more information. Merit shop balance: 1,910,213. Return function: unusable. Songhun instantly pictured how a simulation gamer would react when faced with this much power. A world where good and evil are clearly defined. Return to Earth for 1 million points? Merit is earned by one's impact in this other world. In other words, a person's true nature is revealed. Good deeds or evil, killing or hard work, nothing can be hidden. Back in reality, Songhun wondered why the accumulated merit was given to him and not someone else. These points can enhance skills or be used to return to Earth. Was this a bug? What if they demand I pay it back? After thinking it over, he realized guessing was pointless and dropped it. It wasn't like he caused the error anyway, so whatever. His gaze shifted to the other system notifications. Let's see, I'm currently on Earth, so returning is useless right now. Below, 2 new options appeared. Upgrade existing skills for 300,000 or enhance status. View details. The last option immediately caught his eye. Without hesitation, Songhun's finger moved to select it. I wonder what enhance status does. The moment the window popped up, he froze. Enhance endurance and recovery power for 10,000 points. Songhun's eyes widened in disbelief. Enhance recovery power? Faced with such an insane option, he couldn't resist his curiosity. He selected it instantly. Just then, a tremor ran through his legs. It felt like a faint electric current, barely noticeable, but it was definitely making a difference. I can feel something in my legs. Then his feet twitched, surrounded by a faint, glowing light. The system was working. His old wounds, the muscles around his knees. They were tightening, healing. Memories of the explosion that crippled him flashed through his mind. It played out like a slow-motion nightmare. For Songhun, his injury wasn't just physical. It was the wound that had separated him from his family. The aftermath left him with crippled legs, forever bound to his crutches. But worse than that was the crushing, ever-present loneliness. It ate away at his soul, the scar that had turned him into a complete shut-in. But today, for the first time in years, Songhun stood on his own 2 feet. Recovery power has exceeded the standard limit. The system immediately updated. New skill acquired, Super Recovery. Effect: greatly enhances restorative abilities. The moon climbed high in the night sky, casting a quiet dark over the apartment complex. With his legs fully functional, Songhun immediately dove into his power-up plan. I poured all those merit points into healing my leg, and now it's ridiculously strong. He panted, staring happily at the system window. But I still have so many points left. What should I spend them on? Another line caught his eye. Upgrade existing skills, 300,000 points. Upgrade existing skills, huh? His hand shot out and selected the option. The system window's light began to shift, making Songhun's heart race. What will happen if I upgrade my avatar skill? After getting dressed, the corner of his mouth curled into a smug grin. Songhun was currently checking out another version of himself. Man, I look good. His other self was just as impressed. You have an amazing physique. You must work out, right? Songhun preened. This is the result of pure, hard work. To recap, when he first awakened the avatar skill, his consciousness split in two. This allowed him to move freely, and now, upgrading that skill had granted him another powerful ability. The screen displayed the details. Still mind. Filters out unwanted stimuli and emotions, allowing you to focus on desired information. Without a second thought, Songhun tested it. He landed a powerful elbow strike on his own clone. This means no more motion sickness, and I don't feel any pain, even when my avatar is hurt. He ignored the poor clone trembling on the floor. His attention shifted elsewhere. A huge grin spread across his face. With this remote, I can explore other worlds from my own cozy room. Essentially, the mechanism is just like controlling a character in a game. I can control my avatar just like a video game. But things didn't stop there. Suddenly, the number of avatars unexpectedly increased, and that wasn't the only change. Wait, now there are 3 of me? Songhun muttered in disbelief. Does the number of avatars increase as I get stronger? This is getting confusing. I'll deal with it later. First, you guys need names. And so, 3 identical faces huddled together to tackle this pressing issue. I can't just keep calling you Avatar, but I'm terrible at naming things. A name. His eyes landed on a chili packet on the table. Oh, that's it. Perfect. He started by naming the first clone. From now on, you're Han. Time to check their shared stats. They shared Still Mind and Super Recovery, but Han's personal trait was Mana Affinity. A special note confirmed he was Han Song-hun's very first avatar. Next was the second avatar. And you'll be Hen. His shared stats were the same, but his personal trait was Tenacity. He looked at his two new clones. Song-hun couldn't hide his disappointment. Mana, Affinity, and Tenacity? Are these skills completely useless? After shaking off his shock, his gaze sharpened. Alright, time for the long-awaited main quest. A glowing portal opened at Han's feet, while Hen shouldered a massive trash bag and headed for the door. Song-hun gave the command, "Let's move out." Meanwhile, the real him lounged on the sofa, leaving all the work to his avatars. Time to go to the other world. Poor Hen was tasked with taking out a year's worth of trash. Even Han, walking behind him, had to pinch his nose from the stench. Soon, both avatars were out of sight as Hen slowly opened the front door. Light flooded in, something he hadn't seen in ages. A hand instinctively shot up to shield his squinting eyes from the sudden brightness. He was a bit disoriented by the new environment, but it wasn't a problem. I don't feel anxious at all. A wave of pure joy surged through him, calm mind activated. A sudden spark flashed through his thoughts. Han must have reached the other world. Just then, Han's transfer was complete. He found himself in a quiet, moonlit forest. It's already dark? He began to scan his surroundings. This peaceful forest seems empty. But he missed a suspicious gleam from the bushes. The glowing golden eyes of a night leopard. The sight gave Han a huge shock. Whoa, where'd you come from? Before he could process it, the beast lunged. It charged aggressively at its target. Luckily, he reacted just in time, his hand on the short sword at his hip, still sheathed. Instead, he gripped the sheathed weapon with both hands, raising it just as the leopard's fangs clamped down on the steel. Drool dripped from its jaws. A look of disgust crossed his face. Ugh. Gross. Han shoved it back, creating some distance. He finally drew his sword from its sheath. I really don't feel any pain or fear here. Still, his mind raced in the heat of the moment. In an instant, the sharp blade flared with a brilliant light, followed by a deafening battle cry, Mana Slash. He realized it was just like a video game. The attack was too fast for the naked eye. All that remained was a spray of fresh blood. He cautiously glanced at the leopard's corpse, slain by his blade. Crimson blood coated the entire blade, sparing only the hilt. Han let out an exhausted breath. Am I still this weak? This is tough. If another monster shows up, I'm in big trouble. Then, his eyes caught the glow of lights through the trees. Looking closer, he realized it was a large village up ahead. An old man was waiting there. The man greeted him with a wide smile. Welcome, traveler. I am the village chief, Mancom. After the introduction, they walked and chatted warmly. It's impressive you crossed the monster-infested woods so late. Haha, that's why I'm covered in wounds. Han then awkwardly made his request. By the way, could I stay in the village for one night? To his surprise, the chief agreed without hesitation. Of course, it's our duty to help. Han let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank you so much. Mancom looked him over, making an assessment. I've never seen attire or equipment like yours before. Are you from a faraway land? He answered honestly. Haha. I was just wandering around, collecting one thing after another. The old man seemed to hesitate, but didn't press further. Oh, I see. Then he made a suggestion with a hidden meaning. We haven't had an outsider in a while. Care for a drink at the village tavern? Much later, Han finally sank into a soft bed. He relaxed on the guest bed they had prepared. They even gave me an empty room. This village is so hospitable. When was the last time I had fun with other people? We even had drinks. The night grew deeper. He let out a big yawn. Today was so much fun. But from the shadows, a suspicious figure slowly crept toward him. Han was resting, completely off his guard. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a beer glass was raised in a toast. This is the life. Song-hun was enjoying the night in his cozy apartment, his face flushed from a light buzz, chicken after a shower, while exploring another world. His gaze drifted to the quiet room next door. He felt a little bad for Han. The poor clone was going through some intense training. Han was building stamina for his perseverance skill. I don't know when I'll send him, so it's best to be ready. As Han approached, his body trembled with exhaustion. But Song-hun saw this with a sense of pride. Perfect. The harder my clones work, the more I learn about that world. He quickly booted up his small computer. He placed it on his lap, ready to fulfill his duty. Time to be the perfect commander. Suddenly, the view from the other world suddenly became hazy. He saw the dregs of a yellow liquid in a cup. Wait a minute. A jolt went through Song-hun's mind. A sudden chill ran down his spine. What is this ominous feeling? Just then, a blood-red notification popped up. Clone has expired. All clone status and accumulated data will be reset. But just a few hours ago, he was drinking and celebrating. He'd been having fun with the villagers. Song-hoon's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. What? Han is dead? He remembered the seemingly friendly village chief, Mancom. It had to be that old man. Did he poison the drink? As the situation sank in, he cursed himself. I let my guard down in a strange place. Suddenly, Song-hoon looked up in confusion. Am I reconnected to the avatar already? At that moment, Mancom clicked his tongue in disgust. And here I thought he might be useful. Turns out he was nothing special. The man beside him agreed. Yeah. The chief spoke with a hint of regret. He crossed the forest by himself, so I thought he had to be talented. Han's body had collapsed. But in the end, he's just a skeleton. A moment later, Song-hoon regained control of Han. What is this? An updated notification appeared. Race has been changed to undead. You have acquired the special skill, Decomposing Heart. Avatar Han's status window appeared. Race: undead, high. Tier skeleton. General status: calm mind, super regeneration. Personal status: mana affinity. Han broke out in a cold, confused sweat. I've become an undead? A special note appeared. You have become an undead due to the effects of calm mind. Your mind has been prevented from going berserk. Han dazedly looked around. What is this place? Where am I? The sight before him was horrifying, but what shocked him was a row of skeletons, still as mannequins. What were these things? He recoiled as a terrible guess formed in his mind. Could those scoundrels have turned the villagers into undead? Suddenly, someone walked in, forcing Han to go limp again. Who was it? Peeking from his empty sockets, he saw the man from the tavern. Meanwhile, Jeffrey sighed in frustration. How much longer must I stay in this remote place? A thought struck Han. Were the men he met before all dark mages? Then, the man's gaze fell upon him. Huh? That scrutinizing gaze made Han's non-existent heart race. Why is he looking at me? Does he know I can move? But luckily, Jeffrey didn't seem to care at all. Why is this one here? Can't anyone do their job, right? He then commanded. Move over there. For the first time, Han felt a strange pull on his body. An undead. My heart is long gone, yet I nearly had a heart attack. His body then moved on its own, shocking him. Just like a puppet, he shuffled into the line. I can feel a strange power compelling me to move. With enough focus, I can resist it. But it's better to play along for now. Jeffrey started grumbling again. Why do I always have to do the checks? That old man is way too cautious. He then slowly walked up the stairs. When the man finally left, Han was lost in thought. This power. It felt incredibly familiar as he sensed the energy inside him. It was the same power that forced his undead body to move. His bony fist clenched. Could this be due to his mana affinity? I think I'm starting to understand how this power works. Looking at the silent skeletons before him, he realized he might be able to control other undead. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. Down in the darkness of the cellar, Han focused intently on another undead. He took a long, deep breath. Suddenly, magical flames flared to life in his eye sockets. The other undead began to stir, his own gaze locked in concentration. He let out a sigh of relief as it finally stood. He could control another undead. Still, it was incredibly clumsy. Han watched, bewildered, as it awkwardly hopped about. This is a bit much. He despaired at his own limitations. It seemed he could only control one at a time. Was this the limit for a high-grade skeleton? Suddenly, a squeak drew his attention. A small mouse had wandered in at some point. He wasn't about to let it go, poking at it with annoyance. Got you now, little mouse. You're the one who's been nibbling my heel all week, aren't you? His eyes flared with anger. You pesky little creature. Then, an idea sparked. Wait a second. Small and fast? What if I use this instead? An idea ignited in his mind. Should I give it a try? The moment he thought it, he acted. The mouse let out a pained squeal as blood splattered everywhere. Its tiny body went still, and then its eyes glowed with an eerie flame. Han was ecstatic with the result. Success, he commanded with the flair of a general. Go, Anfit, begin Operation Night Watch. The mouse would be his ears in the dark. Anfit suddenly stopped and looked up. It was Jeffrey, fumbling with a door. Just you wait, Han thought. I'll make sure that cautious old fool becomes. Through Anfit's eyes, Han sighed. This guy never stops complaining. He was picking a lock. This made Han wonder. What about the other warehouses? Did they hold undead too? Anfit froze, sensing Han's hesitation. Should I follow him? Suddenly, a wave of dark magic burst forth. It erupted, radiating an intense, malevolent energy. It was as if the area itself was turning black. What is this? Even with his emotions deadened, his intuition screamed at him. He knew instantly that getting any closer was dangerous. The full moon finally emerged from the clouds. Someone was praising Jeffrey. Yes, well done. But he just whined back. When will this maturing process finally be over? He kept complaining. I don't care if it's a fragment of the immortal king. I feel like my own life is being drained away. Mayo just shrugged in response. It won't be much longer, I think, he said. The master has been trapped in there. Every day he just looks more haggard and keeps on grumbling. Isn't guarding this place kind of ridiculous? We've trapped the whole village, every single building. Who'd be stupid enough to sneak in? But through Anfit, Han heard everything. Oh, thanks for the information. So, what I saw earlier must be the fragment of the immortal king. He wondered, where can I gather more intelligence? That bastard of a village chief will. The thought was cut short. Dark magic suddenly pierced through Anfit's body. Blood sprayed as it went rigid. Someone slowly approached to investigate. It was Mancom, a cunning look on his face. What's this? He muttered. Ah, it's just a mouse. At the same time, Han's mind was still linked to Anfit. Damn it, did he find me out? Luckily, the man didn't seem to realize it was undead. He couldn't sense any dark magic, but its body was strangely full of dark mana. He guessed, did it become undead naturally from the ambient dark mana? Mancom then turned, leaving Anfit behind. There's only one place here overflowing with such power. He arrived and immediately asked, Is Jeffrey on warehouse duty today? The two men jumped in surprise. Yes, master. As for Anfit, its time was over. Han's eyes burned with furious flames as he made a vow. I'm sorry, Anfit. I swear I will avenge you. Please, watch over me. The sky over the village began to lighten. Jeffrey kicked the door open in a fit of rage. Who cares if a mouse crawled out of there? So what? That damn old man. Seething with anger, he took it out on the undead villagers. You're all crowded together. Form a straight line. But nothing he did could quell his burning rage. You stupid thing. He slammed his fist into the undead at the front. I told you to stand straight. Then Jeffrey noticed something and his attitude shifted. He grabbed the last few strands of hair on its skull. Well now, who is this? He let out a nasty, wicked grin. Isn't this the arrogant uncle who stood up to me? You said you'd never let me get away with it. If I dared to touch your family, right? Ha! His face twisted into a demonic sneer as he mocked him. Say it again. Oh, that's right. I already ripped out your tongue. Jeffrey then dropped the undead like a broken toy. Tch, this is no fun at all. He reminisced about the old days, when hunting down every last villager was actually exciting. He didn't notice the uncle twitch slightly behind him. The arrogant Jeffrey was completely oblivious. Still, you should be happy. At least you get to be with your wife. Is that all? In other houses, the kids are still. The uncle suddenly lunged forward, mouth wide. Its teeth tore into Jeffrey's shoulder, and he screamed in terror. Ah! What's happening? He shrieked in a panic. He desperately gave a command. I said stop it. Finally, Jeffrey began to summon his magic, this bastard. But his luck had run out, caught by an undead that silenced him. Cold sweat drenched his face as a horde of intelligent zombies swarmed in. A massacre was imminent, as sharp teeth lunged for the body. Han, the one behind it all, didn't even look back. The fire of his rage was all-consuming. This marked the start of the victim's revenge. Meanwhile, Hen argued fiercely with two guards. I'm telling you, my brother is in this village. They immediately retorted. Didn't they leave long ago? One guard stepped forward, pushing his shoulder to get him to leave. Why would we be careless enough to let an outsider in? Hen insisted. Then at least let me see the village chief. As the three were locked in a tense argument, a figure appeared from behind. What's all this commotion? Mancom announced as he slowly approached. I am the village chief. At his words, both guards froze. Hen shifted his focus to the old man. Hello, village chief. The old man froze for a second. You're. Hen didn't hesitate, introducing himself. I think my twin brother, Han, is somewhere around here. Meanwhile, in another place, a bony hand clawed its way up from the ground. Having two bodies is truly useful at times like this. Han now stood in a room filled with immortal skeletons. He smirked, thinking, thanks to Hen dealing with that old man, I could sneak in here. He stared at the glowing purple stone hovering before him. This is a fragment of the undead king. I feel its overwhelming power. It suddenly began to shake violently. He quickly guessed, is it absorbing dark energy from the surrounding undead? No, it's not absorbing. It's resonating to fill a void. But he alone remained completely unharmed. The others appeared to be in terrible pain. He, however, silently analyzed a sturdy, armored skeleton. The skeletons here are extremely strong. My last location must have been a warehouse for defects. Then, his hand shot out, grabbing the stone in an instant. I can't be too picky. He then pressed it against his chest. Let's see how this little snack tastes. A blast of light erupted in the darkness. His entire body seized violently. Back with Hen, after a lengthy talk. Mancom finally understood. So, you two are twins? Hen pointed to his head, affirming, "That's how we always know each other's location." The old man slowly stroked his white beard. Ho ho, a little hard to believe, isn't it? Suddenly, sensing trouble, his eyes darted to the side. Suddenly, Mancom yelled, his voice making everyone's eyes widen in shock. Something's happened to the fragment! Before vanishing into a cloud of dark smoke, he gave the guards a critical order: kill that bastard. They immediately obeyed, pointing their spears at the target. You bastard. But when they turned, he had vanished. The two were left completely stunned. Where did he go? Meanwhile, Han's condition was far from good. Countless chaotic voices overlapped in his mind. Kill, hate all living things. Kill them. The more you trample the world, the stronger you become. He clutched his skull in excruciating pain. A massive influx of negative emotions assaulted him relentlessly. Worse, he couldn't block this intense mental torture. Despite his mental defenses, the onslaught continued. The pressure radiating from him was so strong, his clothes were torn to shreds, his eyes glowing like they would explode. Who could endure this and stay sane? He screamed in pure agony. Arg! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending debris flying and blocking all vision. Soon after, a system voice suddenly announced, "The entity has met the conditions and is evolving." The skeleton now stood completely bare, slowly stepping into the light. Its hoodie had become part of a majestic, imposing cloak. A notification displayed new information. Immortal sorcerer entity, Demolik. A notable detail, leveled up by the undead king's fragment. The latent dark magic within the fragment has been assimilated. The magic stone is now completely sealed, inside the skeleton's ribcage. You have obtained the special skill, Demon's Wisdom, most notably, granting absolute understanding and talent for dark magic. The scene cuts to outside the prison, where Muffy sighed in frustration. Damn it. Jeffrey, that bastard, couldn't even handle a single zombie rat. Now I have to deal with this mess. All of a sudden, a voice boomed, sharp enough to tear his eardrums. Hey, you bastard. Muffy stammered a report into his communicator. Yes, master, there's nothing here. The voice on the other end snapped. Cut the crap and go check the fragment, and contact Jeffrey. He could only obey. Yes. Then he shouted, Hey Jeffrey, check the fragment. Hurry up. After waiting without a response, Muffy yelled impatiently, Hey, can you hear me? At that exact moment, a bolt of lightning struck, straight down onto the stone floor of the prison, revealing an ancient magic circle. Outside, completely unaware, he gripped the bars, demanding answers. Hey, why aren't you answering me? He failed to notice the green feet silently approaching. Then, countless clawed hands reached for his face. Huh? Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine being so openly ganged up on like this. He squealed like a pig as a familiar figure spoke with eerie politeness. Hello there. Han's expression was absolutely terrifying. His raspy voice dropped to a low growl. Nice weather today, isn't it? Muffy was utterly terrified. Impossible. How can it speak? Though completely bewildered, his hand moved fast, summoning a dark flame. Get lost. He immediately hurled it at the hideous zombies behind the door. Little did he know, this action would only fuel the flames. Model, igniting a riot of savage undead, the horde charged out wave after wave. A moment before disaster struck, Han simply strode forward with ease. Like a triumphant conqueror, he offered a taunt. Hey, ignoring my greeting like that really hurts. His hand quietly summoned a black flame, just like the one he'd just extinguished. Perhaps it was the demon's intellect, but the greater his power grew, the more audacious his thoughts became. I just need one look at dark magic to know how to use it. Outside, where villagers lived peacefully, an explosion ripped through the night sky. Han watched from above, taking in the entire scene. Advance, my undead. The next moment, the cruelest order was given. Let none escape. Slaughter everyone in this village. The undead horde surged forward as if starved for an eternity. However, before the slaughter could begin, a mysterious force intervened. Blinding white smoke erupted, halting their advance. A cold skeleton crumbled at his feet, stunning him. What the hell? A voice suddenly echoed through the air. You. A finger with stylish black polish pointed accusingly. You were supposed to become a perfect, high-level skeleton. The old man was now consumed by seething rage. What have you done with the immortal king's fragment? The man's true identity was revealed. He was Elder Mancom, Even before that fearsome aura, Han's attitude was utterly nonchalant. "Long time no see, Elder. You still remember me, right?" He intentionally alluded to what the man had done to him. "Well, thanks to you, I lost my heart." So, he then lifted his shirt to show off his prize. "I picked a new one from the storeroom." At that sight, Mancom's fury erupted once more. A furious hiss escaped his gritted teeth. You dare merge the immortal king's fragment with that worthless body." He instantly gathered a massive bolt of lightning. "Die, Deathfinger." Intense dark power shot straight towards Han. Quick as a flash, it targeted the left side of his chest. In the end, he was forced to sacrifice his skeletal arm. "Hey, old man. Isn't it polite to wait until someone's finished talking before you attack?" He refused to listen, charging energy for another strike. "Silence. I poured a year of my resources into this process." Mancom unleashed a relentless assault. Countless demonic vines erupted from the ground. "I was about to obtain power greater than anything in this world. It wasn't for a skeleton like you to become a demolic." They quickly merged into a massive pillar, swallowing his opponent inside dark thorns. However, almost none could reach Han, blocked by a powerful barrier. He analyzed internally. Isn't this like placing a high-level enchantment in a guild hall for beginners?" It didn't take Han long to completely neutralize the enemy's technique. "So what? I'm the only one who can wield it this way. There's no way you can use it." The Elder remained determined to eliminate his foe. "I don't know how you're resisting the corrosion, but I will destroy your body and use it as a specimen." External matter destruction. While gracefully controlling the barrier, he snapped irritably. "Yeah, ending a sentence by yelling the skill name is really annoying." "Die, enemy of Anfit." Hearing that, Mancom raised an eyebrow. "Anfit? You know someone in this village? You infiltrated this place because you knew everything from the start." He failed to notice a dark aura stealthily creeping up behind him. The moment he realized it, it was already too late. Fortunately, Mancom erected a barrier just in time, but spiderweb cracks began to spread, emitting an eerie sound. He couldn't understand it. It doesn't matter. He's become abnormally familiar with dark magic. Is it the power of the fragment? Ending his inner conflict, he thought, "I can't waste any more time." His hand prepared a new spell, Destruction Pact. Elsewhere, mages fighting the zombie horde saw one young man suddenly clamp his mouth shut. A teammate turned to him, curious. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" An aura suddenly escaped the man's mouth, confusing his comrade further. Immediately, countless agonizing screams echoed as all the villagers suffered the same fate. The souls of the dark mages were being drained. Their spiritual energy converged, soon forming a noble item known as the Crown of Destruction. Without hesitation, Mancom placed it upon his own bald head. "Now rest in peace." But Han couldn't believe what he was witnessing. You amplified your power at the cost of the dark mage's souls?" Undead hands once again clawed up from the ground. The old man roared, focusing his power into a deadly sphere of energy. "You may have held out thanks to the fragment, but now it's time to die." Soulfire submerged in darkness. Suddenly, Mancom's movements froze in place. He had been countered in a split second. The attack pierced precisely through his left chest. Han showed no fear, instead choosing to mock his opponent. "Those skill names nearly put me to sleep. Let's just end this now." In an instant, the hunter became the pathetic prey. Seeing his terrifying expression, you couldn't tell who the real villain was. "In any case, it's thanks to you that I learned dark magic." Unable to withstand the shock, Mancom coughed up blood and perished. To die like this? His lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. How pathetic. Only then did Han look to the heavens, his face utterly serene. "Are you watching? I have avenged you." The moonlight reflected the image of that poor, respected little mouse. He carefully sent his words to the heavens. "Rest in peace, Anfit." In a church of modern design, coated in brilliant white, it gleamed under the bright night sky. The silhouette of someone could be seen, praying fervently beside a statue. In the dark room, a pair of golden eyes snapped open, sensing a disturbance. Gita immediately threw open the door and called out, "Bishop Martin!" The bishop suddenly spoke. "Ah, have you finished your prayers?" He completed his thought. "Saintess Gita." She hurriedly made her request. "Yes, can you please contact the others?" Gita calmly explained the signs of the Undead King's revival from the west. Mac Tin was stunned. The Undead King? He couldn't delay for a second, his feet flying out the door. "Understood. I will convene a meeting right now." The Undead King. The name echoed in Gita's mind. She pictured the entity that plunged 6 hells into fear hundreds of years ago. Her gaze sharpened with determination as she looked out the window. She vowed it wouldn't happen again. Meanwhile, Han strode through ruins littered with corpses. The damage was immense. A few hundred undead, all but wiped out. Then, A triumphant smirk spread across his face. However, if his forces dwindled, he could just replenish them. The best part of necromancy is building an army from the dead. Still, something felt missing. He glanced at himself and started. First, I need to fix this arm. Han's head swiveled 180 degrees, searching until he found a suitable part. This one looks good enough. A wave of dark energy flared as he activated super regeneration. Han wiggled his new arm with glee. Perfect. Now then, shall we build an army? He spread his skeletal fingers, chanting, "You will all become my servants." With his incantation, streams of power poured into the bodies. The wicked wisdom whispered, and his new heart core unleashed a torrent of death mana. A fragment of the undead king lent them strength. Han's death energy invaded the skeletons, corrupting their mana and erasing any fragments of thought. But he might have put in too much power. It was more than the skeleton could handle, causing it to crumble apart. He let out a surprised noise. Uh-oh. Han's mood soured. Did it not work? A moment later, a few corpses began to rise, approaching their new master. He looked them over seriously. Well, after a few tries, I'm getting the hang of it. He then glanced towards Mancom. Han reached out a hand crackling with mana. Should I turn him into a sentient undead and force him to talk? Suddenly, something made him pause. He grabbed the old man's collar, lifting him. What the hell? This old man has no soul? Han tore open Mancom's cloak, revealing a magic circle radiating death energy. It seems his soul was extracted through this. Must be the secret technique of some organization. He tossed the corpse aside nonchalantly. It makes sense, for an operation of this size. It'd be stranger if they didn't have countermeasures. But no matter, I can still use his body. A swirling orb of energy formed in his palm, his expression brightening. Perfect. I'll make him a high-class undead with both sentience and elite combat skills. With that thought, Han plunged the orb into the body, corrupting the remaining mana inside. Mancom's body was reduced to a withered skeleton. Han then cast a second spell, gathering the remnants of consciousness and implanting a new ego. An eerie light flared in the skeleton's eye sockets. The new death sorcerer bowed. I await your command. Han grinned, patting its shoulder. Oh ho, it can talk. It's not just sentient, it can speak too. Your name is Mancom. From now on you will obey my orders. Seeing no response, he gave it a playful slap. Thwack. Answer me, you fool. That finally managed to get its empty skull working. Yes. Watching it awkwardly scratch its bare skull, Han mused. He doesn't remember his past, but his crimes haven't vanished. I'll keep messing with him from now on. Ha 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 ha. A moment later, his eyes locked onto the staff in its hand. Hey, Mancom. The skeleton replied respectfully. Yes. Han's next words made it tremble to its core. That's a nice-looking staff. Whatever transpired, the staff was now in his hands. Approaching the pile of corpses, Han recognized one of them. Leaning on his new staff, he walked over to the young zombie who had helped him defeat Jeffrey. A pang of sentiment hit him. Han incinerated the bodies with a flicker of fire and prayed silently. Rest in eternal peace with your family. Elsewhere, discarded bones were clattering down. Song-hoon sat patting his full stomach contentedly. Ah, I'm so stuffed. The food here is absolutely amazing. He pulled out his phone and did a quick search. Let's see, what's today's price for gold? Recalling the pile of treasure, he couldn't hide his ecstatic grin. Because it was a hideout for mages, they had managed to accumulate a massive amount of treasure. Song-hoon couldn't wait any longer and activated his skill. Time to check on the spoils of war. Summon Han. But the moment Han appeared, his powerful aura completely shattered the table. Seeing the energy surge, he desperately yelled, "Cancel! Cancel summon!" Song-hoon sat panting, still reeling from the shock. I thought I was a goner. Now, he was in a serious bind. What do I do? I have to summon Han. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. The system immediately opened the merit shop window. Current merit points, 790, 2,208. He was a little stunned by the amount he had. I earned more than I thought. Last time, I only had over 400,000. He immediately pressed the second option. Enhance clone skill. It cost 300,000. A series of notifications appeared. Your clone skill has been enhanced. The number of clones you can create has increased. Your mental power has exceeded the standard. A faint aura enveloped Song-hoon as he unlocked a new achievement. You have acquired the skill Serenity. Skill description. Prevents the mind from being affected by external stimuli and defends against mental attacks. The scene changes to him stuffing huge gold bars into a bag. He observed the clone beside him, speculating. The way I feel fine even standing next to Han. This isn't just composure. It seems the Serenity skill works on the main body too. Holding the enormous fortune in his hands felt unreal to Song-hoon. It's so strange how I always seem to get the exact skills I need. A slight smirk appeared on his face. Excellent. Then he announced confidently, time to go sell this gold. A glittering pile of gold coins was poured onto the table of a gold shop. The owner and his employee were momentarily dazzled. Song-hoon told them, please deposit everything into my bank account. All three of them came out to bow respectfully. Thank you, valued customer. He gave them a flashy wave. Keep up the good work. He then looked down at the shadow before him. For emergencies, he'd used dark magic to hide Han in his very shadow. Song-hun was always meticulously prepared. He'd even given him a mask, just in case he needed to be summoned. But seeing Han in that mask was strange. Was that the only one they had? As he happily prepared to leave, thinking he'd worried too much, a massive explosion erupted behind him. Song-hoon whipped around to see a monster emerging from the wreckage. The creature howled. A werewolf and his accomplice stood on the shattered glass. Today's our lucky day. In his hand was the bag Song-hun just had. Who knew there'd be so much gold in this remote place? But Sando stopped him. You can brag about your haul later. We have to run. In an instant, they took off. The wolf yelled back, got it. As they were about to leap over him, a passerby screamed, villains! Someone had already reported them. Song-hoon watched them, knowing villains were those who used awakened powers for crime, but fear flickered in his eyes. Protectors were supposed to defend citizens from these monsters. But he remembered the day his own parents died because of villains just like them. The wolf even swung a fist at Song-hun's face. Get lost. He clutched his cheek, thinking the protectors would give chase, but his whole body trembled uncontrollably. I can't do anything. From the wolf's back, Sando sneered. Excellent, everything's going to plan. We've still got plenty of time. The protectors will take 3 minutes to get here, he added. We just need to meet up with Poto. Wait a minute, isn't that her over there? The scene before him made him scream, Poto. The wolf held her. Poto, wake up. Who did this to you? Sando stammered in fear. Wolf, look over there. The wolf's senses flared at Han's approach. Who's that? A protector? Sando nervously turned to him. That bastard is no protector. Dark energy swirled from Han's hand. Han. Song-hoon was frozen. The two villains could only beg for mercy as an army of skeletons advanced. Through the mask's deep eye sockets, his rage burned. Song-hoon was powerless, but Han was not. The three villains scrambled in terror. The leader of the approaching squad pushed his team. Over there, faster. He was a protector from the Korean Returnees Association. Are you going to let him escape again? Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before them was utter chaos, with their targets already defeated on the ground. What happened here? He stared at the werewolf, unable to process the scene. Someone had beaten the villains and then vanished. Zhao Chun looked toward Sando. Seeing he was still unconscious, he deduced. This was recent. The person is still nearby. He commanded at once. Everyone, spread out and search. Not noticing the strange energy behind him. Like a serpent, it slithered across the ground, returning to its master's feet. Song-hun stretched out. Ah, that was refreshing. His steps felt light and carefree. Blowing off steam like this is a good idea now and then. Meanwhile, Hen, Song-hun's second self, cried out in excitement. There! His eyes were fixed on the fortress ahead. We're finally here. He remembered old Mancom's words. Ho ho, a town? Yes, there is one if you head east. He couldn't help but be impressed. Mancom, that old geezer wasn't lying after all. Ha! Hen walked in, visibly excited. Hey, it's finally your debut in another world, Hen. But he stopped short at the desolate sight. Buildings were packed tightly together, yet there wasn't a single person on the streets. Why is this town so empty? Hen found it odd. There were no checkpoints either, and no one seemed interested in a foreigner. From an alley behind him, an angry voice echoed. Are you kidding me? A man named Kundo shot a threatening look. I already warned you. The young girl, Anna, pleaded. I'm sorry, please just give me a little more time. The man snarled mercilessly. Remember, you have 3 days to pay us 2 silver coins. If you fail, don't blame me for what happens. Hen merely glanced over with contempt. City thugs and an exploited girl. What a pain. This isn't my problem. Suddenly, Anna was shoved hard from behind. She stumbled and fell right into Hen. The girl bowed repeatedly. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. He spoke softly. Hey kid, Hen asked. Do you know this town well? He tried to keep his voice cold. Well, I happen to need a guide. The girl looked up, surprised. Yes. Who are you, sir? He simply smirked, holding out 2 coins. Me? I'm your future master. The girl's eyes lit up at the money. Now, shall we discuss our working arrangement? He asked with a clear voice. Dadun. Pointing to a house, Anna introduced it. This is the best place to stay here. This girl, Anna, had to earn money for her sick younger sibling. She had lost both her parents. What do you think? Do you like it? Anna explained that she met Hen right after getting into trouble over tribute money. He used the payment as a reward, praising her. Good work. Come find me tomorrow morning. Anna would now be Hen's daily guide for 2 silver coins. Whatever. Even if I get tricked, I'll just call it a good deed. Hen relaxed into the quiet night. Phew, now it's time to sleep. Morning came in a flash. Hen woke with a groan. Ugh, this bed is so hard I couldn't sleep. Then, a sneeze came from the window. He hurried over to it. Huh? The sneeze came again. He called out. Hey, kid. He saw Anna's bright, smiling silhouette. Hello. Hen couldn't help but scold her. Why are you waiting for me so early in the morning? He yawned at breakfast. Don't wait for me this early. Come at lunchtime. The girl's cheeks puffed out. Yes, sir. Hen looked annoyed. I told you I'm not that old. Anna then pointed to his plate. Are you finished eating, sir? He answered generously. Yeah, take it if you're still hungry. The girl happily put the bread in her bag. Thank you. Even Hen couldn't help but smile. The town's name was Ajon Thursday. It was a small town in the far western part of the Thalia kingdom. Hen placed a hand on a nearby wall. It looks like a normal medieval town. He then examined a symbol drawn on it, but this marking told the whole story. Hen touched it, shocked. This doesn't feel like paint. Behind him, Anna confirmed it. It's blood. He nearly pressed his face to the wall. Really? I had no idea. Suddenly, she asked. You had the venison soup last night, right? Startled, he stared at her. Yeah, how did you know? She answered innocently. I have a great sense of smell. He couldn't hide his amazement. Interesting. Your nose is so sharp, I'd believe you if you called it a special power. Hen's curiosity grew. So what's that symbol? Anna explained. Oh, that's the mark of an organization called Vakalak. They control this road. That organization. Suddenly, the girl stopped, her face pale with shock. Hen? What's wrong? He asked gently. She hesitated. This smell. What do you smell? Hen pressed. Freshly baked bread, she cheered. You have to try some in this town. His eyes widened in disbelief. Hen reminded her. Didn't you just eat? Unfazed, she declared. I can eat anything. The sweet scent of bread just kept drifting through the air. Before a gloomy alley, fallen leaves swirled like a dark omen, hinting at the darkness within. Only a pair of legs could be seen, dragged away, leaving a bloody trail. Days later, Hen waited at their usual spot. She was never late. Had something happened? Just then, a figure approached from the shadows. Hey, buddy. It was the thug from before, looking as arrogant as ever. A word. Hen understood instantly. So, it's time. He held out a handful of cash. Please, take this. Hen feigned respect. It's only a small sum, but I hope it helps keep the peace. S.A. Jin smirked, satisfied. See? We understand each other. But Hen had a plan. I brought these for a reason. He silently studied the tattoo on Kundo's arm. It was the same symbol from the wall. Hen suddenly recalled Anna's warning. Never go into the back alleys. You should leave this city as soon as you can. Hen seethed. To think they scared a child this badly. As they turned to leave, S.A. Jin asked, Boss, why'd you take that kid? Kundo answered casually, I don't know, you idiot. We just follow orders. A terrible suspicion hit Hen. The kid. It can't be Anna. He yelled out. Wait! The thug turned back, glaring, his sweaty fist clenched tight. Just say it. A good reason is crucial. If this goes south, I can always cancel the summon. He nervously blurted, I was just curious about something. From behind him, Anna's voice called out, Mister. Hen spun around, flustered. Anna? The two thugs' faces darkened. They cracked their knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Curious about what, pal? Hen quickly made an excuse. Oh, I was just wondering if the silver was enough for you. And with that, his coin pouch was empty. They took everything. Angrily, he tossed the bag aside and began to scold her. Hey, kid, you're incredibly late. Why weren't you here sooner? You know how much money I just wasted? No food for you today. Anna's eyes filled with tears as she explained. My little brother. He's missing. Tears streamed down her cheeks. He was getting stronger thanks to your food, but now I can't find him anywhere. Hen froze, the thug's words echoing in his mind. Boss, why'd you take that kid? He finally understood. Were they talking about her brother? Hen's next words terrified Anna. The Vakalak. They may have taken him. I overheard them talking about grabbing a kid. Anna collapsed, clutching her head in shock. No! He tried to calm her. Don't worry. If it's a ransom, I'll pay. But she was lost in despair. If it was them, Aaron's going to die, she sobbed. They don't want money. They only want blood. Hen's eyes shot open. Blood? Why blood? Her body trembled uncontrollably. In her mind, this town was a blood-soaked nightmare, a larder for vampires, a place where bodies and bones littered the streets. From a rooftop, a stranger observed the scene. The stench of dark mana is thick. His cloak billowed against a blood-red sky. An internal conflict over a fragment of the undying king, he mused. How unlucky. I meant to claim it when it was whole. His fangs glinted under the pale moonlight. Well, I may not know who took it, but I know where they went. The sharp features of Quiet Jiak were revealed, and I will catch them soon enough. Hen was confused. Vampires? Anna's voice was heavy with dread. Yes, and the Vakalak. All the gangs here are run by them. Tears streamed down her face, unstoppable. Even if you escape the city, no one survives. She sobbed, completely broken. She wailed in pure despair. We just try to survive each day, clinging to any hope we can find. The symbol of the Vakalak seemed to glow, ready to devour everything. Through her tears she cried, in the end, my brother and I, we're just going to be eaten. But Hen cut through the pain that no child should ever have to feel. Calm down, Anna. His eyes were now sharp, filled with determination. If that's true, then we don't have much time. Do you know where they might have taken your brother? Anna stared, stunned. You're going to help? She quickly stopped him. No, it's too dangerous. But he only gave a cunning smile. Don't worry, Hen stated with unshakable confidence. I'm an expert at dealing with scum like them. Inside his mind, a quest was accepted. Save the unfortunate girl. In a dark room, silver coins flew in the air. All in. Fendi watched with idle curiosity. Hold on, how did a debtor like you get this kind of cash? It was Kundo who answered. Ha, I cleaned out some fool from out of town. Just then, the fool himself walked in. Fendi frowned at the sudden entrance. What? Who the hell is this guy? S.A. Jin jumped to his feet excitedly. Wait a second. He then made a grand introduction. Hey, that's the sucker we scammed earlier. Looks like he's back to donate some more. He sneered at Hen. Come back to share with the boys? How'd you get past our guards? Bribe them? But Hen's voice was a low growl. I'm not asking again. Where did you take the boy you mentioned? His tone finally enraged S.A. Jin. Are you crazy? Do you know who you're messing with? Before he could finish, a blade silenced him. Ah, Hen replied with cold indifference. I know exactly what you are. Scum that preys on families to satisfy your own greed. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared. Garbage! 1 down, 2 to go, he thought. Fendi's crew scrambled to their feet. What the hell is this guy? Kundo shouted in disbelief. Do you even know where you are? Die. But Hen charged forward fearlessly. I've got my hardened body and rapid recovery skills. This should be fun. Full of confidence, he swung his blade wildly. But his reckless attack created an opening for Fendi. Clang! But Fendi could only tremble in shock. What? The blade didn't go through. That hesitation was enough for Hen to bash his head. Ugh. He then declared smugly. Idiot. This is stab-proof gear, made in Korea. Just then, Kundo raised a massive axe for a final blow. But Hen reacted instantly, stopping the attack and stunning the brute. A magic barrier? It was unbelievable. How did he get that magic item? He took a direct blast to the chest, thinking, good thing I brought defenses, and let out a relieved sigh. Whew, is it over? I brought too many magic items. I didn't even use half. But before he could regret it, a swarm of thugs appeared. What's all this noise? Who's that guy? Their hostile glares made Hen scream for help in his head. What about this group? His mental count continued. 6, 7, 8. Nearly exhausted, he panted heavily. Huff. Why are there so many? Hen grimaced, pulling his axe free. He stopped counting. I forgot where I was. Then his face hardened. Hey, you big oaf. He stomped on the last survivor's head. Where's the boy you brought today? But the man was stubborn. You think I'll tell you that easily? He kept threatening him. You're an outsider, right? I don't know who sent you, but you'll regret this. He grinned. The boss is on his way. When he sees this, you're dead. A cold aura came from Hen. Thanks for the heads up. And then, he delivered the final blow. You should worry about yourself first. The man let out a final, agonizing scream. Then, he found the boy he was looking for. Are you Aaron? The poor boy cowered in terror. Spare me, please, Hen spoke gently. Don't be afraid. Your sister sent me to rescue you. The boy startled. You know my sister? Hen nodded. Yes. I'll explain when we're out of here. As Hen said, let's go. A bat landed nearby. It suddenly exploded as a voice echoed. Who gave you permission to touch my meal? Sharp, iron-like claws extended. Are you playing with my food? Jin looked at him skeptically. From the fated contract? Hen was completely stunned. A vampire? The man brushed off invisible dust. Or are you this child's brother? You know what happens when you oppose us, don't you? He gestured to the bloody scene. Yet Hen's resilient expression never wavered. Me? I'm just an outsider your men tried to shake down. I just happened to find this kid. Before he could finish, Jin summoned his magic. Is that so? How boring. I prefer to hunt more. Spirited prey. Tendrils of blood shot out as he declared. Die. Hen quickly shielded Aaron, shouting, Watch out! The incredible force of the attack shattered the floor. He and the boy now laid in a room flooded with blood. The moment he recovered, Hen leaped up. Ah, that strong smell of wine. Is that a barrel? Aaron, are you okay? Are you hurt? He then urged the boy. This is our chance. Get out of here. Jin had also descended. So you dodged it. His veiny hands twitched eagerly. You're faster than I thought. Before my meal. Jin flashed a chilling smile as he lunged. This will be a nice warm-up. Hen urged Aaron to flee. Whatever happens, don't look back. He moved to block the attack, but the man's claws grew long like a demon's. Then, the slash connected. Suddenly, Jin cried out, You. In that one exchange, he saw Hen's nature. Your body is tough, and your regeneration is impressive. Hen struggled. The power difference between us is too great. The creature sized him up with hunger. You weren't on the menu, but you might be a delicacy. Hen knew that if his opponent wasn't toying with him, I'd already be dead. Though trembling with fear, he clenched his fist. But I can do this. His courage was met with a severed arm and a sarcastic remark. Oh dear, I'll have to debone you before eating. Hen slowly registered the pain. Ugh! Jin mocked him with a declaration. Your futile resistance is over. His eyes glowed red with madness. Now, you'll pay dearly for it. But with such a power gap, he couldn't fight back. His sharp eyes narrowed with determination. Then let's die together. And just like that, Hen's body became a torch, casting an orange glow on Jin's pale face. This is? A fire-type magic tool. When did you hide that in your mouth? Hen didn't answer. He got the idea when he was slammed down and saw the wine on the floor. Looking at the tools he brought gave him confidence. I can turn the tables with this. The creature could only stare, dumbfounded, and curse internally. You madman, do you plan to die with me? If the fire spreads, I'll be burned alive. Of course, Jin wouldn't just stand there. Die. Then he sneered. Weak piece of flesh. But he didn't expect Hen was no ordinary man. A stunning blow sent him reeling. What? Though his body was broken, his will remained intact. You said it yourself. I have a tough body and good regeneration. I'm just letting my body get almost burned. But he showed no fear, just a chewier delicacy. Finally, Jin's calm and mocking amusement completely vanished. Abruptly, the entire building erupted in a massive, earth-shaking explosion amid the screams. Stop! The entire building was consumed by raging fire. Lying in the flames, Hen was exhausted. Unbelievable. He looked down at his broken body. It's still alive even in this state. Being too tough has its downsides, huh? His consciousness began to fade in the blaze. And so, Hen finally succumbed. Mission: help the unfortunate girl. At the same time, Anna and her brother watched the fire, hugging in terror. His last thought assessed. Complete. The girl collapsed to the ground, screaming in sorrow. Mister! A system notification appeared. Avatar Hen has died. Resurrection time is 7 days. Yes, still in this world. The owner of the shoes Anna had shined spoke. Well then, that's fine. The girl quickly replied. Ah, yes sir. He left abruptly. Leave the money on the table. The girl cheerfully saw the rare customer off. Yes, thank you. She wiped her brow and sighed out. Suddenly, a figure appeared right behind her. Can I get an order too? Hearing that, Anna happily turned to the new customer. Oh, of course, please have a seat. As she spoke, her expression brightened. Huh? Ah! She rushed straight into Hen's arms. Mister, are you okay? He patted her head, saying brightly, Of course I am. Do I look that easy to take down? But in his mind, his thoughts were completely different. That's a lie. My avatar really died this time. Then, Hen remembered what happened before he arrived. It takes a whole week for the avatar to revive. Anna would be so worried. He waved his hand, summoning a new interface. In that case, shall I try a new avatar? Before him stood his third avatar, one with the acceleration trait. He was now Henma too. Cradling Anna's head, he worried. He had rushed here in an old body. Would she even realize it was a different person? Little did he know, she couldn't care less. It's definitely him, she thought. The child didn't judge by looks, but by something deeper. Just like before, the essence of his soul was unchanged. Oh no! Anna looked up anxiously. You shouldn't have come here. That vampire is probably searching for you. Henma-tu patted her head reassuringly. Don't worry, this is all part of my plan. Back in his house, Henma-tu felt confident. With the undead King Han, vampires were no real threat. He sat on his bed and checked the system. It seems I must wait 10 days for the transmigration cooldown to end. Lost in thought, Henma-tu didn't sense an object speeding towards him. It'll take longer than I thought. But then, in the next second, a vampire burst through the window, his hand clamping around Hen's neck. Before he could react, the creature hissed. This was your work, wasn't it? Kayatrak glared with blood-red eyes at the one he'd captured. The trail from the forest led directly here. Henma-tu finally grasped the terrifying situation. A vampire. Have they already figured it out? Kayatrak questioned with pure bloodlust. Was an outsider in that dead vampire's territory? Henma-tu was paralyzed in his grip. One hand on his neck and he couldn't move. This guy's a monster. Then, Kayatrak leaned closer, relaxing his hold slightly. But I sense no dark magic, nor do I smell the blood of my kin. Of all 36 stratagems, playing dumb was best. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're saying. That sentence seemed to ignite Kayatrak's fury. His sharp fangs emerged. Oh, you don't know, do you? Instantly, he bit down hard on Henma-tu's neck. You don't know? He released him, licking away the blood. Allow me to ask you again, Kayatrak declared. Now you can no longer lie. Henma-tu trembled uncontrollably. What the hell? He felt his blood boiling in his very veins. Fangs sprouted from his gums. Oh, open. Open. The system's alert chimed in. Your race has been changed to vampire. Behind him, Kayatrak seemed even more dangerous. Now, I will ask one more time. The system messages continued to flash. Special skill acquired. Bloodline remnant. The rapid recovery skill has changed to regeneration. Kayatrak repeated, You truly have no connection to the pact. That reverses fate? Henma-tu felt utterly insignificant. This pressure. This was true authority. His heart pounded, urging him on. His own blood was screaming for him to submit to the high-ranking vampire. Still, Henma-tu replied, No, Sir Kayatrak. I'm just a simple traveler, looking away with a hidden smirk. I can handle this. His body was a machine under his perfect control. His mind acted as a filter, purging the instinct to submit that flowed in his blood. Hearing that, Kayatrak didn't pursue it. It seems I was wrong. Now follow me. We have work to do. Henma-tu mentally agreed and rose to follow. Fine. I'll play along and gather information. They were at a grand castle, the Azantu branch HQ of the Lac clan. Inside, Henma-tu stared at the crowd of vampires. Lord Kayatrak, it's been a while. Sir Kayatrak. He also heard them whispering, What is that? Don't tell me that's Lord Kayatrak's new bloodchild? Why take in such a lowly creature? A girl with a bright smile suddenly clung to Henma-tu's arm. It's been so long since we had a new bloodchild. She introduced herself. I'm Laika. What's your name? Her clinginess annoyed him. Who is this drunk? Still, he answered politely. Ah, I am Hen. It's a pleasure. But Lika just chided him, offering a glass of blood. Don't be so stiff. We're all blood children, aren't we? Seeing him take it, she urged happily. Here, drink some of this fresh blood. Drink up. I have to drink this to avoid suspicion, Henma-tu thought. He raised the glass and took a sip. In that single second, he completely lost control. Damn it. Even with mind herb, this bloodlust is so strong. So Henma-tu made a call. Drinking this now is far too risky. I'll block my sense of taste and smell before I drink. He drained the glass, telling Lai Ca, Thanks for the blood. She immediately teased back, Hey, you're my type. If you were human, I'd have drained you dry. He laughed along, seizing the chance to ask, Haha, you keep calling me a bloodchild. What's that? Lai Ca looked surprised. Huh? You really know nothing about the vampire hierarchy? She then kindly explained, We blood children are like the knights of the human world. Pureblood vampires like Lord Kayatrak are the nobility. Then Laika mentioned the highest ranks. The true bloods who lead clans are royalty, and then we have the blood saints. They are like a religion to us. Her wording made Henma-tu ask, Religion? Lai Ca clarified. They are our ancestors, the ones we must absolutely obey. As they spoke, Kayatrak appeared on the floor above. Attention, everyone, he announced. Now that all are present, we shall begin. The undead king's fragment was stolen by the heaven-reversing covenant. Next to him was Gita, a pureblood vampire, and another, Tipan, also a pureblood, listened with arms crossed. We confirmed it headed for this city, but then it vanished without a trace. It has likely already entered the city. Below, Manhwa too was stunned. The undead king's fragment? His reaction caught Laika's eye. Oh? You don't know about it? She explained like a game guide. Some dark mages in a nearby village were cultivating a fragment of the undead king. Her words made him realize something. So they were the heaven-reversing covenant? The command was given, starting today. Thoroughly investigate your assigned zones and report anything suspicious immediately. And that is why, at present, Matu and Licie wandered through an alley. She complained under her umbrella, being out during the day will burn our skin. Matu pulled his cloak tighter. True, I can feel my own power draining away under the sun. Sweat was already beading on Laika. Even the pure-blood Lady Gita is out searching. We can't afford to be lazy. She let out a weary sigh. This missing fragment is such a massive pain. It seems moving our fragment here was pointless. Laika's words stunned Henma. Wait, our fragment? You have a fragment of the immortal king, too? He got his answer. Yes, after the dark mages finish nurturing their own. They plan to merge it with ours. Henma clenched his fist. What a stroke of luck. Only one pureblood should be guarding it now. He quickly grabbed Laika. Where is it? Do you know? But all he got was her mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha, how would a lowly creature like me know? But Henma received a surprising answer from Anna at the diner. I think I know where it is. He was so shocked, all he could say was, Huh? She continued. The fragment of the immortal king. I think I know where it's hidden. Her words made Henma raise his voice in shock. What? Later, under a starry sky, a voice echoed from the mansion. You know where the fragments are? Anna nodded slightly. Yes, though I'm not certain. It was a while ago. She paused, spoon in hand, recalling the memory. About a year ago, I was cleaning the tombs. The memory surfaced. Every Friday night, a member of the Vakolak organization would visit the stone chamber in the mausoleum. That memory still haunted her. Every time they entered, a horrifyingly evil stench would pour out from within. Her story sent Henma deep into thought. After a moment of silence, he stood up. Thank you for this precious information. I'll investigate it myself. He then gently warned them. Stay hidden. Anna quickly grabbed his hand. Mister, she whispered, your scent. It's different today. Could it be? He simply smiled, revealing a pair of gleaming fangs. I guess I can't fool that nose of yours. Yes, it's true. The sight left Anna completely frozen. Henma quickly tried to calm her. Don't worry, this has nothing to do with you. She slowly composed herself, though still afraid. Mister, if you're in trouble. Gathering all her courage, she held out her arm. You can take some of my blood. Her small body trembled, but not too much. Just a little. He couldn't help but gently tap her head. You really have a way with words. The moment of levity passed as Henma's expression turned serious again. That's enough. Tell me where that terrible stench is coming from. Inside the silent tomb, faint, pained groans echoed through the halls. They were followed by harrowing screams. Get up! Stand straight! A menacing voice boomed. Are you looking for death? Hong Sun trembled, covered in wounds. Tipon raised a sharp finger, showing his dominance. One more time. If you can land even a single blow, I'll let you go free. Though armed, Hong Sun couldn't hide his terror. But there was no retreat. He mustered his courage and charged forward. Seeing this, Tipon swung his blood-soaked arm. How crude. Crimson threads shot out from his hand. Like a demonic web, they instantly bound Hong Sun. The threads tightened, sending him into a panic as they dug deep into his flesh. No. He could feel his life force being drained away. Gazing at the withered corpse, Tipon sneered, completely unmoved. How boring. He coldly ordered a nearby goblin. Hey, clean up this mess. And bring me a stronger victim. The creature obeyed instantly. Yes, Lord Tipon. As it turned to leave, it sensed a strange presence. Who's there? Suddenly, an army of skeletons burst in, their aura powerful and dangerous. The sudden intrusion stunned Tipon. How did these filthy corpses get in here? He snarled, ordering his minions. Servants, get rid of these disgusting things now. At that very moment, a sinister aura snaked through the skeletons. It slowly coalesced into a single skeletal figure standing before them. Tipon eyed the strange being warily. What are you, a summoner from the Resistance? He shouted. How did you find this place? Han remained silent, radiating a heavy, dark aura. The very air grew dark and menacing. As the skeletons crawled closer, Tipon remained unfazed. So you're not going to talk? Fine. His eyes glowed crimson, burning with power. I'll ask again after I've taken everything but your head. With a fierce swing of his arm, he unleashed a wave of blood energy. He shattered the skeletons with ease. But even broken, their parts continued to move, controlled by an unseen force. Han clenched his fists in fury. Take my head? After the attack, the broken bones began to mutate, reforming in a ghastly way. A demonic grin spread across Han's face. Fine. Let's see you try. The relentless assault slowly forced T-Pone onto the defensive. Meanwhile, the battle outside raged on until a voice suddenly cried out. Lord Quiet, Rack's loyalists have breached the outer defenses. I'm coming in to assist you, Lord Taipon. Mistaking him for an ally, T-Pone ordered. Good, help me, this one's strong. He tried to stall for time, but a sudden spray of blood from behind cut him short. He hadn't even seen what happened behind him. What? Why am I covered in blood? He turned to see Henma biting deep into his shoulder. A sharp pain sent him into a panic. Are you insane? As he tried to strike back, a powerful magic suddenly bound his arm. To his horror, he found he was completely paralyzed. This is dark magic. You and him. Confusion filled his face. Are you working together? How? T-Pone screamed in terror. Stop. You're drinking the blood of your own kind. It's a taboo. It defiles the mind. In that moment, his life force faded away. Henma just sneered. Defile my mind? That means nothing to me. Suddenly, a system window appeared. The possessor of this bloodline has acquired the skill. Blood magic. He thrilled at his newfound power. Excellent. With this new power, he reached out his hand, eager to test it. I can destroy this blood barrier. But Han, standing nearby, threw cold water on his plan. There isn't enough time. But it was like Henma couldn't hear him. In that case, I'll just smash through it. A massive explosion echoed through the chamber. The blast alarmed the goblins outside. As the dust settled, an object was revealed. Henma was overjoyed. I found it. Han stared, curious. So this is... He stared at the object pulsing with an eerie light. The second fragment of the immortal king. Han reached out and grabbed it without a second thought. Let's do this. Instantly, an immense pressure. A horrifying power blasted him back. It was overwhelming. He thought helplessly, even with his mental defenses. This fragment was pure darkness. Instantly, Han issued the summons, focusing the mental power of all his selves on him at once. A ferocious demonic aura erupted, making the enemy scream in terror. Quezrak's eyes widened in utter confusion. What is this smoke? Am I too late? As the haze vanished, he spotted Han hovering midair and roared. There he is! Fire! Beams of blood energy shot right at him. Han didn't flinch, his eyes glowing a cold blue as his demonic aura surged. A single, simple motion from Han carried lethal force. The vampire fell before he could even react. In that moment, Quezrak couldn't hide his bewilderment. A purple light pulsed from Han's chest, not just demonic but making the air heavy and suffocating. A notification window appeared. The skill former General Jason has evolved into the special skill, Immortality. He felt more powerful than ever. The system continued. Congratulations on acquiring the special skill, Forbidden Knowledge, and the materialization skill, Archlick Form. Dark smoke billowed as a passerby cried, Oh God, is there a fire? He stared into the distance, guessing, that must be near Ajang City. The ash on the wind is making my throat itch. Cough, cough. On horseback, Tuki reached out and caught the tainted substance. He ordered at once, turn back. We're returning to the church immediately. I have to report this to the Saintess. His expression turned grim. This was no ordinary ash. At the scene, Han floated midair, his demonic aura confirming Tuki's fears. Below, the field of corpses was proof the immortal king was reviving. Seeing that power, Quezrak's heart trembled in disbelief. He must be 5. No, 10 times stronger. He landed gently on the ground. Immediately, a notification appeared. Han. Race. Undead Archlick. Trait. With the immortal king's fragment, Han's rank has risen, and his latent dark magic has amplified. As long as the source of dark magic exists, Han will continuously resurrect. He raised his hand, demonic energy swirling to a focal point. The system updated. Attributes Evil Wisdom and Forbidden Knowledge. Then, a skull staff formed, radiating a chilling aura. The status window updated again. Han now possessed a profound knowledge of dark magic, having inherited all its secret arts and wisdom. He aimed the staff forward. Instantly, a thick black mist engulfed Quezrak's group. Huh? The man panicked. Is the smoke just a diversion? What's the plan? Lensa called from behind, Lord Quezrak. He tried to offer a suggestion, unaware of a hand silently approaching. First, we need to get out of here and Before he could finish, his entire body was yanked away. The scream made Quezrak spin around in fear as a sense of dread consumed him. Damn it, could it be? Just then, countless sharp spikes riddled his body. Quizrak howled in pain. Ah! Han approached, judging him with scorn. You're certainly stronger than the other purebloods. He drew closer, his voice dripping with mockery. But now, you're nothing more than a blood bag. At this distance, Quizrak felt the crushing pressure, this oppressive magic. You absorbed the entire fragment? He couldn't accept it. How could you possibly withstand it alone? Suddenly, a quiet voice sounded from behind him. How? The chilling tone made Quizrak tremble. Because I was not alone. Before he could comprehend the words, all the blood was drained from his body. Urk? Its thirst sated. Manhwa looked completely satisfied. Immediately, its power surged. The system updated instantly. The sub-ego has met the conditions and is developing a special skill. The low-grade bloodline has evolved into the pure blood lineage. Manhwa wiped his lips, pleased. Excellent. I'm a pureblood now, just as I thought. Devouring my own kind is the fastest way to level up. A mad desire for destruction surged within him. Just you wait, you vampires. I will devour every last one of you. Meanwhile, people fled the forest in a panic. Sob. Lady Gita, what should we do? Laika choked back tears. If you were there, Lady Gita, we wouldn't have been defeated. Gita replied grimly. Even Quizrak fell. Our opponent is no ordinary foe. Gita stared at the swirling ash. The demonic energy is still potent. Our enemy is just too overwhelming. She glanced at the sky. Besides, the sun is rising. We must return to base and call for aid. Elsewhere, a man was desperately running for his life. Pant. Pant. Ah, my legs. They can't go on. Damn it. Huko leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. They're not following me, are they? Those foolish vampires. Acted so high and mighty, only to be wiped out. As he muttered, trusting them was such a pain, a skeletal hand suddenly gripped his arm. Huko's terrified scream tore through the sky. Ah! Han had remained in the city to deal with the Varkalak remnants, while Manhwa hired a small merchant party to leave with Anna and her brother. He was now meticulously preparing food. Now, just a sprinkle of pepper. The tempting dish was served. A special steak, just for you. The siblings' eyes lit up like stars. Wow. Aaron cheered. It looks amazing. Thank you, mister. Seeing their excitement, Manhwa smiled. Go on, eat up. Watching the two, he thought their faces seemed much brighter now that they had escaped the dangerous city. A moment later, he suddenly asked, Your uncle has a shop in East Labalat, doesn't he? Anna nodded politely. Yes, sir. But thinking of their uncertain future, she added softly, but I don't know if he'll want us. He gently reassured her. Don't worry, Manhwa had already thought it through. If it doesn't work out, I'll just give them a large stipend. He had grown fond of the children, and it was a shame they would have to part. It had been a long time since he felt this way. How long has it been, he thought. I've really changed since coming here. Seeing him so quiet, Anna called out, Mister? She asked with concern. Are you okay? Do you have low blood sugar? Manhwa laughed. Haha, I'm fine. I'm just full. He thought to himself. I've dealt with all the vampires left in the village. Meanwhile, Han was turning the corpses into his undead soldiers. Within a dark space, a low voice commanded, Get inside. He looked at the portal with admiration. This subspace is convenient, like a bottomless bag. Han quietly contemplated his new power. My forbidden knowledge and evil wisdom are resonating. Perhaps I can even open a subdimension on Earth. Lost in his thoughts, he never sensed the spell being cast right above him. Before Han could react, a blast of dark energy pierced his chest. Landing the fatal blow, Over spoke with chilling calm. Are you still lurking in our city? You sorely underestimate us. From above, his dark aura flared as he asked, Are you really with the War Covenant? A system window appeared. Over Vako, true, blooded vampire. Han rejoiced internally at the question. He thought, This is my chance, then confirmed his identity. Yes, I am Han of the War Covenant. But Over instantly shot him down. Lies. Their hideout was already burned to ashes by someone else. Weren't you the one who stole the Immortal King's fragment and fled? He raised his death scythe high. Well, it doesn't matter now. Diving straight down, he declared, You're about to die anyway. A powerful slash split Han's body apart. Dark energy poured from the wound. Yet in a flash, his body regenerated completely. The sight stunned Over. He seriously reassessed the situation. This power might overwhelm even a true blood. Han backed away, hitting a solid surface. Over sneered. Did you think I'd let you escape? My best blood mages created this barrier. He pressed his palm to the shield, feeling the ripples of energy. I can break this, but I need just a little more time. To get used to this new power, Over's satisfaction grew more apparent. I will grind your bones to dust, and I'll pull them out myself. Facing certain doom, he decided on a desperate gamble. Then there's only one way left. He spoke with bravado. Heh, remember me. I'm Han of the War Covenant. His words were grand, but his true plan was cowardly. Meeting me was your doom. I'll retreat now, but I will come for you. He began to chant, Mark of the Wicked, escape. Utterly dramatic. As the final word left his lips, an explosion rocked the area. Han canceled the summon. They felt like they'd just been played by a fool. What did he just say? I don't know. How pathetic. Then it hit over. How did he escape our barrier? Suddenly, an arrow struck down one of his men. Seeing the arrow, Over knew it was Balajin's holy silver arrow. At that moment, a mage cried out, Lord Over, we have a major problem. From the distance, an army was advancing. The Holy Knights. They're surrounding the tomb and heading for us. He roared in fury. That damn bastard. His fist clenched, drawing blood. Was this his plan all along? Just to stall us? That cunning rat. No matter where you run, I will find you and kill you. Meanwhile, in another world, the sky was clear and the sun was bright. In a small apartment, Sung Hoon looked triumphant. Phew, I'm alive. Han was sprawled on the floor, groaning. I'm telling you, canceling a summon is cheating. A flashback of Han posing dramatically appeared. Remember me. I am Death Incarnate, the War Covenant. Han cringed at the memory. Sung Hoon screamed in absolute shame. Arr! He thrashed about, kicking the blankets. What kind of line was that? So embarrassing. Sitting up, Sung Hoon slapped his head. Why did I say that? I'm insane. Han, on the other hand, was impressed. Actually, I felt a little proud. This made Sung Hoon pause and think. He explained, I handled a whole vampire guild and saved a helpless girl, and this entire city. Hearing that, Sung Hoon's feelings were complex. Saying it like that makes me sound like a hero. He got out of bed and started stretching. All right, a contribution that big must have earned me a ton of merit points, right? Sung Hoon commanded the system with pure excitement. Merit shop. He stared at the board, stunned. Huh? The merit balance was shocking. 700,000. I thought I spent it all on the last upgrade. How do I have so many points? Recalling the fight, Sung Hoon wondered, did driving a wedge between the dark mages and vampires actually work? He quietly guessed, it must have. Should I enhance my unique skill again? Without a second thought, Sung Hoon made his choice. A brilliant blue light began to glow from the status panel. A message appeared. Summoning limit for egos has been increased. Sung Hoon smiled, looking at his hand. More egos. Are there new skills? A new line of text appeared. You have acquired the special skill, Persona. He gasped in excitement, just as I thought. I wonder if this Persona skill is like inner peace. Let's see. After using it, Sung Hoon froze. A strange laugh escaped him. Ha ha. 3 masks materialized. The symbol of the Persona skill. An ego is a vessel for one's emotions. Reading the basics, he mused. Unique skills evolve according to the user's needs. So the system decided I needed this skill. Now I understand why. By traveling worlds, I met strangers and fought in brutal battles, and I helped them defeat strong enemies. He stood up to face Han, then questioned himself. But me? A guy who was a shut-in for 2 years? I only did all that because of video games and soda cans on my floor. To me, all of it was just a game. It wasn't real. At last, Sung Hoon reflected on his true self. But in reality, I'm still just trapped in these 4 walls. Disappointed in himself, he hung his head. He thought, the reality I've been running from is right here. A powerful aura erupted around him. His hand touched his aching chest. Loneliness, sadness, and all my suppressed rage built up into negative emotions. After an internal battle, Sung Hoon called out to Han. He stood perfectly still, his back turned to him. Transfer these stagnant emotions into the vessel. Everything slowly faded into the void. Absolutely nothing remained. When it was done, he sighed wearily. I feel so refreshed, but it seems those feelings haven't really disappeared. They were merely locked away. Sung Hoon worried if Han could handle absorbing them, but he immediately responded. Don't worry, Han said, clenching his fist. Pain and despair have always been my companions. They can no longer harm me. His eyes shot open in shock. Huh? No, those were my exact words, but the tone was completely different. Han threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, I see now. So, a being with full emotions gains its own persona? Song Hun hesitated, about to speak. If that's the case, suddenly, he whipped his head to the side. An explosion! What was that? Smoke billowed in the distance. Song Hun's face was a mask of disbelief. Another villain? Here in the city? This is getting worse. He shook his head, trying to dismiss it. Whatever. The city guards can handle it. It's not my problem this time. Han's voice was sharp. Do you need a reason to eliminate evil? They stood facing each other in stark silence. His gaze was resolute, fixed on him. Song-hoon realized that without his negative emotions, everything had become crystal clear. This was just my habit of running away. The devastating scene from that fateful day replayed in his mind in slow motion. Truthfully, I want to destroy evil more than anyone, but I always made excuses, lacking the courage. Just then, Han gripped the mask tightly. When world order collapsed into chaos, and the lawless ran rampant, a different personality began to form. As he donned the mask, he declared, "From now on, I am their law." Outside a ruined building, inspectors grumbled. "Damn it, how many times is that now?" They discussed the situation. Those bastards attacked again. But where are our reinforcements? Han listened from above, deep in thought. So, the villains have formed a faction? Unlucky for them, this ends now. He quickly unleashed a torrent of dark magic. It'd be a shame to leave empty-handed. Unsealing his mystic eyes, Han commanded, "Go. Be my eyes and ears in the night." They shot off with incredible speed, seeking out sinners hiding in the darkness. Elsewhere, a hand held a cigarette. "Hey, bring me an ashtray." Two thugs grabbed an innocent victim, mocking him. "Here's your human ashtray." Ha ha ha, as they reveled in their cruel prank. "You're a first-class ashtray." The mystic eyes saw it all. In a small house, a voice pleaded, "Please, don't do this." A mother clutched her child, crying out, "Where can we possibly go?" The drunken father grabbed a belt, snarling, "Don't you lie to me." Elsewhere, a crowbar shattered a window. A thief broke in, striking a cocky pose. Heh, spotting a stack of cash, he grinned. "Ha ha, jackpot." Every wicked deed fell under Han's watchful gaze. "I see everything. I will punish this scum, who are worse than garbage." He appeared from the shadows, grabbing the thief by the throat. For the abusive husband, punishment would be a living nightmare. Han subdued the man from behind. But the terror didn't end there. He moved to stop the bullies next, vowing, "I will plant fear deep within your soul." His sudden appearance left the young punks completely stunned. "You seed of evil, remember this day." The husband choked, tears streaming down his face, as Han's cold voice echoed. "The next time your evil resurfaces," the thief struggled in vain, Han declared. "You will meet me again in the shadows." Countless screams echoed through the night. Han was pleased with his work. "All right, I'm getting used to this new power. I need more. More." Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned as many mystic eyes as he could. "I must continue this purge." The mystic eyes shot out like arrows, starting a long night of righteous cleansing. "I will purify this city." He stretched his gloved hands. He let out a satisfied sigh. Behind the pristine Han, bodies lay scattered. He had spent all night cleaning up the city's hidden filth. So satisfying. He summoned a familiar blue eye. This eye of darkness is useful, but it has its limits. With a flick of his wrist, it vanished. Its power weakens in the light, then disappears. I need a better way to find my enemies. Deep in thought, something splattered on his head. I can't just leave bodies all over the city, so what now? He glared at the pigeons that had bombed him. These little bastards. I should just kill them and make them my minions. Mid-thought, an idea struck him. A single feather drifted into his hand. An eye that is everywhere, invisible and free to move. It seemed Han had finally found his answer. That's it. Every sorcerer has a familiar, like a rat or an owl. This is because of something known as a summoned beast. It is a type of enslavement magic, used to control animals at will, a favorite of dark mages. Pigeons were now perched all over Han. Something felt off. But this was all that was left from the goblin's den. Right now, he was incredibly annoyed. Why isn't this working? Not giving up, Han turned to a caged black cat. It needs to look normal, but have a powerful infection rate. But if I lower the magic to make it look normal, the infection rate drops. He focused on this crucial attempt. Now I get why programmers get so frustrated. Time to debug. The final version of infectious enslavement magic. Revision number 2. Finally, Han stared hesitantly at his creation. Is it done? Suddenly, a terrifying five-eyed cat appeared. His scream was all the answer needed. Ah! The little monster fled instantly. After 3 weeks of research, there were still no results. Han glanced helplessly at the last pigeon. Tisk, is this really my final test subject? This time, I will succeed. But even holding the bird still was a struggle. Damn it, hold still. Then Han focused his spiritual power. All right. Adjusting the mana flow. The final version of my infection enslavement spell. One last tweak. This is it. The green smoke faded, taking his doubts with it. Phew, it's done. Suddenly, A bird zipped past Han's face, startling him. What was that? It was just flying toward the other pigeons, looking normal enough. Now, to test its infectious power, the red-eyed pigeon landed beside two others. As they pecked at the ground, the altered bird's eyes glowed. In an instant, all three creatures' eyes flared with a crimson light. Han grinned to himself. Excellent, a complete success. He admired his handiwork. The infected will now be my eyes and ears. Han waved a skeletal arm, commanding the flock. All right, go now. Fly out and find my enemies. Elsewhere, three birds soared through the sky. Latuo examined a bloodstain on the white cloth. A memory surfaced. A skeleton in a robe. I am Han of the Vow of Resistance. I am your death. Tukin's voice cut through Bishop Latuat's thoughts. The bishop acknowledged his presence. You have arrived, Sir Tukin. You seem quite vexed. After interrogating the captives, it seems the vampires are not allied with the undead king's heir. Latuat looked up, his gaze filled with displeasure. We need more leads, even as we speak. The undead king continues to grow stronger. Suddenly, his holy cross began to sway, startling him. Latuo gripped it tightly. Yes, holy saint, you called for me? A voice suddenly resonated. Yes, Bishop Latuat. A group of nuns now stood before a grand, glowing statue. The voice continued. The undead king's presence has been found again. He is in a cave, northwest of the region. He bowed reverently. Thank you, holy saint. I will not fail you. Back in the goblin cave, silence reigned. Han sat cross-legged, deep in thought. My familiars are set to report any monster encounters. Now I just need to see if the information is coming through. Images from various locations flooded his mind. But he focused on a particularly unusual scene. The movements of his surface beasts were strange, as if they were fleeing for their lives. And they were. The rat relaying the image frantically dodged a horse's hoof. Han was confused, and saw utter terror in its eyes. But if they'd met a monster, they would have sent a signal. Wait a second. Could it be? He realized the truth. Is that a human? Did they encounter humans? Han reacted instantly. Humans in this remote place. An ambush? An image from a pigeon shocked him. Soldiers surrounding the goblin cave. Incredible. How could so many hide their presence so perfectly? Just then, an arrow pierced the bird's chest. It plummeted from the sky. Tukin's voice rang out. Den of the Vow of Resistance. Your clever tricks cannot deceive us. He gripped his sword. No evil can escape the sight of the divine. You can no longer hide. Tukin drew his weapon with immense power. Surrender and accept divine judgment. The cross on his chest flared, catching Han's eye. A church knight. I saw that symbol during my training in Vakalak. He began to sweat, looking for an escape. Their divine power counters dark magic. This is a problem. How did these church dogs find me? A powerful slash shattered Han's thoughts. He collapsed before the blade. Tukin showed no mercy. I won't give you the chance to speak. His voice was like steel. Don't think your deceitful tongue can trick me. Though wounded, Han's tongue remained sharp. You're as stubborn and simple-minded as you look. Seeing his chance, he launched an attack while Tukin's guard was down. Perhaps I'll play along and find my escape. But the attack had no effect on the knight. With such a pathetic trick, a golden light radiated from Tukin's free hand. You cannot deceive a servant of the divine. This time, the sword plunged directly into Han's chest. Han played his part perfectly. You'd condemn me for punishing evil? But the act was useless against him. Silence. The moment you touched forbidden power, he swung a fist of golden light. You became one of them. He quickly gathered magic in his own hand. What kind of logic is that? But his spell shattered instantly. He took the full force of the divine blow. Something is interfering with my magic. In the next moment, the goblin cave exploded. Debris flew everywhere as Han was blasted outside, battered and broken. He was completely unaware of the others surrounding him. He's appeared. Prepare the holy hymn. The assembled priests began to chant in unison. The sound brought him no comfort. This hymn, it's weakening me. His hand twitched uncontrollably. I could slaughter them all to make it stop, but I cannot harm innocence. A familiar figure suddenly appeared behind Han. Tukin's blade ran him through from the back. Tukin timed it perfectly, pressing across to his sword's hilt. Now, he roared. Bind him. Han clutched his chest in a panic. Damn you. The choir raised two fingers in unison. Sharp chains of light shot out, piercing his fleeing form. In an instant, Han was completely bound. I let my guard down. Trapped by the chains of holy light, he felt a surge of frustration. Damn it. Seems my defenses were sloppy. The blade held right at his throat didn't help. I can't move, or use any magic? The endless chanting only fueled Han's rage. These chains, this whole irritating mob, they laid the perfect trap, leaving me no way out. He looked directly at Tukin and sneered. You certainly put a lot of effort into catching me, didn't you? The knight raised his head proudly, and it went exactly as planned. His voice boomed with conviction as he declared, No evil can escape this divine prison. Do you surrender now? Far from afraid, Han let out a wild laugh that stunned the knight. His scornful eyes glared from behind his mask. You think I would surrender so easily? It seems negotiation is off the table, is it? After a moment of restraint, he finally unleashed his deathly aura. The pleasantries are over now. If you have what it takes, then try and stop me, Knight of the Church. Enraged, Tukin gnashed his teeth and summoned holy light. I don't know what you're scheming. He fired a bolt of light, his voice absolute. But you're a fool if you think I'll let you escape. Han inwardly scoffed at these pathetic bindings. Useless. No matter how strong this pincer move was, he'd already planned his escape. Han, I summon you. His figure instantly vanished, causing the light attacks to hit nothing but air, leaving Tu Kim completely stunned. Staring blankly ahead, he wondered, how did he escape those chains? Unbelievable. A deep sense of dread washed over him. Just what in the world was that guy? The scene shifts back to a bustling apartment complex. Song Hun lay on his bed, panting heavily. This seems to have gotten a little complicated. He then shut his eyes to reflect on his life. Why do I have so many enemies now? Did I really cause that much chaos wherever I went? He began listing every faction he had carelessly clashed with. During that time, first were the Shadow Soldiers and the Vow of Challenge, followed by the high-ranking counts of the Vampire clans, and Kolak, and even one of the 6 realms' strongest powers, the Almighty Purification Guild led by Tu Kim. A sudden thought struck Song Hun, making him panic. Hey, wait a minute. He quickly shot up to open the system window the merit shop. It seemed he had just discovered a certain truth. The reason he'd been rewarded with so many merit points was, a look of utter confusion spread across Song Hun's face. Don't tell me my image as the undying king wreaking havoc has become infamous. He could only accept it. That's it, nothing else. It's because I've been making enemies across the 6 realms. The window vanished as Song Hun clenched his fist with resolve. I'll have to think more about that problem later. For now, I'll focus on the plan I've made. The image of a necromancer materialized from the dark mist. At this moment, Han was ready for his new scheme. Now, it's time to harvest the fruits of my long research. Watching the spirit cats enjoy the tainted food brought him deep satisfaction. A simple principle. Controlled creatures spread dark magic to others upon contact. All of them were now completely under his control, just like that. My eyes and ears have now covered a vast range, and they will only continue to expand. Soon, Han will have everything in the palm of his hand. It's only a matter of time before he envelops every corner of Seoul. He seemed to sense something being transmitted, which took him by surprise. He quietly wondered. Have they arrived already? Sure enough, a cat with blazing red eyes was carrying out its mission. It was staring intently into the window of an apartment. That's when Han realized what this was. The first signal. A desperate plea for help echoed from behind an iron door. Sir, please spare me. Zona faced the knife-wielding culprit. She could only retreat in fear. Please, sir. I'll do whatever you want if you spare me. She heard the sound of footsteps overhead. She frantically looked up and tried to scream for help. You, the handsome man in glasses, please save me. This person is kidnapping me. However, the young man appeared to ignore her, no matter how much Zona pleaded. Sir, please don't go. Please, I'm begging you. Finally, the culprit grabbed her hair and yanked her back. It's useless, causing her to scream in pain. Kang Ho pressed the knife to her neck and threatened her with a grin. Go on and scream until your throat turns inside out. Scream as loud as you want. It turned out he had meticulously planned his actions. Thanks to my ability, your screams and suffering, I am the only one who can see and hear them. The more Zona struggled, the more Kang Ho enjoyed it. Hey, scream louder. Why did such a cute voice stop screaming? He fully intended to take her life. He maniacally raised the knife. You'll have the honor of being number 3 in my trophy collection. Suddenly, the wall in front of him cracked open. Kang Ho instinctively turned, questioning. What was that? Han spoke slowly. Your ability is. His tone grew increasingly colder. Sound suppression and invisibility, correct? A black mist enveloped Han, striking fear into the killer. Han decided instantly. Too bad. I'm immune. Your disgusting crime spree ends here. Terrified, Kang Ho held Zona tightly. You. Who the hell are you? Are you a guard? How did you get in here? With his threat, the knife pressed closer to her neck. If you come any closer, I'll kill this girl. A dark aura surged forward as Han asked. Really? In a flash, he had snatched Zona back to his side. He then spoke with a mocking tone. So what now? What are you going to do? This made Kang Ho freeze in terror. A returner? His entire body began to shake with uncontrollable rage. How dare you get the upper hand with my prey? I'll just kill both you and the girl, then. Kang Ho immediately raised his knife and charged at the two. However, Han's deathly aura quickly stopped his advance. After binding him tightly, he spoke softly. Judging by the way you talk, this probably isn't your first crime, is it? He then slowly caressed the man's bald head. Or perhaps, should I check for myself? Han pressed his hand to the man's forehead and used a necromancy spell, the skill, Cry of the Underworld. Kang Ho's sinful past replayed before him, filled with desperate screams. Ugh, please, sir. Please spare me. Just this alone was enough for him to decide. A serial killer, huh? That's all I need. His finger immediately pressed down hard. Blood began to gush out. As Han intended, I will sentence you to death. A single blow was enough to make Kang Ho scream horribly. The deathly aura lifted him high. The sight brought Han no pity, only visible contempt. Even death itself can be considered too merciful a punishment for you. Blood continued to pool, staining the floor red. Just then, Han had a flash of inspiration. But I do need a few undead commanders on Earth. So, on this occasion, I'll turn you into one. Watching his body gradually transform, Han grew more and more eager. It was a cruel method that drained all the blood from the corpse. I didn't expect I would create one so soon. And just like that, a mid-tier undead was born. Han snapped his fingers, summoning a portal, and gave a command. And go. You'll be useful later. He looked at the unconscious Zona on the floor and wondered. And as for this one? Should I clean up before leaving? The next morning, police had completely surrounded the scene. A crowd of reporters gathered at the door as investigators quickly swept the area. With the Superhuman Crime Prevention Bureau, Team Leader Han Chun arrived as Dongdi brought a camera to report. Hey, Team Leader, we've recovered footage from the scene. It appears to be the serial killer we've been unable to catch. Han Chun looked at him with an indifferent expression and continued. And the one who killed the murderer appears to be a returner. Dongdi had already guessed as much. That's right, we didn't find a body, but a large amount of dark magic was detected on the ground. He then continued to chat with Han Chun. At the very least, it's good that this scum got the death he deserved. He was truly dead. That killer's case files were an absolute nightmare. He twirled a lollipop and snapped, Hey, are you kidding me? Then, he furiously pointed to the taunting words Han left on the wall. Drunk on power and playing the hero? Guys like that are the real danger. Do they think the law is just some decoration? But little did he know, his grand words all reached Han. This self-proclaimed right to execute. Han Chun couldn't help but wonder, just who is this crazy bastard? Called a monster, yet he calmly watched the scene below from the rooftop. Stroking a white cat, Han listened with amusement to Han Chun's vow. I want to see his face, just once. A voice echoed from the skyscraper. The branch manager? This is the Returners Association, South Seoul branch. Sai pushed the door open, speaking softly. Pardon the intrusion. She looked at the figure slumped in the chair and sighed. Not again. Sai grabbed her collar and shouted, Branch manager! Chi-sun, wake up! Dazed and disheveled, she mumbled. Is it important? Annoyed at being woken up, she frowned. What time is it? What's going on? Sai suppressed her anger and held up an invitation. The Ability Management Bureau sent a cooperation request. Reading it, Chi-sun wondered, the case with the 3 jewel thieves? Is this connected to the recent murder? She recalled a dark magic user in a long cloak and a ha-ho mask. Chi-sun leaned back in her chair, sighing in frustration. Sigh. The security situation is getting worse, but they refuse our requests for aid. I just want to dump this whole case on him. Sai exclaimed in shock. What? That bastard is a murderer. Don't say that. Chi-sun angrily swept the documents away, yelling, That's exactly my point. He has the skills. If we put a proper leash on him, he'd make an excellent dog. Sai frowned in protest. Can't we have him join as a guard? She immediately cut in. I know you're overwhelmed with your current work, but that's still a no. Pointing at the document, she ordered her pouting superior, Stop talking nonsense and get back to work. Don't you see this mountain of paperwork? Chi-sun sent the files flying, screaming, Ugh, I want to smash those damn villains to bits. Meanwhile, in another world, Song-hun stretched with satisfaction. Crushing those villains feels incredible. He recalled the sight of himself punishing criminals, and their terrified faces. Unless they're a serial killer or something, I usually just stop at placing a terrifying curse on them, and give them a fitting punishment. That's merciful enough, right? Song-hun asked Han, filled with concern. Looks like I'll have to deal with those guys soon. That terrorist crime syndicate. He watched two children playing happily in the sunlight. He then mused, well, things here are almost settled. Should I start paying attention to that other world? In another dimension, tears streaming, Rocky cried out, Diana, Aaron. He hugged the children Hema brought back, choking up. You've been through so much. You worked so hard. The two children sobbed too. No, we're okay. Sniffle, mister. He watched the reunion with a satisfied smile, thinking, he seems like a good person. What a relief. He smirked, warning inwardly. If he acted suspiciously, I was prepared to threaten him. But he doesn't seem suspicious. Moved. Rocky bowed and shook Hema hand. Thank you so much for bringing the children here. He replied awkwardly. It's nothing. I just did what I had to do. Anna's eyes welled up with tears. She rushed to hug him, crying, Thank you so much, sir. Sniffle. Hema smiled, patting her head. Now, it's not like we'll never see each other again. I'll visit often. But you must behave and grow up strong and healthy, okay? Tears streamed down Anna's face as she spoke her heart. Sir, I was a little worried because your personality seems to keep changing. But you're truly a good person. I'm so relieved. Confused, Hema pointed to himself and asked, You think my personality changed? He pondered. Is this the persona effect? His avatars appeared in his mind. With Han, it was a mix of negative emotions and a craving for recognition. In other words, a real attention seeker. Meanwhile, Hema focused on infiltration and deception. It seems he gained an incredibly calm personality. They're like separate individuals. Anna asked urgently, Mister, where are you going now? He hesitated. Me? Well, then he looked towards the towering cathedral. I'll take this chance to go on a pilgrimage. Sunlight glittered over the vast land. This is the capital of the Thalaria kingdom. Hema passed a knight in armor leading a horse. There's only one reason I came here. He glanced back at the passing knight. Thalaria is the center of the goddess's church, and it houses the largest temples in this land. He looked up at the sky. All right, with this, no one will be able to track me. Hema began to cast his magic. 4 millionth avatar, recall Avatar Hellas. His information appeared. Hellas, general trait, composure, persona, super regeneration, serenity. The body's muscles began to take form. Unique trait, warrior's soul, gaining skills and experience through training and combat. He assigned the mission and gave Hellas a bag. Walking around a holy nation in a vampire's body is reaching its limit. Take this. Now, go towards the light. Inside the church hall, an officiant called out, Next parishioner, please step forward. Guzu stared at the pile of gold and jewels. It glittered brightly in the bag. The old man asked Hellas, shocked, What? How much is all this? He stated, This is my entire fortune. Placing a hand on his heart, he sincerely declared, I wish to offer everything to the goddess and become a holy knight to serve her. But inside, he couldn't help but think, until now, my avatars have been an undead, a dark mage, and a vampire. All of them were children of the night. However, Hellas imagined it with glee. This time, his avatar would become a holy knight, wielding a sacred sword, respected by all, a paladin of light. 3 powerful fists slammed the table as a loud voice boomed. All right, Makot joyfully promised. You're a young man full of spirit. As your guide, I will train you to become a magnificent holy knight. Guzu quickly tried to intervene. A moment, Sir Makoto. No matter his donation, we can't make an unknown a holy knight. But the man just laughed. Ha ha ha, don't worry, my dear notary. He declared, Evil will reveal itself during the holy knight training. Makoto turned to Henry. So, young man, will you bear your true nature for us? His face was set with determination as he agreed. Of course. Time flew by in a blur. Now, Hellas struggled, sweat pouring down his face as he groaned. Water. I'm so thirsty. Suddenly, a giant stone weight came flying at him. What the hell? This is insane. Hellas braced with all his might to keep from being crushed, trembling as he cursed his decision. It's been 1 month since I started this damn holy knight training. I thought the holy knights were noble and cool, but they're just a bunch of muscle-crazed freaks. In the training grounds, knights were working out like madmen. Brother, one more time. Yeah, push it, push it. Hellas gritted his teeth, straining against the stone weight. Ah, nearby, Sun yelled at a rookie getting crushed. Recruit number 12, you're losing focus. Did you forget the rule? Never stop praying while you train, he screamed at Danny. Now, focus and pray again, the boy replied. Yes, sir. Danny looked like he was about to pass out, forcing out every word. Ha, ha, oh goddess. Sun cheered him on. More, focus, as he passed on his wisdom. While you train, focus on prayer to restore your broken body. As he spoke, he pushed the stone weight up. Erg. Oh, goddess. This made him ecstatic. Good. One more. Hellas watched them, piecing it together. In extreme conditions, constant prayer strengthens faith and increases holy power. I have to admit, it's brutally effective. Another knight was enjoying having his back beaten with a mace. Ah, my back feels amazing today. Go on, hit me harder. Another was squeezing a spiked mace with his bicep, feeling no pain. They all roared with excitement. Oh, goddess. Ah, my faith is growing stronger. The sight left Hellas speechless. Do they really have to train in such a twisted way? Just then, from a balcony above, Chet's voice echoed out. Makoto, that rookie you brought in is really something, isn't he? He sounded pleased, his eyes scanning Hellas's body from head to toe. Even before his baptism, he can lift this much. His shoulders and lower muscles have become incredibly solid. He studied every inch of Helis's body. I can't wait to see his progress after the baptism. Helis's face went pale. He shuddered, sensing their hungry gazes. No. Why are they drooling while looking at me? This is disgusting. I don't want these freaks noticing me. Drenched in sweat, Hellas panted heavily. He placed a hand on a spiked ball, lost in thought. It's been 3 months since this holy night training began. Without my warrior spirit and super regeneration skill, I'd have washed out long ago. He lifted his shirt, revealing defined abs. My body and stamina have definitely improved, but the most annoying thing here is without a doubt. As he was thinking, a hand landed on his shoulder. Henry, my boy, if you're done with your lower body training, Makoto appeared behind him, making him jump. Why don't we work on your chest muscles together? Chet, not satisfied, chimed in. Oh no. On a day like this, we should be training back muscles, right? Don't you agree? Hellas was terrified. You people, he screamed internally. Get away from me, you muscle-crazed freaks. Later, in the chapel, someone's giggling was heard. Arg! Helis's face was grim as he massaged his shoulder, cursing. I'm seriously going insane. Not a single day goes by that they don't ask me to train with them. Ben, sitting nearby, tried to console him. Well, maybe the seniors just have high hopes for you. Just then, the crowd erupted in cheers. They're here! Ah, it's really them. 2 figures entered amidst the excitement, the Archbishop and Sir Tychon. Ben looked surprised as well. I heard they were on an expedition with the Holy Knights and the Crusaders. It seems they've returned. Hellas gasped in shock. That man. He remembered the scene from before. Isn't he the Holy Knight who pointed his sword at Han? On an expedition, and now he's back. Don't tell me. Hellas stared intently at him, a thought striking him. Could they have been searching for Han this whole time? Inside the chapel, Balab stood at the pulpit. Trainees, the reason you are summoned today is to hold the baptism for those who have met the standard. He held up a scroll. It's earlier than usual, due to special circumstances. The ceremony's schedule has been moved up, so I ask for your understanding. He glanced at the scroll. The trainees whose names are called. Please step forward. Below, Ben leaned in to whisper to his friend. Why are they holding an event that's usually only every 6 months? He didn't answer, thinking to himself, I have a pretty good idea why. Hellas's thoughts turned to Han. The Holy Knights are in desperate need of reinforcements to hunt down the descendant of the immortal king. He clenched his fists with resolve. Either way, this is the perfect chance for me to save some time. Should I use this opportunity to test it out? After a moment's thought, Helis decided to try a new application of his skills. Balab gestured to the first man, trainee Mark Qian. He began the oath. Will you offer your all to the goddess and live in the name of a holy knight? He quickly replied, I swear it, your eminence. Balab then placed a hand on his head as a ball of energy gathered. Those who receive the baptism must sacrifice all their mana to the goddess, rendering them unable to use magic ever again. In exchange, the goddess grants them her blessing. She bestows upon them an abundant amount of holy power. The energy then flew towards the statue behind them. The blessing each person receives varies greatly, the biggest factor being their faith in the goddess. A blinding light flashed, proving the truth of it. Like in other religions, the purer and more sincere the faith, with no deceit or doubt hidden within, the more powerful a holy knight one will become. Just then, Mark's ritual was complete. Balab called the next person. Next, trainee Hellas. He stepped onto the platform, and for this very reason, Hellas wore a smirk of satisfaction to become a holy knight. He recalled the searing pain. Until now, he'd only used calm mind to suppress external stimuli or control his emotions. Returning to the present, he bowed his head, but his mind was still racing. But he had a realization, it could also be used in reverse. A brilliant plan took form. The ego skill. He would inject the feeling of faith into himself. With his eyes shut in determination, as the high priest drew out his mana, Helis recalled the overloading energy orb. Using Calm Mind to filter emotions like distrust and doubt from his mana, the orb was presented before the statue of the deity. His mana would then become pure, without a trace of doubt, leaving only raw faith. Helis thought of his other avatars, to fully absorb the maximum blessing. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He would focus the divine power of all his selves into this one body. Holy power flared, forcing Balap to halt the ritual. This amount of power! A pillar of light erupted from Helis, blinding everyone present. Ah! Below, Tukin's jaw dropped in utter shock. Amidst the whispers, they gasped. Unbelievable, look at that! The holy energy surged to the very top of the god's statue. A hand rested on his shoulder. He cried out, "Sir!" Balap joyfully announced, "You have been baptized, and it's incredible that you've already reached this level. In fact, you're at the rank of a priest. Such profound faith is truly impressive." The old man offered a word of caution. "From now on, continue to strive." Helis replied cheerfully, "Thank you, sir." A notification appeared. "You have acquired the holy baptism skill, increasing your body's potential and allowing for more effective sharing of spiritual power." Helis gazed at his glowing hand. "Is this the limit of holy power? Well, at least I got this much." He had doubted whether the fake faith created by his trick would even work. A hint of worry crossed his face. Even so, it wasn't completely useless. He stared at the holy cross, his mind racing. The god of this temple felt more like a system than a deity with a personality. Helis bowed his head to accept the pat, but his expression remained grim. But during his earlier awakening, if he had to describe the vague feeling he'd seen, he remembered the god's smile. It was a feeling close to curiosity. Helis turned to the statue with a fond gaze. Is this what it means to be watched over? That this power must be used for good. From a nearby building, a sigh of frustration. "Ha, this is hopeless," Latut said helplessly. "We still haven't found a single trace of the immortal king's descendant. Months have passed. I can no longer face the saintess." Hearing this, Tukin voiced his own opinion. Furthermore, it will likely be difficult to request more aid from the Thalia kingdom. It's possible a hidden vampire organization is involved. Latut moved a sigil across the map and added, "During our pursuit of Han, the conflict with the vampire clan and the unbreakable vow grew too large." He picked it up and stared. "Since the execution squad has made no progress, political pressure from the Thalia kingdom is mounting. Are they using it as leverage?" His thoughts led nowhere. He clutched his head in defeat. "Ha, the execution squad will be disbanded. Sir Tukin, recall everyone to the royal capital." He immediately obeyed. "Yes, I understand." Tukin left, his heart heavy. "We're being cornered on all sides with completely insufficient reinforcements." He looked to the sky and sighed. "How am I supposed to solve this?" As he was lost in thought, a sudden shout caught Tukin's attention. Ah! Looking down, he saw people training together. The newly appointed Holy Knights, right? Suddenly, Tukin spotted a familiar face. Wait a minute. Below, Ben thrust his blade forward. An opening! The blade pierced Helis's abdomen, making him grunt. Ugh. He instantly countered with an elbow to Ben's face. Oof. Ah. Ben collapsed to the ground. The referee declared Helis the winner. A message appeared. The individual has achieved an awakening through repeated training. You have acquired the Crusader combat arts skill. Helis watched his wound gradually heal. Combining super regeneration with holy power, it sealed itself at a visible speed. He offered a hand to help Ben up. Ben looked at his friend, confused. You let me hit you on purpose just now, didn't you? Helis just grinned and said, No pain, no gain. That's Helis's tactical style. But his smile quickly faded as he fell deep into thought. This still isn't enough. To grow stronger, I need a new kind of change. Just then, a voice from nearby caught their attention. In terms of holy power, you're clearly at the level of an instructor or a high-ranking holy knight. Ben, still covering his face, gasped. Ah. Tukin glanced at Helis and reminded him. But you still lack the experience to become a true holy knight. Seeing him, Helis stammered. Sir Holy Knight Tukin. Tukin approached, perhaps sensing his potential more than anyone else. He stared intently at Helis, declaring, I will make you stronger. Will you come with me to the Yoshi Temple? Helis was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? To the Yoshi Temple? Tukin replied nonchalantly. That's right. Is there a problem? He anxiously tried to explain. No, not at all. Of course I want to go. But before he could finish, he was cut off. Then follow me. We leave immediately. The two entered a stone cave, and Helis rushed to keep up. Could you give me some time to pack my bags? Tukin walked toward the teleportation circle, dismissing his request. Let someone else handle it later. Seeing his worried expression, he put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. I understand this sudden summons is overwhelming. I will explain everything in detail when we arrive. The teleportation circle beneath their feet began to glow. He replied, still a bit uneasy. Understood. A flash of blue light shot across the sky, striking the ground, signaling their successful teleportation. Helis stood stunned, gazing at the massive white structure before him. This was the Great Yoshi Temple. He observed his surroundings with curiosity as two kin led him deep into the Grand Cathedral, the center of the 6 temples. They knelt before the god's statue, but his mind was still wandering. The place where both the Pope and the Saintess reside, the very heart of the church. Gita stood on a balcony with her hands clasped to greet them. Welcome, Sir Tukin and Sir Helis. You must be weary after such a long journey. Tukin bowed respectfully to the Saintess, while Helis rejoiced internally. I'm inside the Great Yoshi Temple, where the Saintess herself resides. A calculating smile crossed his lips. This is the perfect place to get stronger, fast. Here, I will become the holy knight everyone knows. The cathedral's light shines upon him, forging him in Helis's glorious aura. Elsewhere, Han sits perched above the city's chaos. This filthy work. Cold moonlight reveals a construction site littered with bodies. They'll clean this up quietly. Scrolling through his phone, Han reads the news about himself and muses. Heh, so I'm famous by accident. Most of the traffickers were eliminated, but something about the case still gnaws at him. There's something off about all this, he thought. This Church of Judgment, the villains mentioned. What is it? From a dying man's memory, he sees them holding guns, screaming, "Kill that bastard! Mess this up, and the Church of Judgment won't spare you." He tightens his grip, the man trembling, gasping for air. They seem connected to multiple factions. Shaking off the thought, Han stands and stretches with a sigh. Well, I'll find out as I keep cleaning house. Now then, a cold voice cuts through the night. How to handle the profit from this job. The masked figure, Hanma 2, moves through the crowd. Adjusting his mask, he thinks, if Haho Mask starts moving high-value goods while being hunted, it's the fastest way to become the #1 suspect. His destination? The Deep Sea PC Cafe. I need a discreet place for deals like this. The cashier barely looks up from his book. Welcome. Hanma 2 drops a heavy bag on the counter. I'm here to sell. The man glances over, uninterested, then scoffs while waving him off. What is this? A pawn shop? I don't care what you have. Get lost. But his attitude doesn't faze Hanma 2. He simply upends the bag, spilling out gold coins. Is that so? I heard this place deals in these. Hobit's eyes widen as he inspects a coin. This is the mark of the Merchants Guild traffickers. Rumor is, some masked psycho wiped them out. The vampire's cold, red eyes stare him down. So, are you interested now? The man forces a stiff, nervous laugh. Use the back, don't wander. Moments later, Hanma 2 opens a door to a friendly greeting from inside. Welcome. A bald man in a plague doctor mask asks, So, you're here to sell? His silhouette vanishes as the door closes. Yes. He approaches the counter with his bag. Can I be paid in something other than cash? Max examines a coin, checking its authenticity. You mean you want to trade? What for? Hanma 2 holds up a single finger. He gets straight to the point. A first prize-winning lottery ticket. His eyes narrow, calculating. The money is useless if he can't spend it. Hanma 2 imagines his other self living lavishly. I need a legitimate source of funds for Han Seong-hoon. A lottery ticket is clean, untraceable. Max taps at his keyboard. A lottery ticket? The commission on that is steep. You fine with that? He places a hand on the counter. Of course. How much can you get me? The man looks up, pointing to his screen. There's one for 6.1 billion won, 4 months left to claim. He agrees instantly. Perfect. Good. Get me 2 more just like it. Hearing this, the man holds out his hand for more. What? What you brought today isn't nearly enough, but it seems he came prepared. Don't worry. Hanma 2 reaches into his spatial storage. I have plenty more. 3 gold bars land on the table. Is this enough? The monitor's light glints off Max's mask. This is, he grabs Hanma 2's hand. A spatial storage item, who are you? That's no ordinary artifact. Where did you get it? This sudden aggression clearly annoys Hanma 2. Hey! The man quickly responds. Though his mask hides his face, his eyes burn with rage. I'm not here to chat with you. Just finish the deal. Got it? Startled, Max lets go. My apologies. A red, murderous aura radiates from him. Finish it. Now. The man swallows hard. That faint scent of blood. It wasn't my imagination. Hanma 2 leans in close, his praise a clear threat. Good. Let's keep this transaction clean. From now on, we'll understand each other perfectly. Leaving the shady establishment, he sits on the curb and yells with pure joy. I finally hit the lottery jackpot. This feels like a kid getting an allowance. Now he just has to figure out what to buy first. Manhwa too calms himself, stashing the 3 tickets. More importantly, it'd be great to have minions for these kinds of errands. Running around like this is a real hassle. Gazing at the crowded street, he sighs. Well, I guess I can just enjoy the nightlife for a bit. Watching the ordinary people go by reminds him of his past. This street was dangerous just months ago, but now it's bustling with life again. Maybe it's because of the rumors. He smiles, proud that he brought peace to this place. He's completely unaware of the figure standing right behind him. A red-haired man whispers in his ear, "Where did you come from?" The sudden voice makes him jump. "Who is this guy? I didn't sense him at all." The man calmly reassures him. "Hey, no need to be startled." His friendly smile holds a dangerous edge. "I just want to talk." Manhwa too asks cautiously. "About what?" Manhwa too flares up, pointing a finger in his face. "What the hell are you talking about? You creepy bastard, sneaking up on people like that. What are you planning?" The man doesn't answer, simply pulling down his collar. Wait, is he a vampire? A fresh bite mark on his neck reeks of blood. This is proof. "My name is Lucas. I'm one too, a level 6 vampire from the Domire dimension." He pries for information. "And your name is? When did you return to Earth?" Manhwa too panics internally. Another dimension-hopping vampire? What's going on? He desperately searches for an escape. "I need to lie my way out of this." But before he can, his vision blurs and his eyes go unfocused. Manhwa too has been hypnotized, answering every question mindlessly. "My name is Han. I haven't been on Earth for long." He suddenly snaps out of it, covered in a cold sweat. Terrified, he thinks, "Why did I just answer him? Was that mind control?" Getting the answer he wanted, Lucas puts his hands in his pockets. "Ah, so you're just a newbie, fresh back on Earth. Allow me a formal introduction." A card appeared before Manhwa. "I am Gamma, of the Blood Covenant, where all vampires on Earth gather. My job is to recruit vampires like you, new returners to Earth." He took the card, doubtful. An organization like this actually exists? The man sighed. "Well, if we want to survive, we should cooperate, right?" Left with no choice, he was still confused. "And what's this level you mentioned?" The man gestured invitingly. "Ah, getting interested, are you?" His shiny car keys flashed his wealth. Instead of talking out here, he clicked a button. "Why don't you see for yourself?" A nearby red convertible lit up, catching Manhwa's attention. "Oh," he agreed. "All right, lead the way." In the distance, someone was observing, reporting back to headquarters. So Jian and Midong had been tracking Manhwa. "Target is moving as planned. I'm on him." As the car stopped, a voice called out, "Welcome." Manhwa entered, bewildered. "Where is this place?" Gamma explained as he led the way. Every vampire possesses a vampire coefficient, which determines their power level. He elaborated on the details. "We measure this coefficient through a blood pact, and then quantify it into levels." Here, Gamma paused before a strange magical formation. He announced, "Through this magic circle, you can measure your vampire system level." Manhwa observed it with awe. "A magic circle? Very suspicious." Gamma prompted from the side. "What are you doing?" "Step inside, quickly." He didn't respond, but his mind was racing. "If things get dangerous, I can cancel the summoning." Manhwa looked down at a skull and saw something strange. "Wait, this skull seems to have traces of dark magic." He then turned to Gamma with suspicious eyes. "And it's not just dark magic. Curses, alchemy, different types of magic are woven together here." A deep unease began to stir within him. How could this be possible? Manhwa recalled that it had been 25 years since the returners began to reappear. Magical tools were still scarce, and magic technology was undeveloped because the laws of power changed depending on the world. He continued his assessment. To combine so many different powers. "The Blood Covenant is more impressive than I thought." A vampire then demanded. "Hold out your hand for the test." He used a knife to cut a line in his palm. "This will sting a little." Manhwa grunted in pain. The blood from the cut gathered into a stream of magical energy. Seeing it split, a voice guessed, 5 blood orbs. "Is he a level 5? The blood drops continued to accumulate. The vampire studied it seriously. "Based on how tightly they connect, your regeneration seems strong." Hearing that, he made a guess. "So a pureblood from Alter Zika is a level 5 or 6. Gamma let out a contemptuous remark. "I was a bit worried, knowing you came from a dimension I've never heard of, but you're only a level 5? I worried for nothing." His vampiric nature began to show. "For a level 5, there's no need to cut off any limbs." "Let's begin," the ghostly disciples responded. "Yes, Lord Gamma." They started the ritual, which made Manhwa a little scared. He finally realized it. So they really had other motives after all. He looked back at Gamma's delighted smile. I knew it. This ritual is far too complex just to measure my level. Quickly, summon Han. Suddenly, something caught Gamma's attention. So Jian stormed in, yelling, Freeze! Gamma of the Blood Covenant! Level 6. She declared coldly. You are under arrest for kidnapping and the murder of others. Gamma calmly replied. Miss So Jian, isn't it a bit rude to behave like this? What's going on? Henma Hai was still staring at her. This girl looks so familiar. Who is she? She retorted fearlessly and bluntly. When I received a report that you were kidnapping vampires, I wasn't sure whether to believe it, but I never thought it would be true. So Jian pointed at him and ordered, Release that vampire and surrender immediately. Gamma was calm, his expression unchanged, as expected from a loyal and naive little slave of the Blood Covenant. But have you ever wondered why we have to be slaves in the first place? Before she could answer, he angrily asserted, We are much stronger than ordinary humans. Why must we obey the rules of the Blood Covenant, sneaking around among humans, and live hidden underground? She disagreed, arguing back, What are you talking about? It is because of warmongers like you pulling these stunts that we are forced to live in hiding, in the first place. He sneered. Ah, that's just your opinion. He continued to challenge her, but does your partner share that same thought? Hearing this, So Jian froze and gasped. What? Immediately, Min Dong from behind shoved the person next to him. Sharp spikes grew from his arm, terrifying her. Min Dong, what do you think you're doing? So Jian asked in shock, Why would you betray us? Before she could finish her sentence, he stabbed her in the stomach. He looked like a demon now, revealing the truth. The reason I betrayed you is simple. In my dimension, I was once a lord with status and power. Min Dong spat with hatred. But now that I'm back in this reality, I have to live huddled in a miserable basement and work for some club. He confessed all the troubles in his heart. Do you understand, Lady Jin, So Jian? Not all vampires live as comfortably as you do. Gamma gloated as he approached. So what is your plan? Kidnapping vampires, what do you want? Do you intend to oppose the Blood Covenant with these half-baked, low-level vampires? How many centuries do you think that would take? He greedily inhaled the bloody energy in the air. There is no way to accumulate more merit points, which means we cannot get any stronger. But after a thorough research process, we found a way. Gamma emphasized, a guaranteed method to get stronger, fast. The body of the person Min Dong had attacked was now floating in the air. So Jian was suspicious, and a little panicked. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've touched the great taboo, haven't you? Gamma smiled cunningly. Where do you think the kidnapped vampires went? This time she understood his meaning and warned, Don't tell me you've created a bloodthirsty vampire. Have you forgotten why we were suppressed in the first place? Henma Hai couldn't help but get angry at this situation. Bloodthirsty vampire. You mean cannibalism. But on Earth, this is not like ordinary cannibalism. The truth is, when a vampire devours someone from an outer dimension, their unique vampire factors will combine, which results in an overwhelming power. But it comes with a price. Cannibalism causes serious mental damage, far worse than regular consumption. But a worse fate awaits those who fail the trial. They become bloodthirsty monsters, forever slaves to their hunger. Ever since the first pure blood, vampires became a global threat. As he tossed the man into the magic circle, his expression was pure evil. But fear not. After countless failures, we found a way to purify the lingering will within the blood. He did something to make the man's eyes bulge, whispering chillingly, Human corpses are perfect materials for our work. Blood sprayed from the man's body. Henma too was momentarily surprised. Staring at the magic circle, he grew suspicious of what was flung his way. It's not just for stats, but to turn vampires into a side-effect-free drug, right? As the bloody mass floated, Minjong demanded his cut. Remember your promise. I risked everything to get here undetected. The man replied, Of course, tossing him a red pill. Here, as promised. Mindong swallowed it whole. His eyes blazed red as he let out a savage roar. Power flooded his veins, and he couldn't hide his excitement. So this is the power gained from devouring one's own kind? It's on a completely different level. I can't believe this is real. Mindong lunged, grabbing Sojian by the throat. He then demanded more. You said you'd supply drugs for my people, right? Give them to me. Lute quickly calmed him. All right. I know you're eager to get stronger. But he glanced toward Henma too. There's a process. Our new guest is waiting, you see? Lut leaned over, Sojian, taunting. Just wait a little longer. She struggled to stop him, crying, Stop. But a mocking voice cut in. 2 pure bloods and 4 lesser bloods. So, devouring your own from another dimension really works that well? Henma 2's entire aura shifted. I can't wait to see how strong I'll become. He took a stance. After I absorb all of you. Mindong just stared, completely bewildered. What in the world? Han appeared, looking like a dark mage. Your stealth is decent, but your defenses are pathetic. He arrived with a legion of skeletons and commanded, "From this moment, no one leaves without my permission." Mindong stared in terror. What are those things? Lut tried to calm the group. Don't panic. Stick together and we'll take them down. Hearing this, Mindong unleashed his power, charging in to shatter the skeletons. After clearing the skeletons, Mindong charged at Han. Die. Han simply observed him, noting his unusual physical changes. Han mused. So vampire appearances differ between dimensions, hmm? He slammed his magic staff into the ground. Streams of dark energy erupted, piercing through Mindong. Han added with a grin. Hey, I want them captured, but try not to spill any blood. Manhwa too leaped down excitedly. But I don't think you need my help. He appeared behind Mindong, a hungry look on his face. Is this a downside to natural growth, Well, it's nothing to me. With that, he took a huge bite out of his prey, realizing a feast had just arrived. Lut was horrified. Don't tell me he's actually devouring his own kind. Mindong paled, staring at Manhwa too. After all I've done, I can't die like this. Manhwa too wiped his mouth, fully satisfied. Yes, the mental toll is much worse. I can hear their rebellious thoughts. Suddenly, all his teeth fell out. For a moment, he was toothless, but it was part of his evolution. I can feel it. My vampire factor is combining and evolving. Manhwa too became a fanged beast. He grinned at the system window. You have unlocked the skill of exponential physical growth. Manhwa too had been powered up. He gloated at his new power. With this skill, if I don't go mad from the bloodlust, I'll be dangerous. He advanced menacingly on Lut. Let's see. I need an organization to run my errands. How about a blood pact? As he spoke, a sinister aura erupted around him. Anyone who defies me will become my next meal, or a part of my headless army. 4 bloody hands trembled violently. Guttural moans and pained roars echoed without end. Manhwa too dropped the man. A system notification appeared. You have acquired a new vampire trait. Due to the influence of hybrid evolution, you have received the skill, Insight. The system explained the new skill. Insight allows you to gauge an opponent's condition and physical stats. He tilted his head back, licking the blood from his lips with satisfaction. Insight, huh? That could be useful. His vampiric nature surged. His eyes glowed a maniacal red as a delighted grin spread across his face. Manhwa too was well aware that vampires possess a special supernatural ability, based on lineage, known as bloodline force. He thrilled at the thought of what he'd just obtained, and with the ability I gained through hybrid evolution, I can steal all of their powers. From behind him, a trembling voice cried out, How? How is this possible? Lut, shackled within the magic circle, stared in disbelief. How can you devour your own kind and not lose your mind? Manhwa too lifted Lut's chin, a wicked grin on his face. Intrigued, are you? Want to know how to keep your mind from breaking? His voice was dripping with menace. The whispers you hear when you absorb them? Just ignore them. Lut froze, those words pushing him over the edge as he screamed. What the hell are you saying? Suddenly, the red aura around Lut tightened. Blood sprayed from his body as he let out a pained, helpless groan. Then, another system notification. Due to hybrid evolution, you have acquired the skill, Concealment. The skill explained. Concealment allows you to completely erase your presence. Lut was now completely drained by Manhwa too, barely clinging to life. He wiped the blood from his chin. Concealment, I can find many uses for this. He pressed a hand to the man's forehead. Now, shall I take a peek inside this bastard's head? Images from Lut's memories began to surface. A man in black handed him a pink orb, his voice indistinct. Cooperative research, the Church of Punishment. Lord Beta. About the promise. Hearing that last part, Manhwa too's expression tensed. Beta is this bastard's superior, and the Church of Punishment is involved. He turned, suspiciously scanning the area. It seems this complex ritual was also their handiwork. What are they plotting by facilitating these blood pacts? Elsewhere, on a dark road at night, cars sped down the highway. Sojian slowly opened her eyes. You're awake? A voice said beside her, making her jump. Model. Instantly, Sojian's hand clamped around his neck. You traitor, she snarled. Where are you leading me? Manhwa II yelled in a panic. Wait, look, I'm the vampire they captured. If you keep this up, someone will get hurt. Once she calmed down, questions filled Sojian's mind. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Can you please explain what happened? Manhwa II explained grimly. Do you know the Ha-Ho mask? I managed to escape in the chaos, right when that militia group stormed the place. Hearing this, Jian's eyes sparkled with emotion. Even so, you still rescued me. Thank you so much. I'm Jin Jian from Nocturnia. Henma the second studied her, lost in thought. That voice. And that face. He felt like he'd met her somewhere before. Shaking off the strange feeling, he voiced his own confusion. What exactly was going on back there? People from the same blood pact fighting each other? Jian gazed out the window, her expression grim. The blood pact is fractured. There's a deep rift between the hardliners and the moderates. Her hands clenched into fists. We found proof that the hardline faction kidnapped one of our own, so I went there with a few colleagues. Jian's eyes hardened with resolve. Luckily, we all made it out safely. We even figured out what those monsters are planning. Now we just report it and it's over. He scratched his cheek, recalling the other vampires. Does she really think it's that simple? The hardliners' leadership is definitely involved. Jian's mood suddenly brightened. Oh, by the way, which side are you on? You seem really strong, my savior. Henma the second glanced at her. Savior? Just don't call me that. Jian paused. Then, what should I call you? He kept his eyes on the road. Whatever you're comfortable with. I just got back to Earth, so I haven't joined a side yet. I followed Gamma out of curiosity about the blood pact. At this, Jian's face lit up with an idea. If you're looking for a place to belong, what about the blood pact? Most vampires join. The moderates don't pull shady stunts like this. Plus, they have a stable blood supply through their connections with blood banks. Henma the second seemed to consider it. Is that right? I might look into it. Jian beamed. Awesome. I'll take you there myself. A short while later, they pulled up to a modern house. As the car stopped, a voice called out, "This way. Come on in." A little girl ran out, her face full of joy. Jian. Nah, he threw her arms around. Jian. I heard what happened. Are you okay? Jian laughed, catching the small girl in her arms. My little sweetie, have you been good? Then she turned to introduce them. Say hello. This is Hen, who's thinking of joining the blood pact. Nahai mumbled a soft, hello sir. He gave a friendly wave in return. Hi. Jian ruffled the girl's hair. Okay, I'm going to show Hen his room. You can go play by yourself for a bit. Nahai pouted but agreed. Aw, okay, but hurry back. Once they were alone, Henma the second spoke up. That child from before. He sounded puzzled. She seems so young. Is that just her appearance? Jian turned slightly. No, Nahai isn't a returnee. Her answer struck him as odd, prompting another question. Aren't all vampires returnees? This time, she faced him directly to explain. Not all of them. Nahai was born and raised here on Earth. Jian began her story. Her father, however, was a returnee. He turned her into a vampire to save her from a terminal illness. That clicked something for him. Now I see why the government wants to control them. The vampires. In a way, they're like an alien contagion. Then, as if remembering something, Jian quickly added, oh, but of course, that method isn't used often. Turning someone on Earth requires a lot of time and even more blood. She gestured towards a picture. It showed Nahai happily chasing butterflies in the sun. Her father wanted her to be able to live in the sunlight. He truly pushed himself beyond his limits for her. Jian gently opened a door. Here we are. She showed him into the room with a smile. Call if you need anything. It's late, so get some rest. She gave him a cheerful peace sign. Whoops, bye-bye now. But that simple gesture made Henma the second freeze. He instantly remembered the girl from that live stream. That gesture. That voice. He'd seen her stream before. I remember now. He pointed right at her, a name escaping his lips. BJ Orchid. Jian jumped, completely stunned. What? She covered her blushing cheeks with her hands. Ah, your sign-off from the stream. It just got stuck in my head. Wait, you don't actually watch my streams, do you? Henma the second waved his hands frantically. No, I just saw the clips. They just popped up a few times, that's all. His explanation seemed to put Jian at ease. Oh, thank goodness, that was almost mortifying. She then began to explain, recalling her past. I was actually an idol trainee once. After I quit, it felt like a waste, so I started streaming. His interest was piqued. An idol trainee? How old are you? I'm 22, she answered easily. I awakened at 18. Her eyes lit up with curiosity as she asked him in return. What about you? How old are you? When did you awaken? Henma the second quickly averted his gaze. Me? A second later, the door slammed shut with a muffled excuse. I'll tell you later. Jian stood outside, her eyes wide with shock. Huh? She stared blankly at the closed door. Did I say something wrong? Inside, Henma the second let out a relieved breath. I thought she was younger, so I was being casual. He was actually only 20 years old and felt a pang of guilt, so she's actually my senior. But his awkwardness faded quickly. He flopped down on the bed. No wonder she looked so familiar. So she's a streamer. And a pretty famous one, I hear. Should I look her up? He immediately pulled out his phone to search. Huh? The last post on her account is an announcement that she's on hiatus. Staring at the screen, he put it all together. So right after this post, she went to that warehouse. A wave of relief washed over Manhwa II. If I hadn't been there, that would have been her last post ever. That was too close. The next morning, a shout echoed through the house. You said what? The shouting continued, dragging him from his sleep. How could you search a place that big and find nothing? Manhwa II rubbed his head, groaning. What's all the racket this early in the morning? He slowly made his way downstairs as the shouting grew louder. There's no evidence at all? That's impossible. He finally spoke up. Is there a problem? Seeing him, her tone shifted. Oh, good morning. Did you sleep well? Then So Jian sighed in frustration. My colleagues went back to the site, but it was burned to the ground. They found nothing. Now we have no leverage against the hardliners. So they even went as far as to burn the evidence, Manhwa thought. He cleared his throat before speaking calmly. Too bad. I have a question for you. Manhwa II held out his phone, marked the location of the hardliners' headquarters. So Jian jumped, startled. Huh? The hardliners' headquarters? She grabbed his wrist in a panic. Don't tell me the blood pact isn't working for you? He gave a strained smile to calm her. No, calm down. Manhwa II explained. They're dangerous bastards. Isn't it better to know where they are, so we can avoid them? Hearing this, So Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I get it. She then happily typed into the phone for him. Just a moment. Manhwa II was already calculating. He was on the edge of pure blood territory, a level 6 or 7 zone. He plotted to become a true blood by feeding on his own kind. When she was done, So Jian returned the phone. Here, you'll be safe as long as you avoid the marked places. He reached out and took it. Oh, So Jian asked cheerfully. Should I make you a simple breakfast? But Manhwa II waved her off. No need, don't worry about it. Staring at the marked locations, his voice grew sinister. I see plenty of restaurants nearby. A predatory look crossed Manhwa II's face as he licked his lips. A hunter's look gleamed in his eyes. I think I'll go explore the local cuisine. Manhwa II licked the blood from his thumb, revealing his sharp fangs. Delicious. He sat calmly in the center of the restaurant, the master of this deadly feast. This is a wonderful restaurant. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching his attention. From a pile of bodies, a survivor, Tin, lifted his head. His face contorted with hatred as he glared. You think you'll get away with this? My clan will hunt you down and devour you alive. But this intrigued him. Manhwa II rested his chin on his hand, conjuring energy fragments. Me? How would you possibly know who I am? He mocked. I have the concealment skill I took from you. The restaurant's security cameras showed a pristine room, as if nothing had ever happened. Your clan is now just a bunch of blind fools. Manhwa II stepped before him. This little trick has never failed me. In that instant, he grabbed Tin's collar, his other hand tauntingly close to his face. Ready to tell me where your friends are, sweetie? The moment Manhwa II's hand touched Tin's face, the man's memories flooded his mind. Attention. All Gamma members will gather at the villa tomorrow for a meeting. From Tin's perspective, he looked like a bloodthirsty vampire, smiling wickedly. He had no idea how many schemes were now forming inside Manhwa II's mind. The hardliner, faction's leaders are gathering. This is big, a perfect chance to wipe out the whole nest. He shot to his feet, preparing his next move, but he still had to deal with the present. I need to get out of here. But first, I need to clean this place up. Manhwa II summoned a brilliant red flower. It held a sublime beauty but also a terrifying lethality. Blood flower. A system window explained the ability. Sacrifice blood to create a burning flower. It only incinerates chosen targets and is only extinguished by the caster's command. The petals cleansed every last bloodstain. Seeing the incredible efficiency of blood flower, Manhwa II immediately began planning. I'll use this new blood flower technique to incinerate any physical traces after dealing with them, and my concealment skill for any magic traces. He smiled, looking at his clenched fist like it held a treasure. Surrounded by the crimson flames of the blood flower, Manhwa II smirked inwardly. With this, no one can ever find me. Suddenly, his heart seized. Huh? Every vein on his body bulged. This feeling. My body is evolving again. He painfully spat out a mouthful of black blood. Ugh. At the same time, a system notification chimed. Special skill, Pure Blood Bloodline, has evolved into True Blood. As the system continued its announcements, Hanma II's sharp fangs fell out from the strain of evolution. Again, you have received an epiphany. You have acquired the skill, blood flow diffusion. The system screen kept flashing. The entity's recovery has surpassed its limits. The skill regeneration has evolved into super regeneration. He still couldn't believe what just happened. I finally did it. Hanma II felt every corner of his being transformed. I've finally become a true blood. On top of that, I've even gained new skills. Driven by curiosity, he took his sharp new claws and plunged them into his wrist. Let's see what these skills are. Blood immediately sprayed out. Even Hanma II winced in pain. The scattered drops of blood hung in the air, then instantly shot back towards him. It was like watching time reverse as the blood flew back into his artery. After all the blood returned, his wrist miraculously healed in an instant. The wound on my artery healed immediately. The synergy between a true blood's blood control and super regeneration. It's terrifying. Already, Hanma II was imagining the delightful possibilities. When I absorb the blood of others, if I can draw blood from my surroundings to heal in battle, I will be virtually invincible. But human desire is a bottomless pit. He looked up, pondering. If a true blood is this strong, then how terrifying must a sacred blood be? On the screen, a small bat with a happy face appeared holding a piece of cheese. It trotted along. A line of text popped up. Orcusud has donated 1,000 formats. The moment I saw the notification Ochi was back, I ran here so fast I'm out of breath. So Jian's cheerful voice rang out. Oh my gosh. She made cute gestures for the screen. Thank you so much. An Ochi fan donated 1,000 formats. You get 1,000 points from me too. Comments began to pop up. That person must never run out of money. Where'd they steal that from? Wow, a whole 1,001. So Jian was lost in her thoughts. Nice. This is enough to buy blood packs for a month without worry. Just then, Hanma II opened the door and saw her. His face flushed bright red. Hanma II awkwardly tried to smooth things over. I know, earning a living isn't easy. My apologies. Please continue. A moment later, So Jian finally registered the situation. Her face flared up like a ripe tomato. Mortified, So Jian yelled out, "You should knock before entering." Later, though still blushing, she calmed down with a deep sigh. She crossed her arms and demanded, "What do you want?" Hanma II was kneeling before her, looking like he'd just been smacked. He chuckled sheepishly. Well, after hesitating, he held out a letter. "This came for you." It contained photos that exposed the hardliners' evil deeds. So Jian was amazed. More proof of the hardliners' crimes? How could an anonymous source send this? Her suspicion fell on a single person. I don't know who it is, but their methods resemble the Masked Man's. She then eyed Hanma II suspiciously. But I only told Han about the hardliners, and these leads only started appearing after I told Han their location. Looking at his smiling face, her doubts grew stronger. Are they working together, or is this just a coincidence? On a quiet moonlit night, a deep voice broke the silence. Hanma II asked Han, "So this is where the hardliners' leader meets?" He continued, "They're strategizing against the Huaho mask. This just makes my job easier." Hanma II quickly activated his powers. His eyes flashed crimson. Clairvoyance. He scanned the building's exterior. An invisible shield protected it. A blood barrier surrounded the entire structure. Then, his gaze pierced inside. The people within were holding some kind of formal meeting. Blood flow diffusion. They're gathering on the first floor. Hanma II now understood the situation inside. Just as predicted. A group of Gamma-level members. The energy signature I'm sensing is formidable. Just then, Han vanished into the shadows. With an eager expression, Hanma II dove from the high rooftop. "Okay, I'll hide Han in my shadow. We'll charge in together and finish them in one blow." He crashed through a window, sending glass everywhere. He landed perfectly, a smirk on his face. "Hands up, criminals." But when Hanma II looked at the table, there was no one there. What? They were definitely here. As he wondered to himself, is nobody here? Then, a voice from behind him spoke. "Damn it. We wanted to catch the Huaho mask." Space itself seemed to fracture, revealing figures with glowing red eyes. But some unknown vampires showed up instead. Henry and his followers appeared before Hanma II, shattering the glass. "I guess we'll just take you." He turned to One and Sin. "Beta 1, Beta Sin, do you know anything?" One replied casually, "We don't know a thing. He's at least a level 7, but he's a total unknown." Beside him, Sin eyed him with curiosity, like a strange specimen. Perhaps he appeared from thin air. Hanma II finally grasped the danger. "Beta. I remember that from the hardliners' memories. The leader is an alpha. Below him are 2 betas, and then 13 gammas." He stared at the 2 figures with their creepy smiles and white eyes. So, both betas are here. Hanma, too, glanced at the masked figures behind them. The bigger problem is that masked group. They seem to be from the Holy Punishment Society. I can't sense their energy. Whatever trick they're using is beyond my capabilities. Henry ordered his men, "Bring him to me." Then, he pointed to Hanma 2's shadow, and the one hiding in there too. He was surprised. They already know. But Hanma 2 kept his cool and replied calmly, "You guys seem pretty strong. Let's see what you've got." His expression hardened into a furious glare. "I'll finish all of you right now." Hanma 2 took a fighting stance, activating blood flow diffusion. He focused his weight onto one leg, cracking the floor beneath him. Combining it with his acceleration skill, he launched himself forward before anyone could react. He grabbed one enemy's head, and blood splattered everywhere. Anyone he touched was drained instantly, horrifying the onlookers. They couldn't believe their eyes. "He's draining his own kind. Impossible." As they panicked, Hanma 2's voice echoed, "There's no time to be surprised." His voice sounded like death whispering in their ears. The real show is just beginning. Terror gripped everyone. The once confident underlings now panicked, shoving each other to escape. "Move it! Get out of the way! I'll take the punishment. I just need to live." As he reached the door, a dark aura shot out. It struck him, and he screamed in terror. "Ah!" Han's voice echoed from the shadows. "You aren't the only ones who can make a barrier," he slowly enunciated. "From now on." Then Hanma 2 and Han spoke in turn. This is a deathmatch with no escape. While everyone was stunned, Hanma 2 took the head of the man by the door. The carnage made even Beta 1 freeze for 5 seconds. He frowned, wondering, is he insane? What is this? He's no mere level 6 or 7. Convinced there was a trick, he charged decisively. Hanma 2 met him with extended claws, but one pressed on with determination. "I can handle this." As the claws aimed for his eyes, he activated his iron skin skill. A single technique stopped the attack, but that wasn't enough to phase Hanma 2. "Oh, you blocked it?" In that case, he focused his energy, letting it explode. "I guess I'll need a little more force." A powerful punch shattered one's fragile armor, sending him flying back, stunned. How can this be? My iron skin. It's never shattered before. It's crumbling? He surpasses me in both power and speed. One more hard blow, and Hanma 2 would punch a hole right through one. The underlings could no longer stand by. "You bastard. Stop him! Support Lord Beta 1. But this man fears no superior, let alone mere lackeys. "Stop me?" he scoffs. "You gnats. What gives you such confidence?" His vampiric magic flared, wiping them out instantly. "Arr!" Beta 1 seethed. "He defeated all my men, just like that." He was dangerous, a true opportunist. But right now, he was distracted. While he's busy with my pawns, I have to strike. My sharp claws swing forward. Die. It's a direct hit. He claims an arm, met by Han's dazzling smile. There's no pain on his face, only contempt. Useless. At his silent command, Won's underling withers away. I absorb its blood, my power regenerating. My arm is now perfectly whole again. I'm even stronger than before. He gives his signature smirk. Wrong. He's vanished. And I've just acquired a new skill. The skill. Invisibility. Its activation leaves one completely stunned. He's gone. His enemy panics, searching desperately. Where is he? It was inevitable. One deserved the blow that came from Han. Right here, behind you. A flash of teeth reveals his satisfaction. Checkmate. The system floods with notifications. Vampire strength stats acquired. The skill Blood Magic has evolved into Blood Eye, which absorbs enemy skills. Blood Flower and diffusing blood flow. Crimson showers down like a waterfall. He thinks calmly. I can see it all now. I can control this new skill at will. His body erupts with an overwhelming aura. Crushing my foes will be easy, but someone can no longer stay silent. You cannibalistic monster. Are you insane? It's Beta Shin. She's realized the truth. So that's why your skills are so bizarre. His only reply is a question. So what? Han is completely unfazed. Are you just going to talk, or will you actually challenge me? Why not attack me and die, just like your friend? Or are you afraid? And just like that, her foolish battle lust is ignited. You bastard. He doesn't wait, activating his blood eye. It completely blocks Shin's path. Then, streams of energy bind her tightly. Now, all Shin can do is scream, "You fight dirty," Han scoffs. Dirty? I don't like that word. Demonic fingers reach for her throat. Let me tell you something. With a swift, clean motion, he slices her neck. Die. Meanwhile, Henry just watches from the side. Who knew a monster like him existed here? He then commands his underlings, "Prepare the sphere. We must eliminate him." The orb glows, unleashing tendrils of light aimed only at Han. But to everyone's surprise, Han seems amused. How interesting. With a single flick of his wrist, he turns their power back on them. You can't touch me with this. The last subordinate's face drains of color. He's too powerful. This fight is hopeless. I have to get out of here. But Henry won't let him leave. Where do you think you're going? The subordinate trembles violently. Henry's voice is low. You've served your purpose. Then, he kicks the man in the back. For the Church of Punishment, now go die for our freedom. In the end, Henry is nothing but a coward. I have to run. Spatial control. Han simply watches this little farce, quietly observing. A self-destruct curse? He's running away, sacrificing his own men. What a great leader. Dark mana flows from Han's hand. You wanted me to leave? Too bad. A hand rises from the earth, grasping the human bomb. Han casually controls it with ease. This curse is nothing to me. I'll dismantle it easily. A slight squeeze reveals the truth. The two spheres inside him are the source of his power. If I destroy these, he'll follow the same path as the other betas. Han then calmly declares, I am the ruler of death. Did you think you could escape me? He launches into the sky. Henry, still oblivious, is busy cursing his luck. Damn it! My body is in tatters. He's a monster. I was lucky to get away. As he reasons with himself, at least I'm alive. Before he can finish, Han grabs his collar. So, here you are, Han says slowly. I plan to play with you a bit longer, but who knows when you'll flee again. His eyes glow with a sinister light. So I'll do this my way. Fear grips Henry. No! Tendrils of darkness pierce his mind, forcing out tears. He's invading my thoughts. He's reading my memories. Blood flows as Han speaks. Show me everything about the Church of Punishment. But before Han can see, the man's head glows like a brilliant star. This must be a mental defense mechanism. So, this protects the memories of the Church's followers? Suddenly, the world around Han transforms. Am I in his mindscape? A strange voice echoes. I never thought you'd make it this far. You're impressive, Mask. Han remains unfazed by the voice. Oh? So you've been watching me? Does that make you the leader of the Church? But Yusu, a faceless figure, merely chuckles. That's right, Mask. Why not join us? Han continues the conversation. An interesting offer. What is your church's purpose? The figure replies casually. Simple. Freedom for the returners. We will create a new world, as we desire. Led by us. Han's only comment is, for a fledgling organization, your ambition is quite grand. The figure repeats, fledgling? Then, Yuzu reveals a shocking truth. We have existed far longer than you know. We have fought endlessly for that freedom. Suddenly, the air around Han turns icy cold. His negative emotions are affecting his physical form. Are you responsible for all the terrorist attacks until now? Song-hun, speaking through Han, snarls his reply. I am. Just then, the system issues a warning. Calm Mind is adjusting your emotions. A heart icon appears with 7,749 messages. Calm Mind is adjusting. But Yusu is unconcerned. Is that a problem for you? I trust you'll make the right choice. A furious punch flies at Yusu's face. But a barrier protects him. So, that's your answer? This is a mindscape. Here, mental strength far surpasses mere magic. He flashes an arrogant smile. You cannot defeat me here. Unexpectedly, Han is even more dismissive. Haha. He calmly states the obvious. So, victory here is decided by mental strength? As he pondered, the other avatars focused their power, joining the battle from afar. In the real world, Song-hoon began to concentrate. A dense wave of spiritual energy surged forth, shattering Yusu's psychic cage. You cannot defeat me. On a bright sunny day, a stone statue fell with the count of 1,002,021 as someone pushed with all their might, lifting the massive object. It was Hellas, using it as a weight to train his raw power, and he had reached 1,002,022 reps. Only after hitting his goal did he finally drop it with a sigh. Bathed in radiant sunlight, the knight spoke. Finally, after all this effort, he had met the conditions and received a special skill. Blessing of the Adamant Body. The system announced he'd obtained a sacred skill through sheer repetition. Helis felt immense power surging within him. Is this the holy power of an archpriest? Even walking down a shaded path, he was in awe, unable to believe he'd broken his limits through physical training alone. But then, he reconsidered. With this, I finally met the requirements to become a holy knight. I should start planning my next move. The quiet space was suddenly filled with a beautiful melody. Hum. Hellas wondered where the humming came from. Following the voice, he found someone gently holding a strange bug. Ah, it's the Saintess. Seeing such a gentle woman made him think. Though she was the saintess of the Almighty Church, right now, she just looked like an ordinary girl. But Zeta quickly noticed him. "Oh yes, I'm so glad to see you. Hello, Sir Hellas." Of course, that was ignoring the brilliant aura of holy power radiating from her. Hellas felt incredibly tense. "Yes, Saintess. Hello." He endured it and asked gently, "Why are you here alone?" Zeta had already drawn closer. "Ah, I was watching a ladybug in the flower field." The smile on her face grew even brighter. It was so cute, wiggling around. I completely lost track of time. So Hellas had been mistaken. She was watching a bug, not the flowers. Before he could speak, Zeta called out, "Sir Hellas." Her voice was as gentle as ever. "You've finally received the blessing. Congratulations." Though he knew, he was still stunned. The Saintess truly is the Saintess. She knew instantly. Perhaps sensing his self-doubt, Zeta added, "The blessing of the adamant body. That isn't something achieved with help from others. Be proud of yourself." He gave a faint smile and thanked her. As they spoke, a bell suddenly rang out. She looked toward the sound, her expression brightening. It's time for service. Not only was she excited, she wanted him to join her. "Shall we go to the church together?" Sir Hellas didn't refuse. Of course. As they walked, Hellas watched her while recalling a history lesson. "Now, I understand why the Saintess is so obsessed with Han. A time when the flames of war turned everything to hell happened in the distant past. The first Undying King tainted half the continent with death, even though all the nations had to unite to defeat him. His heart was recovered by his closest ally, a dark sorcerer. Yet he was still reborn as the second Undying King, causing the fall of the great Western Empire. Wherever he and his minions went, bodies piled high. The church's chosen ones struggled just to destroy his heart, but it shattered into 3 pieces, scattering across the continent and leaving behind a terrifying threat. Each time an Undying King rises, the Almighty Church leads the charge. Hellas understood how many lives must have been sacrificed in that process. He glanced over at where she was standing. For a saintess who cherishes her followers like family, it was only natural for her to be so obsessed and hold such intense hostility towards the Undying King. But the tides began to turn the day Song-hoon intervened. She probably doesn't know yet, but her obsession is no longer necessary. Hellas thought to himself, surprisingly, that guy is actually kind and soft-hearted, you know? Speaking of which, another battle was reaching its climax. And so, he decided, all right, I'll pour all the power I have into the first avatar. Focus all my spiritual energy on Han. What would be the outcome of this silent war? A violent cough shattered the night's silence, as a man suddenly coughed up blood. It was as if he'd suffered a massive blow. Cough, cough. Fino, seeing this for the first time, rushed over in a panic. Your Highness, Arbiter, are you all right? The outcome was completely unexpected. Enraged, Yusu shoved him away. Get back, you're distracting me. He was too furious to even wipe his mouth. Impossible. I was pushed back in a mental battle? Yusu clearly remembered the moment that Han shattered his defenses. How could this be? Based on what just happened, his opponent was far stronger. The sheer force of the attack threw him backward as he questioned it. I clearly had the upper hand at first. Yusu would never accept such a humiliation. He was furious. But now, his enemy had grown immensely powerful. So powerful he was uncontrollable. A sphere of immense energy formed in his hand. Yusu couldn't believe an arbiter like himself was so decisively beaten. He'd be shocked to learn Han's energy was exactly what he thought it was. Many people were focusing their power into one. As his psyche shattered bit by bit, he began to panic. Why am I losing? It's not just a difference in mental strength. Is it a matter of skill? The damage Yusu suffered was far worse than any physical pain. But his mind was still reeling. My mental skills can't be this weak. No, this isn't the time to worry about that. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony, and sent an urgent command to the Soul Branch. Yusu knew exactly what the top priority was. Halt all operations immediately. Erase all information and go into hiding. The Korean branch especially. Make this a priority. Han's existence was a warning that forced him to be cautious. Tell the commander, there's a grave danger in Korea, a monster. But he had no idea Han was already closing in. Yusu's rage went completely unnoticed by Han. He was laser-focused, knowing this was no simple enemy. I need a closer look, but losing his trail would be a waste. Just then, the system appeared, startling him as always. The entity has absorbed another's merit points. Dark magic has evolved into the special skill, Path of Sorcery. Han smirked, opening his palm. So this shard was just a remnant, scattered across the spiritual plane. He realized his own growth came at the cost of the entity's power. Still, this interesting item had its uses. All right, by reading the memories within this fragment, I can find the hiding place of the punishing saints. An image of a hidden building flashed in his mind. So this is the Punishing Saint's Korean branch, deep within a forest. The moment he found his target, he moved, just as Yusu feared. I won't give you a single chance to escape. Were they faster, or was Han one step ahead? I'll uncover all your secrets right now. And just like that, the untouched base was utterly demolished. Covered in blood and scratches, Jin couldn't believe his own eyes. What is this? They ordered an evacuation. Not that a monster like this was coming. He never imagined that monster was now calmly studying him. So, an evacuation order was given? Using his psychic power, Han lifted Jin effortlessly. Well, at least this wasn't all for nothing. He easily pieced things together. Looks like you destroyed all the important data. But what now? Han decisively snatched the documents from his grasp. He clutched them, trying to destroy the evidence. But in the end, you delivered it right to me. The fragile pages then opened before Han's curious eyes. Now, let's see. What sins have you committed? Whatever he read left him stunned, then trembling with absolute rage. His mask hid his expression, but the fatal strike spoke volumes. He uttered, I will never forgive this. He remembered the blood-soaked ritual that destroyed his family. Punishing Saints, you bastards took everything from me. Killing intent surged through him once more. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Through their shared vision, Song-hoon witnessed a shocking truth. He always thought it was a dead end. After years in isolation, he'd believed the incident was simply an accident. He had been utterly powerless. As that old wound tore open anew, Song-hoon couldn't help but clench his fists. But now, through Han's eyes, he saw the truth. The organization that destroyed his life and family was the Punishing Saints. It was you. The pain was unbearable. Compared to his past enemies, these foes were on a completely different level. And so, as his pain twisted into hatred, that madness began to flow into Henma too. I must expand my power, no matter the cost in time or money. You, the Punishing Saints, will pay dearly, but haste makes waste. He needed to be more meticulous. First, he had to carefully plan his next move. Henma too stared intently at the crystal in his hand, ready to test his new skill, Pure Blood Crystal. A grand plan began to take shape. I'll purify the excess blood from Hen's body, then implant it into another vampire. A dangerous smile crept across Henma too's face as he pictured his new goal. He then recalled a minor issue. I'll be bound to him by a blood pact, but that's a small price to pay. He wasn't afraid. Those who submit will survive. With that thought, Henma too crushed it without hesitation. Resist stubbornly, and not even your corpse will remain. The bright, clear morning was shattered by a terrified scream. Inside a small room, a girl's voice trembled. Lord Hen, is it true you dealt with the entire conservative faction? Sojan carefully asked again. And now you wish to meet our moderate faction's leader? Henma too confirmed bluntly. Correct. A few variables remain, but the rest is settled. Regarding this, I have something to discuss with your leader. She looked completely overwhelmed. Wait. Hold on. This is too much to process. I'll report this, but I still need to verify the facts. Also, before she could finish, he cut her off. Verify? No one expected Henma too to suddenly unleash his power. Will this serve as proof? The terrifying aura washed over Sojan, leaving her stunned. Her eyes widened with shock and disbelief. I knew he was strong, but not this strong. He must be level 7 or higher. This is beyond my comprehension, but his display was certainly convincing. All right, I'll contact them for you right now. Moments later, they sat at the negotiating table. Moji didn't rush to answer. You wiped out the revenge faction, and now you plan to absorb the rest. As a special vampire wine slowly filled her glass, she remarked, a truly surprising proposal. But for a leader in her position, it's also deeply concerning. Facing her cool demeanor, Henma too stood his ground. I'm not making absurd demands. My goal is to maintain world order and peace. He then added with simmering rage, and to utterly destroy the Punishing Saints. To his surprise, Moji simply chuckled in response. Don't you see how your goals contradict one another? He wasn't fazed by her challenge. That depends on the details, though things are still unclear. She clearly wasn't going to be easy to persuade. With time running out, Henma too knew if she refused, he would have to use force. But to his surprise, she actually agreed. Very well. Henma too asked in disbelief. What could possibly make you agree so easily? Moji asked casually. What trust? Reaching out with a smile, she said. My trust in myself, of course. Let me help you eliminate them, Lord Hen. But her hand pointed elsewhere. Please, take So-jian with you. So-jian pointed to herself, stunned. What? But Moji was firm. She would be the bridge between us. Seeing this, Henma Hai simply said, Good. That is exactly what I wanted. Still, I don't think this is the right job for me. But they sealed their deal. ignoring Sojian's protest. Then, Moji began to speak. All right then, shall we discuss the details? How to devour the conservative faction. Her words echoed ominously in the room. At that moment, wine was poured sharply into a glass. A toast to a historic moment, and a new request regarding the rising neutral faction. Of course, Henmahai happily raised his glass. Agreed. First, we'll eliminate the conservative faction's remnants and seize leadership of the New Justice faction. The moment their glasses touched, the plan to rule the Blood Covenant began. The scene shifts to a familiar place, where Henmahai suddenly ordered her to stand perfectly still. If you move, it will hurt. So Jian could only whisper, yes. Just as she reached her limit, he finally said, okay. Though she knew it'd be fine, So Jian felt a deep unease. In the instant before he spoke, the crimson crystal shot directly into her back. A powerful energy began to course through her very veins. She was stunned. This sensation, she could feel every inch of its movement. The pure blood crystal burned as it entered her body. Her heart rate exploded, forcing rapid cell generation as her bones and muscles began to expand. The sensation was just like the legendary marrow-cleansing rituals of old. It was as if she had been completely reborn. Her old body felt like a distant memory. For her, the change was absolutely immense. But Henmahai just thought, a 30% enhancement. Not small, but it requires maintenance. Lost in thought, he was caught off guard by her excited question. So, what is our next move, Master? He barely had time to react. Huh? Master? She eagerly explained her reasoning to him. Yes, Master, you are essentially building a new clan right now. So Jian wasn't just acknowledging him, she was thinking far into the future. A new lineage has been born. I think we should give it a worthy name. Have you thought of one yet? Her words struck a chord within Henmahai. A name? He grew serious. It must be striking. Truly unique. After observing Sojian carefully, he had a sudden realization. That's it. All vampires who absorb the pure blood crystal are transformed, their bodies taken over and controlled by my blood. That's right. The idea grew like a seed. They all serve me, growing from the origin name Heteroseed. Henmahai's ambition was nothing like that of the knight Helios. From this moment on, we are the Heterosid, the superior hybrids. A bloodthirsty grin spread across his face, signaling the coming hunt. Bare your necks and await your judgment, you conservative remnants. Our clan will be the strongest in the Blood Covenant. Meanwhile, Songhun sighed in relief. Yes, just like that. Thanks to this, Hen's side was now stable. But it wasn't enough to topple the sanctum of judgment. Stretching, he continued his planning. They vanished from Korea, but their organization is likely global. A much grander path was now opening before him. I need to prepare more thoroughly. A single move to flip the entire board the moment they appear. To do that, I must expand my influence across worlds and gather more karma. Songhun considered the fastest path to their destruction, war, or even terrorism. But the last vestiges of his humanity quickly cut that thought short. Wait, that despicable plan. The thought shocked him to his feet. What the hell am I thinking? What about all the innocent people who would get hurt? Songhun couldn't believe it. To even consider dragging innocence into this. The thought was absurd. He forced himself to clear his head. Maybe I should clean up a little first. Huh? Glancing at a comic on his desk, a new idea struck Songhun. I've got it. Inside were some very familiar characters. Demon King Han, a threat to all of humanity, and the hero of justice, Henry, his greatest rival. Now that's a brilliant path. While Han gathers a motley crew of nobles to expand his power, Henry defeats one evil faction after another, becoming a true hero. It was a perfect cycle. Finding this solution made him giddy with excitement. He could defeat evil and earn karma at the same time. It's a win-win situation. All right, let's take this one step at a time. Immediately, Songhun turned to the warrior in the corner, awaiting activation. Ha Loi, by my command, it is now your turn to act. This was Ha Loi's profile. Special note, Songhun's fifth ego. His trait is adaptability, allowing for rapid and efficient adjustment, even under the harshest conditions. He's a special existence. After renewing his resistances, I plan to nurture him properly. But Songhun still thought, when I possess him, I want to evolve his adaptability even further. There has to be a way. It's unclear what brilliant idea he just had, but he exclaimed, "Oh!" And with that, the immortal King Han reappeared on screen, laughing triumphantly. Yes, this is the place. He had remained at the base he just finished clearing. He'd thought the conservative remnants were wiped out, but a greater secret hid beneath the mountain facility. This was where Han now stood, an underground research lab. His gaze fell upon an object floating inside a containment tube. They were always running experiments down here, grafting ghoul parts onto human bodies. Just like a chimera, the object of his long-held desire was finally within his grasp. Among all the specimens, this is the one I've always wanted. Han's own skeletal arm. He gently picked up a metal rod, a catalyst capable of absorbing and evolving powerful traits. He then approached the towering, formidable test subject once more. Blood Dragon. From an ordinary test tube, he retrieved something extraordinary. If Halloi absorbs this skill with my infused knowledge, a future of ambition and peace will unfold. You will undoubtedly become the ultimate living weapon. Meanwhile, over the hallowed grounds of the Holy Land, the sky suddenly darkened as a chilling rain began to fall. Gita's heart was heavy as she let out a sigh. A voice suddenly asked, "Is something troubling you, Saintess?" Startled, she saw it was Helios, sheltering her with an umbrella. "Why are you sighing in the rain?" She became flustered. It's nothing, really. Perhaps it's just the gloomy weather, the heavy thunder. Besides that, I feel a suffocating pressure on my chest." Helios insisted, "We can't have you catching a cold. Let's go inside." His logic was sound, so she simply agreed. All right. A flash of lightning split the sky as a voice praised, as expected of the Saintess. Impressive. Deep within the forest, a dark presence lurked. The same voice continued, "Even with double barriers in these remote mountains." Han chuckled in amusement. "She can still sense our secret base." Han was relieved she hadn't pinpointed them. With Helios leading Gita away, he had no more worries. "With this, we can proceed with the full experiment." He then provided more info on the miraculous solution. Dragon's blood constantly evolves, absorbing its prey's attributes. He possessed a wealth of data from the Church of Punishment and our own forbidden records. Han then lowered his voice, and finally, "Halloi." Han smirked and continued, "A perfect test subject. Every piece of the puzzle is now perfectly in place. And now, let us begin. The mass production of Kama. The Church knows nothing at all. Today is a glorious day for you, Helios, the sword and shield of justice." He raised a cross necklace and asked, "Will you become a holy knight of the Almighty Church and protect the innocent?" Helios answered firmly, "Yes, Your Eminence." The item was quickly bestowed. "Then from this day forward, I name Henry Landak a holy knight of the Almighty Church." The moment the chain touched his neck, a system window appeared. "Host has met the conditions for enlightenment. You have acquired the special skill, Leap Blessing." The cross then began to shine brilliantly, stunning everyone. Whoa, it's the grace of God. To receive a blessing during his knighting ceremony. The heavens are truly watching over us. Even Helios was shocked. It's happening again. For just a moment, I clearly felt the will of the divine. The feeling was growing clearer. Just like his first baptism, it felt like a direct gaze upon him. He didn't understand. Why? Is it because I'm from another world? This wasn't just human curiosity. With everyone's eyes closed in prayer, this was the perfect opportunity. First, I have to test out this new blessing. But then, wait, what? Helios was stunned by the information. Leap Blessing allows one to phase through space. This skill was absolutely broken. Phasing through space was essentially a teleportation skill. There was no mention of limits or distance, but this was a top-tier ability. Helios thought, as expected of a god, so generous to grant me such power. He then sincerely showed his devotion. Thank you, God, for this divine grace. But his actions led to a massive misunderstanding. Ho ho ho, what a truly devout young man. Another person agreed, wiping away a tear. I think so too. I can't wait to see which knight order he chooses. After Helios went outside, someone congratulated him. You are now officially a holy knight, Helios. For now, you'll be dispatched to the various holy knight orders. The man gestured ahead. Look, representatives from each order have come to recruit you. The orders all specialize in different techniques, so choose carefully. One man quickly stepped forward to make his pitch. A pleasure. I'm from the Sky Sword Order. We specialize in protecting the area outside the fortress, and with long-range spear techniques. A scarred man followed up. I'm from the Sun Guard. We fight on the front lines, specializing in fatal swordsmanship. And finally, I'm a veteran of the Thundercloud Order. Our duty is protecting the city's internal security, using both spear and sword. The man stared intently at Helios. So, which knight order will you apprentice with? Helios thought for a moment. Then a confident smile spread across his face. He didn't need to think twice. His completely unexpected answer shocked everyone. I will train with all of the orders. They stammered back. Really? To them it was absurd, but not to Helios. With his warrior's spirit and instant growth abilities, he had no reason to limit himself. I will master every single combat technique of the Holy Knights. His confidence was backed by his power. But Helios then pointed to a silent figure standing apart. Isn't he also from a Night Order? Why hasn't he said anything? The quest-giving NPC type gave an awkward laugh. Ah, them. Haha. Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off. Emma calmly revealed the reason. Our Night Order only selects the best of the best. He thought she wasn't going to invite him, but then she said, but I suppose you aren't half bad. Emma stared right at Helios, or more accurately, at the aura he radiated. With that level of holy power, you qualify for the test. Helios was confused. My holy power is exceptional, even compared to a high-ranking priest. He wanted to ask what their insane standards were, but she was already moving. Follow me. As she led him to their base, Emma explained. Our Night Order is tasked with protecting the most important stronghold in the Grand Cathedral. He couldn't help but ask, and where is this important stronghold? Her answer was cut short as a door creaked open. That, she finished as they stepped into the room, is something I'll tell you after you pass the test. Helios froze when he saw the person seated inside. It was Jessie, wearing her Inquisitor's cloak and mask. Before he could recover, Emma whispered, You just need to read the text on the table. Read it clearly, so the divine beings can hear you. The holy, mystical air made him wonder, oh no, is this a test to weed out spies? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This is bad. My identity is about to be exposed. So Helios turned to her, feigning offense. What is this? I'm offended that my loyalty is being questioned. Her gaze seemed to be probing him. Or perhaps, this was simply standard procedure. After observing him closely, she asked softly, Is there some reason you cannot read it? Damn it, he cursed internally. At this point, he had no choice but to go through with it. I am the messenger, and the sword of the divine. Therefore, I swear to maintain my silence in all circumstances. As he read the final line, a statue's eyes began to glow. To protect it, I will throw myself into a sea of fire. At that moment, a symbol flared on Hellas's tongue, branding him with a seal of loyalty. The searing pain made him gasp. Ah, it burns, Emma simply stated. You may enter. 2 floors down, Hellas was still complaining. What was that? A magical gag order? But Emma corrected him, saying it wasn't a curse, but a blessing. A blessing of silence that will stop you from speaking our secrets, by force or by will. He fell silent. It really was a curse. They finally arrived at the guild's designated location. Her demeanor suddenly turned grave. Now, let me explain. Emma then made an official declaration. We are the Family Guild. Our founder gave his life protecting the cathedral's great tunnel. As she spoke, a suit of knight's armor began to move. This is the first, and the last time we will meet here in person. Remember exactly what it is we protect. The 2 giant armors were activating a hidden gate. The moment it opened, Helios was completely stunned. I knew something felt strange, but a secret this massive? This was why the guild stationed its most elite forces here. Before him was a statue like an Aquarius shrine, and something imprisoned within. The layers of protection, the curses, the blessings. It was all to restrain the thing bound by those chains, the final fragment of the immortal king. Beneath the gloomy ceiling and its bizarre purple smoke, Hellas's mind raced. The immortal king's final piece, hidden under the Yoshi temple all along. He stood there, lost in thought before a fountain, and whispered, Wow, the Great Holy Assembly is one of the continent's greatest powers. The image of their mighty army on horseback sent a cold sweat down his back. Unbelievable. No way. How could they fail to find a single piece after centuries of searching? His hands clenched into tight fists, his mind at war with itself. I want to take that fragment now. But Emma's cold, piercing gaze replayed in his mind. A total of 4 knights were guarding this temple. Even Han couldn't retrieve the fragment from this deep. This was far more complicated than he'd thought. His blue eyes scanned his surroundings. I have to think of a way. Suddenly, Emma was standing right behind him. Her mysterious voice made Hellas jump. The blessing on your tongue ensures you cannot speak of this. Her cold eyes stared forward as she continued. But by tradition, I must still say it. This truth can never be revealed. He heard the gravity in her tone and quickly replied, Understood. Helios placed a hand to his chest, visions of the other avatars flashing in his mind. With firm resolve, he promised, Don't worry, this secret is safe with me. Meanwhile, Han stood before a medical bed, where Aloy was tightly bound. Haha, the final fragment? What an unexpected stroke of luck. The surprise faded, replaced by a flicker of hesitation in his thoughts. But, lost in his inner world, he looked pensive. Aloy's procedure is more unstable than I thought. He gazed at the man chained to the blood-soaked bed. That only confused Han more. What's the problem? The theory was perfect. Suddenly, the bound man trembled and coughed, even with his face covered. He couldn't hide his agony as a spray of red blood erupted with his words. Something was boiling inside. Han moved closer to watch the heart monitor. The erratic waves on the screen were hiding something. The dragon's blood was in his system, but a new thought struck Han. He grabbed a lever and pulled it hard. Perhaps I should adjust the intensity. The man on the bed reacted instantly. His body swelled, veins bulging as he let out a roar. Gah! Han whipped around to observe. Halloy! Seeing the man look ready to explode made him uncertain. Did it exceed the limits of super regeneration? Placing his hand on the lever, his mind raced once more. If this keeps up, I'll lose Halloy and all my research. If that's the case, then, with one decisive motion, fresh blood poured into the tank. It's all or nothing. I'm injecting all of it. The transformation seemed too great to bear. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins pulsing on their surface. Halloy screamed in agony. Ah! A huge explosion erupted from the bed, the red light so brilliant that Han had to shield his eyes and stumble back. After the blast, everything fell silent again. The man lay motionless, smoke rising from his body. Han stared at the outcome with disappointment. Damn it, did I fail? He turned his head away from the body. Sorry, Halloy. Suddenly, a notification screen appeared before him, followed by a piercing scream from behind. Ah! His astonished voice echoed the system's alert. What the hell is this? Exclusive skill development. Your skill has evolved, unlocking potential. Your possessable avatar count has increased to 2. Halloy's body convulsed as if shocked by electricity. Han raised a hand to the screen, confused. Development? What development? There's just a corpse here, but his muscles were now bulging, shattering the chains on his arms. A flood of notifications appeared. You have acquired the physical mutation skill. This being's recovery skill has surpassed its limit. Super regeneration has evolved into restoration. His crimson eyes began to glow as he entered a state of violent transformation. Ka! The screen continued to flash. Adaptation has evolved into the special skill, mutation. Han stood before the bed, thrilled with his results. Yes, the mental link is finally connected. The gamble had succeeded. While smoke still clung to Halloy's skin, his face was refreshed and full of life. He was reveling in the energy. Phew! So this is the effect of mutation. I feel like a whole new species. Han picked up a notebook and opened it. As he began to write, he spoke aloud. The good news doesn't stop there. His face couldn't hide his excitement as he exclaimed, My avatars increased through natural development, without relying on the merit shop. This is unprecedented, a phenomenal achievement. Suddenly, Halloy's strong hand pushed the notebook down. I'll test the new avatar later. For now, his lips curled into a lethally dangerous smile. I should probably test my abilities, right? Warm, golden sunlight streamed through a forest, filled with the sound of chirping birds. It had been a long time since Henry left his room. He stood leisurely under the trees, sensing everything around him. Ha ha, a smile of pure satisfaction spread across his face. Mutation is the best. All my senses are so much sharper. He gave a cocky smirk, glancing at the dark shadow lurking behind him. The faint breath of the monster was aimed at me. The black panther with amber eyes charged forward, its massive, hungry jaw roaring. My blood boiled as the massive beast leaped into the air. What is this? I remember how it once terrified me, but now, it only made him more excited. You're the first species I met in this world, aren't you? It's a pleasure to meet you again. Halloy caught its neck with just 2 fingers. Too bad. With a cruel smile, he slammed the mighty beast down. My skills have changed since then. Halloy trembled with an uncontrollable excitement. A mighty blow rained down, spraying blood everywhere as he was drenched in the carnage. His hands plunged inside the beast's body, finding a jade-green stone. A thought raced through his mind, a way to effectively evolve his mutation. Halloy's eyes flashed with savage joy, his heart pounding. I need to swallow the monster's core. This magic stone is the perfect method. Holding the glittering object, he cheered. Found it! He flicked the blood-stained stone into his open mouth. Now then, shall we begin? A crunching sound echoed as a blue screen appeared. His body was transforming again. My host. His already powerful frame is growing even larger. The change was obvious with a simple stretch. Let's make it more pronounced with a physical mutation. Rippling muscles bulged across his form. Halloy now looked no different than a giant. A huge body is definitely an advantage in a fight, right? I must be 2 meters tall now. The system then displayed a notification. You have acquired the skill Glutton's Feast. He read the words, amazed. He placed his hands on his stomach. Glutton's Feast digests anything quickly, allowing for even greater consumption. Halloy was thrilled with this new skill. Sitting before the panther's corpse, he tore off a piece. This physical mutation is making me ravenous. A beastly smile crossed his lips as drool formed. He salivated, staring at the meat. But with Glutton's feast, this should be no problem, right? He shoved the raw flesh into his mouth, his strong jaws tearing into it. He completely savored the experience. The raw meat tastes sweet, and the blood is refreshing. His laughter grew more savage as he stared at his meal. He realized he was changing internally. Is it the mutation? I can't control my laughter or my impulses. At this rate, people will think I'm a madman. His eyes flew open as he remembered something. This is clearly barbaric behavior, right? Hey, savage, stop. Halloy tried to picture a map in his mind. I heard there's an alliance of barbarian tribes on the southern continent. A bustling port city formed in his mind. It's time for a class change. The blue sky shone down upon the place, the capital of the Tuliptar Kingdom. The townspeople stared at a strange sight. All eyes turned curiously. My goodness, what is that? Two young men in a tavern were also drawn to the mysterious man. They whispered to each other, "Isn't that a northern barbarian? What would bring him to the west?" Jack was intimidated by the man's huge frame, stammering, "Oh, hello." He quite enjoyed how everyone was staring at him. He savored their wary glances. Halloy wore only a cloak, showing off his 8-pack and bulging muscles. His smugness was impossible to hide. Heh, this body really shines, even if it's a bit much. He leaned on the advantage of his giant frame. It made him dream of a glorious future. Halloy's goal was to become a hero who could shake the continent, leaving an impression no one could ever forget. The owner trembled, clasping his hands and stuttering. What brings you here, sir?" Halloy's powerful voice replied with nonchalance. "Isn't it obvious?" Halloy slammed his hand down, making Jack tear up in fear. "I came to destroy the monsters in the northern mountains, near the Steel Fortress. That's why this city exists, after all." Not daring to offend the man, he quickly replied with a fearful voice. "Yes, of course. I'll take you to the ship right away." The rookie mercenary, Halloy, couldn't be bothered, urging him on. "All right, let's go." Outside, a heavy rain was falling. Inside the barracks, the sounds of training echoed. A fallen spear meant that someone had lost this little contest. Hellas aimed his sharp weapon at Farouk on the ground. The outcome was clear. The referee quickly announced, "The winner is Sir Hellas." The man below didn't argue, just looked annoyed. That stubborn guy. Looking at the brilliant young man, Farouk offered his praise. "You've truly mastered every weapon technique of the knightly order." At that moment, a system notification unlocked. The being has achieved enlightenment through training. You have acquired the skill Comprehensive Weapon Mastery. Footsteps approached slowly. "I've done it," Hellas thought to himself. Walking alone down the empty hall, his face beamed with excitement. "Now I can wield weapons with even greater perfection. This experience will also be a huge help for my other avatars." He suddenly became aware of something. Hellas stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide. He thought in disbelief. Huh? He saw Zeta smiling by a flower bed, as if casting a spell, which raised more questions. The Saintess? Why is she wearing ceremonial robes? What's going on? The knight approached her and asked respectfully, "Hello, Saintess. What are you doing?" Startled, she looked up and smiled warmly. "Ah, Sir Hellas, we meet again." Zeta, radiant as the sun, pointed to the flower bed for him to see. "When it rains, the worms come out to play. You see?" Hellas was surprised that such a tiny animal could make the Saintess so happy. He glanced awkwardly at the worm. She noticed his expression and gently explained, "I'm just sharing a bit of my holy power to cheer them up." His overactive imagination immediately kicked in. An image of a giant monster flashed in his mind. Worms with the Saintess's holy power. They won't become giant monsters, right? Heh. He looked at Zeta. Beautiful and formal in that outfit, Hellas grew curious. "But why are you wearing ceremonial robes? Is there a special event?" The white-haired girl didn't hide a thing. She replied cheerfully, "Indeed. A truly remarkable guest is on his way, one capable of tracking the immortal king." A flicker of doubt crossed Hellas's face. "The immortal king?" he questioned internally. Just how incredible is this guest? He kept his final thought to himself. He could only plot in silence, searching for a way to track Han, a man hidden behind endless barriers. Gita's brow furrowed, but she was at a loss for words. I'm not sure I can explain it well, but if you're interested." Her next words were exactly what Hellas hoped for. "Would you like to join the event as an honorary knight?" A mix of delight and surprise filled him. He answered quickly, "Yes, thank you." In the vast, heavily guarded palace, a subordinate's voice echoed, "Saintess, Lord Boji is arriving." But Hellas, one of the knights present, frowned slightly, lost in deep thought. This was an unprecedented formation, a team strong enough to hunt down Han. "I have to see this for myself." As the lead guard announced their arrival, Hellas's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Greetings to the Holy Saintess. He couldn't believe the scene unfolding before him. What? The figure calmly bowed and introduced himself. I am a high elf from the Elf Kingdom. Hellas's mind screamed as he processed those words. The honored guest they were all waiting for, that platinum hair and those long pointed ears spoke for themselves. His thoughts were a storm of disbelief. A high elf? Meanwhile, in a city jewelry shop, a voice muttered, Oh, this is made of bronze. The texture is quite interesting. Hearing this, the exhausted manager stammered, Sir. He glanced at the complaining customer. You can look all you want, but it's been 2 hours. Are you going to buy something or not? The man holding the necklace simply smiled. Ah, my apologies, manager. He quickly explained. My knowledge is still lacking. This customer was none other than Hubert, the 6th avatar of Han Song-hoon. This was the 6th Hubert avatar, created through Halloy's growth. He began to contemplate his current body. His innate ability was power appraisal, allowing him to view an item's information. He tested it on the object before him, and the data instantly appeared. Ruby material, weight 12 grams. Bronze material, weight 480 grams. Because his proficiency was still low, only basic information was visible. Hubert imagined with glee that if he kept improving, he could become a merchant who ruled all 6 lands. Of course, obstacles stood in his way, namely the other merchants. He had to overcome the resistance of the current powers. Hubert gazed out the window, thinking, for that to happen, Halloy's heroic influence must grow even stronger. Elsewhere, heavy snow blanketed the mountain peaks. Halloy now stood in this frozen wasteland. He stared at something ahead, grinning with excitement as he called out, So it was you. Before Halloy stood a massive bear, and he eyed it with great interest. The biggest troublemaker on this entire mountain. Heh. Noticing his presence, the bear reared up and lunged to attack. Unafraid, he raised his axe, his eyes glinting with excitement. Ha! As the bear swiped at him, Halloy swung his axe in a powerful counter. He was unharmed, but his axe struck true, sending blood flying. The beast refused to fall, letting out a furious roar. Halloy smirked at the sight. An opening! He then leaped high, aiming to strike its head. Ha! As he closed in on the bear, Halloy confidently put all his strength into the blow. Ha! But shockingly, when his axe hit its head, the bear was unharmed, and his weapon shattered. He stared in horror. You damn monster! The bear immediately swiped at him with its massive paw. Halloy could only yell, Whoosh! He took the full force of the blow, flying backward and clutching his head in pain. Ah! The axe is useless. Seeing its prey still alive, the bear charged again. But Halloy showed no fear. If that's the case, he immediately activated his own power, body mutation. One of his arms transformed, growing massively in size. Halloy slammed that monstrous fist right into the bear's neck. Incredibly, the colossal bear was sent flying by that single punch. Staring at the result, Halloy couldn't help but marvel. Tsk, bear hands are stronger than any weapon. He stared at his still-smoking fist, lost in thought. With this kind of monstrous power, I'll never be hailed as a hero. Halloy wondered if there was a way to use a monster's life force without physically transforming. He then raised his other hand, his eyes filled with determination. Let's give it a try. Ha! Halloy clenched his fists and shut his eyes, focusing his mind solely on activating his life force. He concentrated on channeling the energy, not the transformation. Instantly, a burst of fire erupted, followed by a system notification. The entity has met the conditions and achieved enlightenment. Acquired the special skill, Aura Summoning. Looking at the life force flaring from his hands, he cheered in triumph. All right. With that success, Halloy was eager to test another skill. Finally, something more human. Suddenly, a noise from behind snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned to see a gigantic figure looming over him. Halloy was stunned. Whoa. It was an ogre. The giant raised its massive foot, about to crush him flat. Halloy didn't flinch, just stared it down. The northern mountains are something else. First a bear, now an ogre? A thrilled smirk spread across his face. Well now, should I test this new power? Just then, the ogre's foot came crashing down. It thought the human was crushed, and let out a triumphant laugh. Hey, hey, hey. Suddenly, a voice from below startled the ogre. Hey, Halloy wasn't crushed at all. He was burning with power, effortlessly holding up the giant's foot. You think that's funny? He sneered. He flexed, his newly awakened power surging as he lifted the ogre's massive leg. Halloy taunted. Want to see something truly hilarious? Halloy's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let me show you. The ogre roared in fury, but he ignored it, tossing its leg aside. In a flash, Halloy was filled with a primal energy. charging toward the ogre of the sleeping forest. Seeing this ferocious human, the beast actually hesitated in fear. Urk! Halloy didn't give it time to wait, his axe slicing through its flesh, spilling its blood. He grinned, looking at his blood-soaked weapon. With this, Halloy raised his axe high. His body was stained with the ogre's blood, but he didn't care. He held the weapon proudly, ready to rise as a hero. But at that moment, a dark energy flew past, making Halloy curious. What is that smell? He looked toward the source of the disgusting odor. It smells like a belly button. As Halloy approached the source, a wide grin spread across his face. Oh ho, so it was you. Before him stood a mysterious, shadowy figure. Halloy recognized it instantly. The Oath of Rebellion. A look of interest crossed his face as he readied his attack. I don't know what you're scheming out here, but your journey ends here. Halloy's eyes turned fearsome, a sly grin on his face. Time to uproot this rotten seed. He then launched his attack. Take this. Meanwhile, in the castle's reception hall, Boji savored his tea, praising it. This tea is simply divine. He turned, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thank you for your warm welcome, Saintess Zita. Hearing this from her honored guest, she was overjoyed. I'm so glad you enjoy it, my lord. Our Church of the Main God is truly grateful for your visit. As they spoke, Henry stood nearby, staring intently at Boji, the church's new ally, an elf. And not just any elf, but a high elf. He recalled what he knew of this place, the elven kingdom on the continent of Enemo, the kingdom of elves who worship the world tree. Though their faiths differed, serving different gods, they still maintained relations with each other. The Church of the Main God and the elven kingdom acknowledged each other, maintaining steady diplomacy. Acknowledging existence and choosing a god to worship are entirely different matters. He kept staring at Boji, pondering. A high elf, the ruling class of the elven kingdom. Does his presence mean they'll use the world tree's power to find him? Suddenly, Henry noticed something incredible in his eyes. It was truly astonishing. His pupils were actually shaped like stars. Boji noticed his constant staring and spoke, startling Henry from his thoughts. It seems my eyes have drawn your attention, Henry. Boji wasn't angered by his actions. Instead, he seemed eager to explain. It's quite all right. In fact, it's a necessary topic of discussion. He pointed to his own eyes. These eyes are the mark of a high elf. Boji then began to speak of the wonders of his kingdom. Elves born with these eyes serve as priests. They serve to connect the world tree with our people. It is exceptionally rare to be born with this gift. At this, his voice grew heavy with sorrow. At most, only 2 to 3 are born each generation, and the current ones have grown old, so a new high elf's birth is desperately awaited. Hearing this, Zita finally understood. So your urgent request for aid, is it related to this? He admitted it without hesitation. Indeed. We received a revelation not long ago. It seemed their kingdom had lost a child of great potential. A prophesied child was born on the continent, but they were captured by slave hunters and sold as a sacrifice to a dark sorcerer. At last, Boji humbly made his plea. We ask for the Church of the Main God's help to find this child. Hearing this, her heart filled with pity. How horrible. Do you have any leads? Seeing her willingness to help, Boji quickly continued. The northern mountains. We tracked them somewhere in that range. The northern mountains. A remote and perilous place. At that very moment, in those same mountains, Halloy found himself lost within a cave. Back at the castle, their conversation continued. Zita asked, do you have a description? Just then, Halloy looked up, spotting something odd. Boji quickly began to describe the child. They have yet to awaken their eyes, so they appear as a normal elf. It turns out, someone just appeared in the cave, and they matched Boji's description perfectly. A youth by human standards, with pale blue hair and orange eyes. Hearing this, Hela stood stunned. Wait, that's impossible. Seeing the girl struggling on the ground, Halloy asked curiously, Hey kid, what's your name? Unafraid. The girl instantly replied, Silly. My name is Silly. Suddenly, horrific screams echoed from the northern mountains. The cave descended into chaos. With Silly on his back, Halloy made his escape. The ground was littered with bodies. When the kidnappers saw she had escaped, their leader roared in fury, giving the order. Damn it! Stop them from reaching the storeroom. The other man replied, but then froze. Right. But, because Halloy, with Silly on his back, had already appeared right before him. Seeing Halloy's savage expression, the man froze in terror. How are we supposed to fight a monster like that? Before he could react, Halloy charged, knocking both men unconscious. In the silence that followed, he curiously looked around. So this is that storeroom you mentioned? Silly, dizzy from the ride on his back, stammered out. Yes. Hearing the weakness in her voice, Haloy realized she was dazed. Hey, stay with me, he urged. You said there was something we had to grab before we get out of here. Silly obediently answered. Right. She scanned the room, then pointed to a branch. There it is, a branch of the world tree. Haloy looked at it, puzzled. Huh? This thing? He handed it to Silly, warning her. Hold on tight. It's about to get rough. She took it, replying politely. Okay, thank you. With their objective complete, Haloy turned towards the exit, signaling to her. All right, let's move. With Silly secured to his back, she stammered. I have one request. She pleaded, but before she could finish, please go slow. But Haloy ignored her completely, blasting forward at incredible speed, leaving her screaming in terror behind him. Back at the castle, after their discussion, Henry raised a hand. I have a suggestion. Yes, what is it? It's about the child. Silly. He spoke just as Boji raised his teacup. I believe I know her whereabouts. Hearing this, Boji set down his untouched teacup. He turned to Henry, intrigued. Truly, do you perhaps possess a blessing? So it's for tracking individuals? He replied honestly. Not exactly. He then admitted, but I can feel her presence. The moment he spoke, a nearby cavalryman cut in. Sir Henry, he warned. In a crisis like this, something so uncertain, model. Before he could finish, a hand rose to stop him. Wait a moment. It was Zeta. Please, explain in more detail, Sir Henry. Meanwhile, in the north, Haloy cheered at the sight of a distant light. Found it! The exit! Inside, his voice made the kidnappers rush. He ordered, That bastard is escaping with it. Summon it now. The underling obeyed. At once. Then he raised a flute-like object and played a note. Haloy and Silly had already escaped. Hearing the flute, they froze in shock. A massive creature erupted from the ground. He knew it at once. An earthworm. Without a second thought, Haloy activated his leg ability. No choice. Have to force our way out. To Silly's amazement, he took a stance, eyeing the beast with relish. Don't block my path. He instantly kicked its massive body. Get lost. The earthworm sensed his attack, shifting its gaping maw towards him. Thanks to this, Haloy saw it clearly. A magic circle was forming inside its mouth. He couldn't hide his surprise. What in the world are you? But Haloy didn't flinch. He gazed at it, intrigued, his hands glowing with power, ready to strike. So, you're being controlled? That explains why this feels so off. A desert creature. How did it get here? In that case, Haloy moved in. He grabbed onto one of its massive fangs. I'll save you, like a true hero. His face filled with exhilaration as Haloy poured his strength into his hands. Using the momentum, he slammed the worm forward, roaring, Go back to the place you belong. After taking care of his target, Haloy landed, breathing heavily. Though exhausted, he felt an incredible rush. He even gave it a warning, don't get caught again, and live a long life. Unlike Haloy's endless energy, Silly, on his back, was dizzy from the shock. As Haloy reveled in his victory, a sudden growl echoed from behind. Startled, Haloy spun around. They were completely surrounded by a pack of wolves. They charged at him, eager for the kill. A flash of anger crossed his face. This is a crazy number of monsters. Those damned war oath bastards. What are they up to now? But he remained perfectly calm. A cunning smile spread across his face as he gripped his axe. Well, it's no problem. I just have to wipe them out. Haloy stood ready to face the wolves. Little did he know, his every move was being watched. Their leader stared at him with curiosity. Just what is that man? He placed his sharp fingers on his staff, his voice filled with resentment. Tomorrow, I could have sacrificed candidate L-Fly and the World Tree's branch. I even used a sealing artifact to hide their location. So how the hell did he manage to find this place? He stared at Haloy, his voice turning cold. But this is where it ends. It was none other than Elder Nob of the War Oath. He watched Haloy fight the horde of wolves by himself. He sneered with contempt. There's no way he can defeat all of them. Meanwhile, one of the wolves saw an opening. It bared its sharp fangs, lunging to take a bite. Nob gloated at the sight. It's over for him now. But even the wolf was shocked. It bit down on Haloy's transformed arm, and its fangs shattered instantly. He didn't even notice. His eyes flashed with contempt. Your numbers are certainly impressive. Without another word, Haloy ended its life with a single swing. From the wolf's corpse, he pulled out a stone. Haloy recognized it instantly, a magic stone. He held it up, intrigued. If I eat these, my stamina will be infinite. He then quickly shoved them all into his mouth. At that moment, his body began to change. He grinned with delight. This is getting fun. Instantly, Haloy's form blackened and became a giant bear. He mused, I'm in control. but my body is moving on its own. The wolves, unafraid, charged his new form. His body blocked and consumed them on instinct. Suddenly, he let out a sky-shattering roar. At the same time, a system message appeared. Conditions for enlightenment have been met. Skill. Brutal instinct acquired. Haloi's eyes turned razor-sharp. He unleashed devastating attacks against the wolves. The watchers above were terrified. No way, he's a monster. They murmured in a panic. What should we do, Elder Nob? At this rate, he'll break our encirclement. Suddenly, Nob commanded, activate all summoning circles. His follower was stunned. It's fine, Nob explained to the others. It's a shame to reveal this to the world. So early, but we have no other choice. Nob's eyes hardened with resolve. Release those two. Down below, Haloi grinned at the terrified wolf. I'm really starting to like this feral fighting style. His eyes filled with killing intent. Now, shall we end this? Just as Haloi moved to finish the last wolf, an arrow flew from nowhere, piercing his wrist. He froze in shock. What? Is this? He stared at the object and recognized it. A crystal arrow. Before he could react, a volley of them flew at him from behind, leaving Haloi no time to defend. Suddenly, a strange hand reached out and caught the arrows. He clutched his bleeding wrist, staring in that direction with shocked eyes. What in the world is that? A bizarre figure appeared. A person made of jade. I can feel immense spiritual power coming from it. Suddenly, something plummeted from the sky above. Silly saw it and screamed a warning. Mister, look out! A burst of power erupted, revealing a horrifying demon. It immediately issued a threat. You're not taking another step. The giant demon rushed to attack Haloi, the half-breed. He raised his axe to block. They even have demons here? Far from being afraid, Haloi met its gaze with defiance. You can't beat me with just brute force, he roared, gathering his strength. Just as he launched his counterattack, another crystal arrow pierced through him, making him falter. It was the work of the jade figure. Seizing the opening, the demon threw a powerful punch. As he collapsed, it sneered. Give it up, half-breed! Silly screamed in worry. Mister! The demon didn't stop, taunting him. You're finished. But Haloi suddenly showed a cunning smile. Yeah, you're right. It's finished. He replied, so demons really can talk. The demon heard this and was confused. What? Just then, the golden flash from before slammed into the ground, as dust and debris exploded everywhere. The men on the cliff were stunned. Where did this sudden holy power come from? Haloi looked at the newcomer with joy, exclaiming, Hinlet, you have perfect timing. Back at the Dominic tea room, a disbelieving figure urgently argued with the saintess. Do you really trust your feelings in a situation like this? How can you say that? Gita's voice rose defensively. Sir Helios is someone we can trust. He clung to his own thoughts, trying to find reasons to object, but he was never allowed to. To bless such a dangerous quest, the saintess placed a hand on her chest, her conviction unwavering as she affirmed her belief. Even the gods watch over him. Surely he has received a revelation. Boji slammed a hand on the table, cutting through their argument. Revelation or simple feeling. Whether it's a revelation or just a feeling, that doesn't matter. He leaned in, his eyes pleading desperately. If it helps us find the child, I'll follow anything. Lead the way, Sir Heist. Deep within the snowy forest, a massive explosion shattered the silence. The small figure of Hellas was fighting with frantic intensity. She fought the giant red monster, her lips pressed tight in focus. A pale gold light gathered on her sword as she poured her strength into one powerful slash. The colossal beast was instantly cut and thrown backward. The light sliced through its head, leaving it no way to fight back. Its mind forming one last thought. So strong. Both her holy power and her skill with a weapon. As the giant fell, it realized this person was anything but normal. The stone golem standing nearby watched, utterly stunned. Henry seized the chance and flew up, shouting with a powerful fist raised, Where are you looking? The emerald creature's body instantly sprouted countless sharp arrows. Without waiting for his attack, it aimed them straight ahead. It fired its arrows with perfect accuracy, even piercing its opponent's eyes. But the golem never expected Henry to approach and pry its eye open with a word of praise. Nice, isn't it? Blood dripped from his pierced eye as his hand gripped the creature's head. I'll take my compensation. A bloodthirsty smile appeared. Give me that eye. The golem was stunned by its enemy's power, watching helplessly as he crushed its head. A savage laugh echoed with a sickening crack. Henry stared at the headless body before him and let out a sigh. Phew. He yanked the arrow out with a curse. Damn it. Holding the glowing emerald eye, he declared, Since you took my eye, I'll take yours in return. As he placed the object into his own eye socket, the system window appeared. A new part has been installed. It is rapidly synchronizing with the new body. The notification flashed brightly. Skill Jedi acquired. Henry was thrilled with his new look. His two different colored eyes only made him look more terrifying. Haha, now I can attack from a distance. He glanced up at the nearby mountain. A group of observers on the mountain was watching in utter disbelief. Impossible. He took them both down. The subordinates behind him were aghast. Just what is that, Holy Knight? Noob's voice cut in, calming the situation. Don't act rashly. He's just an arrogant fool. He then gave a loud command. It's only one enemy and a child. Release the rest of the monsters and prepare to retreat. But suddenly noticing something, a subordinate's face paled as he stammered. Huh? Elder Noob? A spiked mace slammed into his face, sending blood flying. Ah! The sound of thundering hooves approached. With them came the arrival of their entire group. Their morale was high as they shouted, We'll crush your skulls, you heretics! The men in black robes were struck with fear, the Holy Knights. A subordinate frowned, worriedly trying to ask his superior for orders, unaware of the dark spell being cast behind him. Damn it, Elder Noob, what should we do? Should we prepare to teleport? The Elder's cold voice echoed back. He suddenly turned and grabbed the man's arm. Forget it, there's no other way. Before the man could understand, he looked down, confused. What? The Elder they revered was now casting a spell on his own men. Streams of purple energy rose from the henchmen's bodies. I will use your souls as a sacrifice. His eyes closed with a sinister expression as he announced the demonic summoning. An eerie smoke began to rise into the air. A magic circle appeared, blazing with purple fire. As Noob chanted, Descend, incarnation of greed, he focused all his power. A powerful vortex of energy engulfed the circle, feeding the flames. A giant hand with razor-sharp claws began to emerge. A massive, brutal demon quickly rose from the magic circle. Noob, completely consumed by the dark ritual, screamed, To ashes! Suddenly, a brilliant light from an unknown source cut him off. The light appeared right above the demon's head, a massive arrow of pure energy. Noob looked up, an uneasy feeling growing within him. Such immense holy power, to his absolute shock. The light shot down, piercing the demon before it even left the magic circle. It vanished instantly, as if it never sensed. A man holding a holy Bible stood nearby. He spoke, My apologies, Latuk. I had to be gentle. A powerful golden light began to shine from him. But the only thing burning today is you heretic. Noob couldn't believe his opponent's strength. With no way to defend himself, he could only watch. A huge explosion rocked the mountaintop. Looking up from below, Hellas remarked, Humph. Looks like it's all been sorted out. Henry turned to the small child hiding behind a tree and called out, Hey kid, you can come out now. Silly ran over, clutching a bundle of firewood and trembling. Her face was terrified as she stammered, That was crazy. It hurt. I feel sick. It was like being thrown around. Seeing the tear-streaked child, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that means you're still doing great. Helis watched the heartwarming scene. The large, muscular man was patting the child's head comfortingly. As long as you're not hurt, it's not a problem. Heh heh. A voice suddenly interrupted them. Sir Henry, a man with a bright smile approached. It seems we arrived just in time, thanks to you. Henry saw him and called back in greeting. Sir Toucan! After a few appreciative pats on the back, Toucan asked, You were right about everything, but how did you know? He remained calm, without a hint of arrogance, and joked, Ha ha, I wasn't sure. I just figured it out. Under the astonished gazes of Henry and Boji, his jaw dropped as he cried out, Lady Silly! He quickly approached and bowed to the child, not forgetting to introduce himself. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Silly. I am Jia Po, from the Evan Kingdom. Boji's star-filled eyes gazed up tenderly. He marveled. So this is the gaze of a high elf. Nearby, Henry suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, glad you found your kin. It is an honor to help you, Silly. He held his pose. His voice trembled. Oh, thank you. How can I repay you? The strong man just waved it off. Haha, I wasn't seeking a reward. But Bozi was persistent. You're a truly great person. Since you helped me, I must properly show my gratitude. Seeing his persistence, he no longer refused and clapped his hand. Is that so? Then I gladly accept. The impact seemed strong, making him clutch his hand in pain. Siri smiled warmly at the man before her. All right, Sir Halloy, would you mind leaning down? As he bent over, he was stunned by a light kiss to his forehead. The girl whispered a blessing. May the grace of nature always be with you. A gentle green light quickly appeared around Halloy. He was inwardly shocked. This energy feels like the world trees. Bozi stood beside him and explained warmly. This is a blessing only a true elf can bestow, the blessing of nature. It's a high-level magic I can only use a few times. Siri's face beamed as she added, I'm not a true elf yet, so it will be a little weaker. Once I awaken, I will grant you the blessing again." He bowed slightly, removing a golden leaf circlet and speaking softly. "And please, extend your hand." Once it was on Haloi's hand, it began to emit a warm glow. A gentle voice affirmed, "This is the symbol of Evan's promise. If you require aid, we will help with all our might." He looked at the brilliant circlet and smiled gratefully. "Oh, you really don't need to do this. I'm very happy to receive it." Not stopping there, Siri offered the bundle of plants she'd been holding to the man. "Here, take this too." The final item. Tukin's group watched the gift exchange from the side, remarking, "He's certainly an impressive man." He crossed his arms, wanting to chat about Haloi. "He's your reserve knight, isn't he? Did you two know each other before?" Hellas, not hiding his delight, quickly denied it. "No, this is our first meeting, but I feel we'll become friends quickly." His lips curled up slightly. Tukin stroked his chin, seeming to understand something. "If you think so, it's likely true. The Knight Order should be grateful." He glanced at the man beside him. A quick thought ran through his mind. We've both received the favor of the Evan Kingdom and the Holy Church. He couldn't help but admire the situation. Now, if Haloi supports Hubert, he could become the greatest merchant. Just then, Bozy suddenly approached them, saying, "Sir Tukin." His expression was truly sincere. "Thank you for resolving things so quickly. Now it is our turn to assist you." Tukin clenched his fist, showing his resolve. "I'm glad to hear it. We have only one request. For the peace of the continent, please find the Undying King." Hellas broke into a cold sweat nearby, lost in thought. So the pact with the elves ends like this? An image of a massive, lush tree appeared before them. As it was explained, the world tree is the origin of all plant life. Bozy bowed, his body glowing with a pale green light. He was casting some kind of spell. Through it, the elves could borrow its power and sense energy wherever there are plants. He looked up, his expression suddenly serious. "However, I will require some assistance." Tukin asked, uncertain. "Assistance?" Bozy reached his hand forward, stating his request. "I need information on the energy source. We must find the Undying King's energy." Hearing this, he folded his arms in thought. "Humph." With an agreement reached, Bozy said, "Very well, follow me." A purifying light enveloped the grand palace. The sight stirred something in Hellas's heart. "I never thought I would visit this place again." Following Jesse, he kept looking around him, but his mind couldn't form a clear thought. No matter how often he saw it, the barrier was immense, too vast to fully comprehend. They walked for a long time. The entrance was winding and confusing, which only clouded Hellas's thoughts further, especially when bringing outsiders inside. They intentionally made the path like a maze. He could only silently conclude that even Han would take a long time to break that magical barrier. At the same time, Jesse's voice rang out. "We have arrived." They stood before a heavily guarded door as his mind continued to analyze the place. Even if someone broke through, the holy knights and priests within would stop them. The heavy door slowly creaked open, fueling his silent anxiety. The time had come. Helis's hands clenched, his mind working at full speed. At that moment, Bozy stood before a fountain observing, and without a word, he acted. "This is a fragment of the Undying King." "Very well, I will begin the tracking." He stared at the energy endlessly radiating from the person before him. A deep worry began to grow inside him. The elves are going to track Han? The image of Han surrounded by a crowd deeply troubled Helis. Then, when he's found, will the entire army turn against Han? His face brightened as a plan formed. "This means I still have a chance." Purple light from the item in his hand enveloped his body. He silently made his decision. "All right, after I find Han, I'll finally get my hands on the last fragment." In the flickering candlelight, a mysterious voice echoed. "The time has arrived." The dim room was empty, the sound source unknown. Have all of the representatives arrived? This was the oath of defiance, the chamber for the meeting. A mysterious figure flickered into view, wrapped in an eerie purple light. "The representative of the Empire is present." Another cloaked man appeared. It seemed they were taking a roll call. "The Eastern representative has also joined." Looking at an empty chair, one of them explained, "Finally, as for Nob, he is dead, so he will not be participating." The most powerful-looking man there slammed his hand on the table. His voice rose from the flickering purple smoke. "You all must have heard the news by now. We still don't know how the Holy Will and the High Elves were able to eliminate Nob." He stroked his chin as if in deep thought, analyzing grimly. First, there was Makot, the one who developed the fragment, and now Nob, who was in hiding, has been eliminated. Are we not being too careless? Another figure behind him shot to his feet. He spoke his theory. The revival of the Holy Will must mean the heir of the Undying King has finally appeared. The first man heard this and raised a hand to cut him off. "Now." Though his face was unclear, his smirk betrayed a grander conspiracy, the new heir of the undying king. Could we not make use of him? Another member nearby gnashed his teeth in anger. Are you suggesting we join hands with that imposter? The one who pushed us into this corner? A deadly, dangerous feeling filled the flickering air. How interesting. Gita stood in the bright sunlight. He seemed to be praying, but Han's thoughts were racing. It didn't matter how many shield layers were created, or how deep he hid in the mountains. They could still find his location. Deep inside the forest was a cave leaking a strange purple mist. Staring at the stone in his hand, a theory suddenly sparked. The Saintess must have tracked the fragment to find me. This gate, it's covered in skulls. Han raises the eerie purple object, his mind made up. If that's the case, I just need to hide the fragment. It flies into the separate dimension he created, but the fragment is rejected, flying right back out. The undead king scoffs internally. Damn it, so it failed? It seems this fragment won't enter an ordinary dimension, but as an awakened, I return to Earth with this. His mind races, finding another way. What if? I create a subspace inside my own body. A stream of blue energy gathers in his chest. And what if I place it there? Yes, I will merge with the fragment. A swirling vortex of power forms in his mind. He did it. The stone slowly drifts toward his chest. This way, I can absorb its power directly. A brilliant light flares as he merges with it, erasing its energy signature completely. Han smirks, deeply satisfied with the result. Perfect. That solves the biggest problem. He glances at the equipment, planning his next move. Now, the final step is to clean up this scene. He snaps his fingers, a perfect solution in mind. I'll burn it all to ash. Flames instantly erupt, engulfing the area. Han walks away without a backward glance, excitement building within him. Now, everything is ready. He stands, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. I'll release the magical barriers. He moves silently, preparing for the main event. Then my presence will spread across the entire territory. On the mountaintop, he spreads his arms wide, releasing his power. His voice echoes with arrogance. Come and get me, I'm right here. Almighty Will Church, come and find me. I will claim the undead king's final fragment for myself. Below the cliff, a green light flickers through the trees. Boji, casting a spell, has pinpointed the source of power. Internally, he cheers. I found it. With his hand on his forehead, he cracks open an eye, relaying the location. I've found a trace. The undead king is in the beast forest, west of the continent. Latut receives the report and barks his orders. Summon the clerics now, and bring the archbishops. Suddenly, PJ appears from behind the door, his tone playfully deep. Well, I have to say, I'm a little offended. You weren't going to call me for something this important? Latut steps aside as PJ enters with a commanding presence, his eyes scanning the room. Cleric PJ of the Great Shizan Temple will be joining you. Cardinal PJ, the temple's most revered figure. Latut, who had just entered, knits his brows. A single drop of cold sweat trickles down. This situation just became far more serious. All the great powers are gathering. Gita speaks up. Your Excellency, Archbishop, I will go as well. He turns, his posture respectful but determined. I cannot permit it. You must not, Saintess. Still, she persists, her tone hesitant but pleading. But the Cardinal himself is going, Latut explains gently, understanding her position. Saintess, you are the pillar of the Almighty Will Church. You must remain here. He then turns to Hellas. Sir Hellas. He responds with a respectful bow. Yes, Your Excellency. The long-haired man speaks with calm authority. This time, you will remain here and guard the temple with the Saintess. Hellas understands the unspoken concern. He declares his obedience. I understand. Latut's expression darkens as he leans in to whisper. If anything happens while we're gone, I'm entrusting her protection to you. With that, he turns and walks away. A confident smirk plays on Hellas's lips as a thought crosses his mind. Don't worry, I will keep the Saintess and only the Saintess safe. Outside the Grand Palace, soldiers gather, drawn by a booming voice. Soon, we will once again face the continent's greatest nightmare. Raising his gleaming sword, Latut rallies his troops, his voice thundering. But this nightmare will be nothing more than a dream, because the Almighty watches over us. As the Saintess looks on, a blue portal opens for them. They depart, their rallying cry still echoing. For peace and safety for all, peace and safety. Hellas glances at the person beside him, her face clouded with sorrow. He offers a comforting tone. Do not worry, Saintess. With unwavering confidence, he continues. I am certain they will all return safely. A glimmer of hope appears in her eyes as she looks up. Really? Did the Almighty reveal this to you? He hadn't expected such pure trust from the white-haired girl. He offers a gentle smile. No, but for some reason, I just have a strong feeling. Meanwhile, Han is elsewhere. What am I up to? A dark purple aura radiates from his body. An ecstatic laugh echoes in his mind. Hehehe, my dark power is at its absolute peak. It's sweeping over everything in the vicinity. A wall of strange runes suddenly materializes. I can't see them, but I can feel the divine barriers placed everywhere. He gathers a sphere of destructive energy in his palm. His thoughts race. Even if I break through with a skill, the inner barriers will remain. In that case, as he raises his hand, he unleashes a powerful blast of energy into the sky. I'll reveal my position and buy myself some more time. The sky erupts in massive explosions. Purple spheres of energy detonate, drawing all eyes. A mad grin spreads across Han's face. The midnight fireworks show has begun. At the palace, the soldiers are drawn to the sky. What in the world is that? None of them can comprehend the chaos unfolding above. Suddenly, something emerges from below the castle walls. Wait, look over there. A horde of the undead swarms towards them as the soldiers cry out in terror. We're under attack! Sound the alarm! Meanwhile, the bright moon illuminates the forest. An impatient voice clicks its tongue. This is getting tedious. Soldiers are scouring the entire area. Above the cliff, the archbishop's voice is weary. We've searched every location where his presence was sensed. PJ stares into a dark cave. The place was deserted. Boji trusted his skills. Failure was unthinkable. It was almost unbelievable. Impossible. He was certain his magic was correct. I'm sure this is the spot. If he had moved, the world tree would have alerted us. But Lattice realized the grim truth. His brow furrowed in shock. Wait a minute. Could he have known we were watching? Did he set a trap? He spun around, shouting, Everyone, back to the temple, now! It was all a diversion. We've been tricked. The palace was an inferno, littered with bodies and undead remains. Han strode in, a smirk playing on his lips. So, we finally meet. He stood beneath the fountain. He gazed up at the eerie purple stone, the final fragment of the immortal king, the piece hidden in his chest, pulsed with light, as if sensing its kin. He gripped the stone, his eyes blazing. The time has come to resurrect the immortal king. A bell echoed through the late night. Move out! The knights scrambled to their posts. The undead are attacking. Hellas watched the chaos from the shadows. Looks like they're in big trouble. He smirked. Good luck with that. His expression was stiff with confidence. His plan seemed flawless. Assigned to guard the garden, he'd just wait and slip away. Another squad of knights rushed out to help. This way! Keep moving! Faster! The overwhelming sight left him speechless. Let's see. More of them than I thought. He even spotted unfamiliar knights. But overconfidence is a double-edged sword. And so, Helis walked right into a trap. One born from his own arrogance. They have no idea how hard this will be. They'll be distracted by undead inside and out. That gives me more time. Suddenly, a brilliant Jesse appeared overhead. He began to speak with authority. Everyone, listen up. The undead outside are merely a distraction. His words hit their mark. The knights froze in their tracks. The Immortal King's heir is nearly at full power. He commanded the entire force to change their destination. All units, to the sealing chamber. Whether by magic or charisma, Hellas's plan was ruined. When did I freeze? Is that their commander? How did they figure it out so fast? He watched them rush off. He scrambled to follow them. Damn it! I have to stop this before it's a disaster. Inside the sealing chamber, the group stood stunned by the scene. Impossible, Gita said, looking around anxiously. How did an intruder get in here? Without anyone noticing? Giggle added grimly. There's no sign of a forced entry. Her face paled, fear clouding her eyes. Are you saying he teleported inside? It was a question he couldn't answer. We just don't know. The Saintess felt shackled by guilt. Guilt and failure weighed on her. The Immortal King. So close. And we never knew? It's all my fault. Silent tears streamed down her face. A helpless response to the crushing weight of failure. If the Immortal King is truly revived, what can we do? Suddenly, a voice cut through the despair. Sorry I'm late. Hellas entered with a calm, almost casual air. The roads were a bit congested. He stepped forward with the air of a true warrior. From now on, I'm taking command of this battle. She turned, her eyes filled with hope, like a desert traveler finding an oasis. Lord Helis, please, lend us your strength. Skeletons littered the damp floor. The devastating sight was a bitter reminder. Jesse's voice faltered. They wiped out this many undead. The black-masked face looked up, a dark aura chilling the air. For the first time, he admitted his error. They're tougher than I expected. Seeing Jesse's faltering spirit, Han goaded him. Makam was never an easy opponent, you know. He was an incredibly powerful foe. Han opened a portal to the afterlife. Rest now, Macomb. You fought well. With that settled, the leader had other matters to attend to. All right, that took a little time, but now, it is finally mine. The skeletal face grinned, summoning something forth. Come. The stone absorbed his essence, and began to tremble violently. The final legacy. The immortal king. The ritual was fueled by Han's immense power. Energy swirled around him, but he suddenly paused. What is this feeling? It's not complete. I don't feel any stronger. Something was missing. The other fragments. Do they need more time to fully merge? Suddenly, he sensed an intruder. Only one member had been left to guard this place. The master of the house, Han. An intruder was ambushed by Choi and Yoga. He quickly countered with his own spell, blasting energy from the ground. The blow sent both knights flying. Ugh, ack. Seeing them tossed aside, Linda rushed in like a field medic. Hold still. Try to endure it. She clasped her hands, casting a healing spell mid-battle. I'm starting the treatment now. The pain from Yoga's poison faded instantly. Hela saw the tide turning. Damn it. I have to step in. Zeta grabbed his arm, stopping him. No, my lord, you can't. Her voice was filled with panic. We must analyze the immortal king's power first. Hellas, wait just a moment longer. He replied cautiously. I understand. But his mind was racing. No, my plan was just to stall for time, by pretending to fight Han. Meanwhile, his clone was perfectly playing the part of the classic villain. Give up, you lackeys. The fragment is mine. All mine. Choi and Joker fought for the cause, with Choi backing up his friend. Don't listen to him. Attack. The skeleton calculated his next move. Should I unleash my full power? No. I can't harm innocents. Daggers pulsing with immense holy power flew towards him. His magical body felt a sharp sting from the glowing blades. Amidst the attack, his eyes locked onto the woman, providing support from the rear. The Saintess's spell? It was fast, powerful, and its purifying energy was immense. Pushed into a corner, Han couldn't hold back any longer. If I hadn't boosted my regeneration, I'd be in real trouble. To avoid casualties, I can't let this fight drag on. He cast a curse on everyone there. I'll take down their commander first. Linda's voice was sharp. How dare you? With the Holy Spirit's blessing, Linda and Jisa formed a powerful barrier, leaving a frustrated Han completely speechless. Such a fast reaction. Fury surged through him as his attack was nullified. They didn't just block my strike instantly. They countered without a moment's hesitation. They fought as if they knew I wouldn't kill them. The plan's failure made Han falter. His mind raced. Did someone see through my attack patterns and warn them? Perhaps I should change my strategy. Suddenly, Linda appeared behind him like a phantom. Where are you looking? But his hesitation gave Jisa a crucial insight. You still haven't fully absorbed the fragments, have you? She knelt, blessing her allies with divine power. Everyone, now is our chance. Attack, we can defeat him. The warriors of justice eagerly tested their blades on him. Are they trying to stop my regeneration with holy magic and sword auras? Seeing the mob charging him, Han bolted like he was dodging a pyramid scheme. What a cheap trick, Joker's rage flared. Try that futile move again. Let's see you block this. His glare crackled, draining their will to fight. Trying to provoke me with such a slow attack? A cage of ribs erupted from the ground, trapping Joker. A binding spell. The massive bone cage was unbreakable. Damn it, how? Joker roared in frustration. How are you reading my every single move? But I already blocked the mental attack, Henlet thought, silently pleased. My apologies, Senior. It can't be helped. This was all my plan. Choi prepared to fight again. But just then, Han began laughing like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Everything that's happened was all according to my script. It's too late. The Undying King's fragment, the amethyst heart has activated. At last, we are one. A brilliant aura engulfed the skeleton, its eyes glowing a vacant white. Muahahaha. Jisa couldn't believe her eyes. She felt something inside her shatter. No, this sinister energy. Her eyes widened in horror. The golden light in her eyes faded, leaving only despair. Tears streamed down her pale face. This can't be happening. We were too late. She staggered back a step, unable to bear the crushing weight of this cruel new reality. The Undying King has been resurrected. Before them stood a new, vastly upgraded version. You wretched legion of warriors. Now, tremble in fear. In Han's vision, a system window appeared. You have experienced, overcome, and conquered death. You are now an omnipotent being. Achievement unlocked. The system's voice echoed as a new skull materialized, making Han look like a true final boss. I have returned. New titles were automatically granted. Dimensional Calamity. Alter Zika. The Undying King. The knights rushed to the scene, shouting, Hurry, we're almost there, the Saintess needs us. But the sight before them left everyone stunned. Staring at the brilliant armor, a knight stammered, "That armor, could it be?" Seeing Han floating midair, his voice filled with dread. "It's the Undying King," another knight cried out. "Are we too late?" Choi immediately shielded Jisa, shouting a reminder. "Not yet. This is holy ground. It can suppress his power." He then turned, declaring, "We will stop him, even if it costs us our lives." Hearing this, a worried Zeta cautiously called out, "Sir Bon." Meanwhile, the soldiers began to roar for battle, their spirits ignited. Han couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha," his voice dripped with provocation. "You really think you can stop me?" Even he found their bravado amusing. "Of course. You can't see my status window, so you have no idea who you're facing." At that moment, system notifications flooded his vision. Achievement gained. Death immunity. Special skills Immortality and Decaying Heart have merged into the Immortal Heart. A thrilling power surged through Han. He couldn't contain his excitement. "I am invincible now." He coolly faced the charging knights. He was completely unfazed. "Come, I shall show you the true power of the Undying King." Then, Han slowly raised one hand. The system announced, "Activating Evil Eye." A distorted wave rippled through the air, sending chills down their spines. One knight froze on the spot. The mechanical voice explained the new skill. With a single glance, instill absolute fear and panic into your enemies. The voice concluded like a death sentence. You can also instantly control low-level demons. The afflicted knight felt his mind being eaten alive. It dug deep into their flesh as they shrieked in terror. "Ah!" As the screams echoed, Choi watched them fall one by one. Someone frantically warned, "That is the legendary Dark Eye. Do not look directly at him." He formed an orb, ready to end this game he controlled. "It is your turn now. Your turn. Awaken," he silently commanded. "My army." Skeletons rained down, signaling the start of a desperate battle. Watching this, Han gritted his teeth and muttered, "The corpses and bones are gathering around him." Suddenly, the pile of bones began to stir. Someone noticed and screamed, "Be careful!" Seeing what it had formed, he shrieked in terror. "A corpse golem!" A knight yelled a warning. "If it hits you, it is over. Run!" The golem immediately attacked. Its shockwave sent the knights flying. Han sneered contemptuously. How pathetic. He made his final decision. "Let us end this." Hearing this, Gita flinched, touching the necklace on her neck. She resolved to seize this chance. Hesitation now would doom not just this place, but the entire continent. Gita turned and called out, "Sir Hellas." Startled, he asked, "What is it, Saintess?" She removed her necklace, urging, "I am entrusting this to you. Please keep it safe." Gita placed the necklace in his hand. Her voice softened. "Now leave this place. Survive." She then gritted her teeth for one last plea, and stop the Undying King. Before he could speak, Gita turned to the knights and commanded, "Everyone, clear a path for Sir Hellas. Use your lives if you must." "Yes, ma'am." Her resolve hardened, focused on his escape. The knights agreed without hesitation. "Yes, ma'am." They charged forward with a battle cry. By her command, "Stop the Undying King." Han watched, annoyed. "You damn flies." Unaware of Joker rushing him from behind, he made a mad declaration. "I will kill you all in one strike." But at the critical moment, Han sensed something and dodged, immediately spinning around to counter. His voice dripped with sarcasm. "The same trick will not work twice, you fool." Joker grunted in pain. Though magic choked him, his tone was confident. "Yeah, it does not matter. My mission is complete." A confused Han asked, "What?" Joker gritted his teeth and declared coldly, "As long as Sir Hellas is safe, we still have hope. No matter the cost to this old body, I am ready." Provoked, Han snapped back angrily, "Fine then, you idiot. Just die." His voice grew harsher. "I will crush your head." But before he could finish, something slammed into him. Han cried out, stunned by the blow. The one who delivered that fatal blow was Hellas. He swung his arm, muttering inwardly, "Blessed step." He then charged at Han with his sword. The sword slashed down, but Han dodged it. Han did not hold back his praise. "Nice moves." He launched a barrage of ice pillars at Hellas, his voice dripping with scorn. "But your sword is too weak to touch me. Die." Hellas cried out in agony, but then he saw the 4 arrows lodged in his armor. He could not help but smile inwardly. Good, perfect. They pierced just deep enough. As a light flashed, he thought excitedly, "Now the real show begins." The knights saw him and cried out, "Sir Hellas!" Tears streamed down Gita's face as she screamed in anguish. "Why? I told you to get out of here." Seeing his wounds, she asked desperately, "Why did you not run?" Hellas calmly replied, "I did not join the church just to save myself." He held out the glowing pendant, his voice now serious. How can someone abandon their comrades? The truly great are willing to sacrifice for the common good. Finally, he roared, affirming his conviction. To protect the world. And at that very moment, a brilliant light burst from the pendant. Helis clutched it, struggling to his feet. He pointed his sword at Han and said, "Undying King, did you not say my sword was weak?" He gripped the hilt tightly, declaring, "Today, even if this blade breaks, I will cut you down." Just then, the system notification chimed. You have achieved an awakening. Having met the conditions, you have acquired the special skills, Blessing and Light Sword. Helis gazed at the runes etched on his blade. His heart swelled with joy. This is the third blessing. He channeled all his strength into his arm, thinking, perfect. Let us end this. Ah! The blade pierced Han's chest as he cried out. They faced each other, Helis's excitement building. This was the climax. Time for the finishing blow. His mind racing, he thought. Time to say farewell to the audience. Below, Gita watched anxiously, unaware of his thoughts. Han let out a dry cough, clutching his chest. He asked, unable to accept it, "Soldier of the church, what is your name?" Thrilled by the question, he introduced himself. "I am Helis, Helis Longa." Hearing this, Han could not help but scoff. "You dare to wound me?" A system notification sounded. The skill Death Immunity has been activated upon receiving a fatal blow. But before leaving, he made one last declaration. "I will remember that name." Helis watched in frustration. Damn it, he escaped. His voice began to tremble. Damn you. He then collapsed to the side. But luckily, someone caught him just in time. Joker supported him, his voice full of worry. "Sir Helis." To think he actually pierced the Undying King's heart. Looking at Helis's closed eyes, his voice filled with admiration. Even while at a disadvantage, this is the beginning of the Chosen One. Song-hoon witnessed this and could not help but praise. "Aigu, that is right. A moving story of a hero." He recalled their intense stare-down. He began composing a scenario. In the end, Han is reborn as the Undying King, and Helis is the one who defeated him, with the blessings of the gods. At this thought, Song-hoon rubbed his chin excitedly. A perfect showdown between hero and demon king. He opened the system window and muttered, "Now, I just have to sit back and count the cash. Let us check the shop first." The info panel quickly displayed the options. Merit shop, merit points. Refund, 1 million, unusable. Special skill enhancement, 800,000. Song-hoon paused. "Oh, it is up to 1 million now?" He quickly reviewed it before deciding. No hesitation. He enhanced his special skill. The system flashed, announcing, "Special skill enhanced. Skill effectiveness increased. You have received a custom special skill." Hearing this, Song-hoon was confused. "Custom? What's that?" Wow. Seeing the options for customizing outfits, he gasped. "This is just like a game." Song-hoon focused intently on the glowing system interface. His new customization skill unlocked 2 new functions for him. The system displayed 2 choices: upgrade and create avatar. The new feature was modify avatar. He selected Han's avatar, eagerly exploring the new skill. First, the modify avatar feature let him change an existing avatar's appearance and stats. Some templates popped up, catching him off guard. While create avatar let him set appearance and initial stats, his face lit up with pure excitement. But the biggest difference made him even more thrilled: a gender selection option. As the male and female choices appeared, he gleefully reached out. "I'm not having any weird thoughts," he rationalized. He chose the female option, telling himself he was just curious. He just wanted to see what the difference was. But the system rejected his choice, leaving him stunned. "Huh? This option is locked?" His eyes quickly fell on an icon below. "What's this down here?" The system introduced the environment option, where you can create related species by consuming a specific environment. Reading this, a question formed in his mind. An environment? Song-hoon looked around, confused, his eyes landing on a small potted plant near the door. An environment related to species? Could that be the branch from the world tree that Silly gave me? He ran over and picked up the pot, making a swift decision. "I like it as an eco-friendly air purifier, but this is for a good cause." He excitedly placed the pot into the system, thinking this should be enough to create an elf. As the object was absorbed, a small sapling formed and began to grow. A notification chimed in. World tree branch detected. Creating elf. Watching the form take shape before him, Song-hoon let out a triumphant shout. When the process finished, a male figure with long pointed ears stood before him, leaving him in awe. "An elf avatar has been created, now I can customize it." After a moment's thought, he began to alter the new avatar. "Let's make his face handsome." At his command, the avatar's face winced slightly before transforming. Noticing the limbs, he made another request. long and slender arms and legs. An idea sparked in his mind about a specific trait. Since elves are elementalists, without hesitation, he swiped to the leaf icon, deciding the most crucial stat was nature compatibility. Finally, he casually named the new avatar Hazid. With the new avatar complete, the system displayed a summary: Hazid, species, elf, trait, child of the world tree. A special note was added. Born as an elf using a branch of the world tree, the growth rate of nature compatibility is greatly increased. Gazing at the dazzling, luminous spirit, Songhoon praised the effect of the child of the world tree trait. A toned body and a handsome face, as expected of an elf. Suddenly, Hazid frowned. How unpleasant. He covered his mouth, glancing away with a look of disdain. Songhoon realized something was wrong. Huh? What's this? He quickly noticed the influence of Han's power. Han's dark magic. It feels like Hazid has been completely corrupted. He panicked, crying out, "No way!" He frantically reached out to unsummon Han's avatar. Glancing at Hazid, he sighed in relief. Did the elf's nature compatibility negate the dark influence? I almost lost my new avatar. With everything settled, his mood brightened. Time to put Hazid away. He walked to a bookshelf, pulled out a red-covered book, and had an idea. Maybe this time I'll write the legend of the mercenary king? Transporting to another world, two small ears twitched before letting out a cry. "Awoo! Ha loy!" He playfully fiddled with his wolf fur. I really love this ear-twitching feature. The nearby shopkeeper saw him and burst out laughing. "Haha, I'm so glad." The shopkeeper happily saw his customer off. "Thank you for your business." He stepped out of the shop, skipping cheerfully down the street. "Haha, Hubert picked the right stuff for me. Quazak really is the city of artisans." Speaking of Hubert reminded him of something important. Come to think of it, I heard some guys were causing trouble at Hubert's shop. Should I go over there and teach them a lesson? As Haloy entered a shop, he overheard some prejudiced remarks from a group of men. What's with those shabby clothes and tattoos? No wonder the South is called a den of barbarians. He didn't want any trouble. He tried to ignore it. But Dieu Kwang's harsh words rang out. The Southerners brought it on themselves. At his limit, he stopped, glaring straight at the man. "Hey!" This made Dieu Kwang stammer in fear. What? Haloy furiously yelled at them. "Which one of you is bad-mouthing Southerners? It was you." From behind, William raised his club, warning, "Bastard, you should watch your back. I'll knock some sense into you." As the club came down, Haloy caught it with his bare hands, snapping it in two. Seeing this, William shouted in fury, "This bastard! He broke my weapon with his body alone?" Haloy said nothing, but his demeanor grew menacing. He glanced at them, guessing they were all true warriors of the South. As an idea formed, he paused. "Does that mean?" A smirk spread across Haloy's face. He just needed to build a relationship with this group. He dreamed of a beautiful future. The great hero of the South, supported by his loyal comrades. In other words, I could become a Southern warrior. Dieu Kwang approached, pointing at his clothes and shattering the daydream. "In your dreams, put on some decent clothes. This stuff is only for traditional festivals." Ha Loi, with an innocent face, asked, "Huh? People don't dress like this anymore?" This left the man speechless with frustration. Dieu Kwang exploded in anger. "You bastard, I've heard enough." He vaulted over a table to challenge him. "I want a traditional Southern duel." Hearing this, Ha Loi's excitement grew. A Southern duel. Do they fight barehanded? He then openly expressed his desire to fight. "But on one condition," he said with utter calm. "All three of you, come at me at once." This left the trio completely stunned. His attitude made their blood boil as they charged forward. "You want all three of us? Are you trying to insult us?" He just smirked, holding up two fingers. "Hold on, just two of you." Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, his voice dropping low. "Hey, shouldn't you help your fallen comrades?" Then he roared, "I am here!" He vanished in a blur, leaving them stunned and unable to react. In a flash, his figure was gone. Only an echoing shout remained. With just one move, Diaoguang and Kilian were sent sprawling to the ground. Only Kan was left, stuttering in disbelief. That lunatic. Panic seized him as he made an assessment. "You're no Southerner, not with skills like that. So how can you not have a warrior's mark?" The words made Halo realize his mistake. He feigned a foolish look, thinking to himself, "That's right. Southern warriors have those, don't they? What story can I make up?" He leaped toward Kan, beginning to weave a tale. "Brother, I am a Southern warrior, but there's a story behind my lack of a mark." Seeing Halo's expression, he grew suspicious. "Huh? What do you mean? A story?" Halo's imagination took flight, spinning a tale from 25 years ago. The scene shifted to an arena, where a duel was held to decide the next chief of our tribe. In this imagined bout, his father Adonis threw a powerful punch straight into his opponent's face. Yahello recounted the fight with pride. My father was the tribe's strongest warrior, the glorious victor. Afterward, Lord Richard stepped forward to congratulate him. As is our tribe's tradition, I will grant you one wish. He asked Adonis. Speak. What is it you desire? The proud Adonis declared. My wish was decided from the very start. He pointed right at Lady Lewis and announced, I will marry your daughter, Chief. This left her utterly stunned. What? She angrily demanded he explain his disrespect. How dare you make such an absurd request? Explain yourself. He answered awkwardly, I have my reasons. After hesitating, he blurted out the ridiculous excuse. She and I are siblings. This only confused her more. What? Lady Louis turned to question her father. Father, are you really letting him spout such nonsense? But her only answer was helpless silence. Finally, Lord Richard could only hold his head and admit, I'm sorry, my daughter. What he says is true. He confessed painfully. You are not my biological child. The secret was too much to believe, and she exploded with rage. Lady Lewis shouted to her soldiers, Guards, kill this insolent deceiver. Seeing the danger, Adonis yelled, Linda, my love, I'll buy you time, you must escape. Yahello conjured an image of his frail mother. At that time, my mother was pregnant with me, so she couldn't help my father fight. He didn't forget to paint a heroic picture of his dad. My father fought bravely alone to protect my mother and me, but he fell while holding back the tribe's warriors. After all that rambling, he came up with an ending. My mother escaped her pursuers in a remote cave, a secluded cavern, and raised me there. Yahello's imagined visuals faded, concluding the tragic love story. Returning to the present, he mumbled with a look of pained pride. But even my mother recently left me due to a terrible illness. After the tale, he grit his teeth with a helpless look. And that is why I bear no mark. Does that make sense now? The three burly men listened, then collapsed to the ground, moved to tears. They sobbed uncontrollably. Wah! How could such a heartbreaking story exist? They leaped forward to hug him, filled with regret. I'm so sorry we ever misunderstood you. You are the truest Southern warrior. Can was a mess of tears, showing his sympathy. I had no idea you carried such a sad story. Yahello couldn't believe his fabricated tale worked so well. He was inwardly giddy, praising himself. Heh, my acting is top tier. After that performance, Yahello had earned their trust and successfully won them over. The three of them raised their glasses and cheered. All right, to our new brother, cheers. Then Diao Guang spoke up. By the way, Hyungnim, this place is extremely far from the south, isn't it? Why did you come all this way? He replied nonchalantly. Oh, there's a reason for that too. As he gazed into his cup, with an expression of anger and sorrow, he began. Right after my mother passed away, he recalled a lonely scene from his past, standing alone in the rain before his mother's grave. All I had left was this body. I was completely lost, with no idea what to do next. His voice filled with sorrow, he continued. And then, the only one who didn't just walk past me and actually spoke to me was him. He remembered that lonely, rainy night when someone slowly approached from behind and asked, Excuse me. A young man, holding an umbrella, kindly inquired, Do you need any help? Yahello began to introduce Hubert, a young merchant named Hubert, who has now become one of my closest friends. Back at the table, he sighed and confided. He was the one who truly went out of his way, who rolled up his sleeves to help me get back on my feet, a true benefactor and a real friend. But then, I heard he was in serious trouble. Apparently, he's being threatened by some vicious thugs. He slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with rage. I could never turn a blind eye to the man who saved me. That's why I came here to help him. This is terrible. The three brothers were instantly on his side, voicing their support. Your enemy is our enemy. Their sudden roar left Yahello stunned for a moment. They declared with absolute certainty, We will join hands to help our brother. Seeing this, he put on a deeply moved expression, stammering, unable to speak. You guys. He jumped up and hugged the three of them tightly, expressing his thanks. Thank you so much. Then his expression turned cunning. But inside, he had other plans. All right. Now, once I use these idiots to silence the thugs threatening Hubert, he thought of a valuable commodity in this world, an idea forming. That's when my creative economy project will launch. I'll import a ton of pepper from Earth, because it's incredibly rare and valuable here. His ambition spurred his next steps. Then, in exchange, I'll take the magic items from here, where they're common, and sell them back on Earth. It's a win-win. Everyone goes home happy, and I'll be making a huge profit. Yahello couldn't help but grin, imagining his wealthy future. And I'll use that money for business, creating an even bigger income stream. Yahello's daydream ended. Back at the table, Diao Guang and the others stood up to suggest, Alright, Hyungnim, you should go to your friend's shop first. We'll watch this place carefully. You can count on us. Yahello grinned, waving goodbye. Okay, I'm counting on you guys. This sudden stroke of luck made him ecstatic. Having people to delegate to? No. Having such valuable comrades makes life so much easier. Now that Hubert's problem was as good as solved, his worries vanished, and a new idea sparked in his mind. Should I make my debut as an elf? In his Hazid avatar, Song Hun stood before a grand gate. After observing it, he approached the two guards. Good day. Is this the Rosalia Grand Temple? With a welcoming smile, he introduced himself. I am Hazid, a mercenary and a close friend of Haloi. He channeled his inner knight, emphasizing his bond with the Holy Paladin. I came after hearing about the elf envoy. May I have an audience? Of course, I've already sent a letter of introduction. He clumsily presented the note, acting out his part. It looked like it was written by a child. This elf is definitely my friend. I'd be grateful if you let him inside. Reading it, he nearly slapped himself. This handwriting is so awful, fresh and creative. It even had words crossed out. Yet the guards quickly confirmed it without suspicion. No doubt about it. This script proves the letter is from Sir Haloi. The guard promptly opened the gate with a polite gesture. This way, please. I'll guide you to the envoy's lounge. Hazid was then led into a large waiting room. The guard explained, Here we are. I've informed Sir Posse, so you may enter. Hazid replied politely. Very well, thank you. Hazid opened the door and stepped inside. Pardon the intrusion, he said formally. Posse immediately responded. A pleasure to meet you. He quickly introduced himself and got to the point. I am Posse Zangud, a high elf of the Envin Kingdom. Please, sit. I hear you're a mercenary working for Sir Harold? Hazid bowed, attempting to imitate elven etiquette. Indeed, I am Hazid. Thank you for granting me an audience today. He found his own elegant elven act amusing, especially in front of an acquaintance. It's hard to keep up this charade, pretending not to recognize these familiar faces. Though the place was familiar, his new avatar felt alien. But he could also sense something more. This feeling is incredible. He gazed into Posse's eyes filled with awe, a high elf's eyes. They shine even brighter than my own. He paused, trying to understand the sensation. The longer he stared, the more he was drawn in, as if he could drown in their depths. Posse raised his teacup and took a slow sip. I heard you are a close friend of Sir Haloi, he stated calmly. Seeing you wear the bracelet I gifted him seems to confirm it. Just then, Hazid realized he'd forgotten that detail. He explained hastily. My apologies. I received this from a kinsman. But if it offends you, I'll remove it at once. But Posse quickly stopped him. No, not at all. Quite the opposite. I am honored that another of our kind wears it. He then probed further. More importantly, you had a question for me? Hazid composed himself, remembering his request. Yes. It's nothing important, but... He placed a hand over his heart, feigning sincerity for emphasis. I wish to learn how to gather nature's power, and how to form a pact with a spirit. I never had the opportunity. As I grew up alone, a glint appeared in Posse's eyes. He stared intently at the man before him, his voice deepening. I understand. Sensing the powerful aura radiating from Hazid, he seemed to find his answer. With all doubt gone, he stood and made a sudden proposal. Would you care for a walk outside for some fresh air? Stunned by the strange act, Hazid quickly stood as well. Of course. The two left the room and began to walk. Posse spoke with some hesitation. You asked me to teach you? Regrettably, I cannot. I will be departing from this place very soon. With a sincere look, he made a recommendation. Instead, would you like to come with us to the Enven Kingdom? The sudden invitation made Hazid suspicious. Pardon? He paused, as the name Enven Kingdom jogged a memory of a beautiful, magnificent building. He recalled a key piece of information. Enven was where the High Elves pursued their studies. He wanted to agree, but still feigned hesitation. It would be an honor, but doesn't it require specific qualifications? Posse nodded in agreement. Indeed it does. Normally, it's a place only the children of High Elves may enter. He then slowly closed the distance with Hazid, his presence growing heavy with intent. However, there is one exception. Hazid felt the immense power rolling off him. The pressure is overwhelming. He forced an innocent look. And the exception is? Posse revealed without hesitation, someone who possesses the power of a high elf. His face drew closer as he spoke. You feel something when you look into my eyes, do you not? A strange force washed over Hazid's body. It's happening again. This feeling. He instinctively raised a hand to block the pressure. He felt himself being pulled forward, drawn into that gaze. Suddenly, he was standing in a vast, open space. The scenery around him was completely alien. Where am I? He tried to get his bearings. It felt oddly familiar, like some kind of spiritual domain, the kind he was trapped in while fighting the Inquisition. No, the energy here was far purer and cleaner. Then, a faint sound caught his attention. He instantly looked up, dismissing his own thought. No way. He reached out and caught a single leaf as it drifted down. He wondered if the spirit goddess would appear before him. And there she was, perched upon a lush branch, her presence serene and gentle. The feeling became undeniable. The elf goddess? No. He looked closer at the massive, verdant tree and the pure, refreshing air surrounding it. He confirmed it himself. Is that the world tree? The spirit goddess gracefully descended, moving toward Hazid, who could only stammer, unsure how to react. As she drew near with a gentle expression, his confusion only deepened. Wait a moment. Her hand reached out and caressed his cheek. A wave of panic and apprehension washed over him. As the goddess leaned in even closer, one question echoed in Hazid's mind. Why? There was still no answer. As her hands cupped his blushing cheeks, he didn't resist, but only grew more curious. Why is the goddess doing this? Just then, a gentle voice echoed. My child. The spirit goddess caressed his face, her melodic voice continuing. Come to me. The spirit goddess was a vision of beauty, with emerald eyes and long, curling lashes, offering a gentle, affectionate smile. She urged Hazid to go to the Elven Kingdom. Then, she vanished into leaves, carried away by the whispering wind. He stared in awe, finally recognizing the leaf. Could this be the world tree? More importantly, what just happened? Hazid desperately called out, needing more answers. Wait, but his hand only grasped at empty air, a hopeless gesture. I don't understand any of this. The dimension faded, returning him to reality. He stared, bewildered by the shifting scene. What is this? Hazid couldn't grasp what was happening. He reflexively scanned his surroundings. There's nothing here? What the hell is going on? Posey slowly approached the bewildered Hazid. You felt the presence of the world tree? He had so many questions to ask. Confirming what he had witnessed, he said, I saw a spirit. Was that the world tree? Boji smiled. So it chose that form. It seems to have welcomed you, in a form most familiar to us. Boji seemed to have figured it out. It looks like the world tree has its eye on you, Hazid. The revelation left Hazid stunned. He was completely shocked. Wait, it was unbelievable. After the supreme god, so many deities were now watching him. Now the world tree is interested in me too? Meanwhile, in a small village shop, a voice boomed so loudly it echoed outside. I thought I made myself clear last week. Liam, with his goons Vincent and Bazette, threatened Hubert. I told you to close up and get out of town, but he just calmly sipped his coffee with a sarcastic smirk. And yet, here you are. My apologies for my impoliteness. Hubert looked up, his gaze razor sharp. He radiated the aura of a veteran merchant, seasoned by years in the trade. I just received a shipment of exquisite tea. Care for a cup? When they didn't reply, he sighed. I suppose you don't understand me. Before he could finish, his coffee cup was slapped away. The thug didn't care for pleasantries. He just wanted this over with. He growled, his voice a low threat. You either hand this place over and scram, or you die right here. Hubert eyed the dagger pressed to his face. Oh my, not a fan of tea, are you? With a simple wave, 3 hulking figures appeared behind Hubert, ready for battle. But it seems my friends are quite fond of it. Feeling insulted, the thug roared. You little brat, what nonsense are you? An uppercut silenced him. Liam's words were cut short. Hubert's 3 giants weren't needed. Halloy alone could handle these punks. The blow sent the thug flying. He crashed to the ground, out cold. Seeing their boss get wrecked by Halloy, Liam's lackeys grew hesitant, their faces pale with fear. What the hell? Seizing the moment, Hubert's men charged in. They moved like lightning, giving the thugs no time to react. Where did these guys come from? All that remained were pathetic screams echoing through the village that night. Everyone celebrated with a lively party, raising their glasses. They gathered around a table, talking cheerfully. Halloy was in particularly high spirits. He treated everyone to a huge feast. Thanks to you, Hubert is safe. The drinks are on me tonight. Eat up. Hearing this, no one held back. They immediately dug in with all their might. This late-night feast was nothing to them. Dieu Quang, already tipsy, was feeling particularly bold. He boldly declared, More importantly, after seeing you fight, I'm certain you must have an emblem. Halloy had no idea what an emblem was. Seeing his confusion, Dieu Quang eagerly tore off his shirt to show Halloy his own. Yeah, like this one. On his body was a circular marking. It was an incredibly complex symbol. Halloy didn't know what it was, but Dieu Quang was clearly proud of it, calling it a true warrior's mark. Duoquang rambled on as Hubert and Halloy stared, stunned. Coincidentally, there's a southern sorcerer in Tajiak who can carve them. By the way, but before he could finish, Halloy grabbed his shoulder. Duoquang. This left him bewildered. Huh? Forgetting the late hour in the party, Halloy excitedly dragged Duoquang outside. What are we waiting for? Let's go meet him now. This sudden move caught Duoquang completely off guard. He could only yell helplessly. I haven't even finished my drink. Meanwhile, Liam's gang arrived at a market stall. They furiously knocked Kiki's merchandise to the ground. This old hag. Then, one of them slapped her so hard she staggered and fell. The thug spoke with pure arrogance. Are you deaf from old age? I made it clear. Today's the day you pay the protection fee. But what could an old woman do against these brutes? Kiki clutched her cheek and slowly stood up. She tried to reason. I told you, that amount is too high. Where do you expect me to get that kind of money? When she refused, Liam grabbed her by the collar. Do you not realize the position you're in? He angrily pointed to the bruises on his face. Look at this. I've had a really bad day. What, no money? Liam exploded, lifting her off the ground. He roared, If you don't have it, then go find it. Suddenly, a presence made him freeze. Today, I swear I'll. Huh? He saw something terrifying. Halloy was charging toward them like a raging bull. The thug stammered in disbelief. What rotten luck. It's him. He rammed into Liam, who cried out in pain. His face bruised. He was sent flying. Halloy ignored him, turning to Kiki with excitement. Hey, old lady, I'm here to get my emblem carved. Unlike the energetic Halloy, Duoquang looked awful. Being dragged all that way while drunk had certainly taken its toll on him. He was dizzy and completely out of it. Halloy's one charge had knocked the entire gang out cold. Kiki asked, What about these thugs? But that wasn't his priority. He answered nonchalantly, Oh, them? They'll probably just go home when they wake up. Kiki sighed, exhausted. Sigh. Why does trouble always find me? All right, come on in. Inside her workshop, Kiki asked again, So you want a warrior's emblem? He answered instantly, Yes. Can you do it right now? She explained the pros and cons. You know they grant immense power, but they also drain your life force, right? Yahello pointed to Diao Guang. Of course I know. This guy explained everything. She lit a cigarette, smiling faintly. It's been a while since I've met someone with such spirit. A monster like you is interesting. You might even bear the ultimate mark of the Battle King, though he didn't know what that mark was, but the name sounded incredibly cool. So Yahello, filled with excitement, made a request. Battle King, give me that mark. But Kiki refused instantly. Impossible. Her voice was so loud it made him cover his ears. Besides, I don't know how. It's a lost technique. No one's done it in hundreds of years. And stop shouting. Are you trying to make me deaf? Hearing this, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. Well, that's a letdown. He then pointed to the silent Diao Guang. Fine, then at least give me the great warrior mark Diao Guang mentioned. But Kiki hesitated again. That's also difficult. This made Yahello impatient. Again? What's the problem? She stared down seriously. I'm missing materials, and it's been a long time since I've carved a mark. But more importantly, Kiki revealed the main issue. The prerequisite for any mark. To carve a mark, you need a warrior's greatest asset, his battle achievements, also known as karma. She smiled faintly at that. If you want the great warrior mark, at a minimum, magically, her cigarette smoke formed the shape of the Ak monster she described. In the iron fortress of the northern mountains, you must single-handedly defeat the regional Ak chieftain. At the mention of that monster, Diao Guang finally reacted. He slammed the table. The Ak. Do you have any idea what that thing is? He furiously questioned Kiki. Are you sending my brother to his death? Its head alone is bigger than a man. How can he beat it alone? Just then, Yahello pulled something from a spatial gate. It was a massive skull. You mean this thing? The skull's sudden appearance made Diao Guang jump back. He screamed. Kiki couldn't hide her own shock, barely believing her eyes. Is that an ox skull? Don't tell me you hunted it alone. Haha. Yahello laughed with pride. Of course. An ox is nothing to me. His casual tone sent a shiver down Kiki's spine, but even with the condition met, she still couldn't carve the mark right away. You are a formidable warrior, but even so, come back in a few days. Kiki didn't give Yahello time to react. She immediately went inside to rest. I don't have much energy lately. I'm not feeling well. I need strength for the carving, and I haven't been eating properly. Hearing the word eating, he lit up. Food? Leave it to me. Recovery is my specialty. His response left Kiki stunned. He bolted outside in a flash. By the time she turned to ask, he was gone. What do you mean, huh? Where did he go? But she didn't expect much help from Yahello. She sighed. I just hope he doesn't cause any trouble. As fate would have it, Yahello ran right into Liam's crew. You again. Without a word, he punched the man. Yahello looked thrilled, cracking his knuckles. We're running into each other a lot today. Liam lay on the ground, clutching his bloody nose and screaming. Who are you? Who sent you? Why are you doing this to us? But for a righteous man like Yahello, no one needed to send him. He was simply offended by them. You're mistaken. I'm here because you messed with our mage. Only then did Liam tremble, realizing too late. A mage? That old woman is a southern mage? He looked at Yahello in terror, then quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't know. I thought she was just a local healer. Liam promised. I won't do it again, please. But it seemed Yahello still had some mercy. He punched the ground beside him. You'd better keep that promise. Behind him, Diao Guang had already dealt with Liam's lackeys. Hey, it's done over here. Now what? Yahello grinned. I knew a thug's hideout would have something like this. Diao Guang, help me carry these crates. He looked at the thug's stash of fresh meat, saying cheerfully, We're having a barbecue tonight. A little later, Kiki was sweeping when she heard Yahello return. We're back. She saw the massive crates on their shoulders, utterly surprised. My goodness, what is all that? He replied happily. What else? Meat and wine to help you recover. Yahello was still smiling casually. What do you think? Looking at him, Kiki was reminded of her late son, imagining him smiling and talking. The thought alone seemed to make her feel better. A faint smile crossed her lips. Goodness, if my son were alive, he'd be your age now. But then, Kiki turned away coldly. Meat? At my age, I can't even chew it anymore. Despite his good intentions, Yahello lacked a bit of tact, asking in surprise. Huh? What? You can't eat it? But despite her complaints, Kiki smiled reluctantly. Oh, whatever. Since you brought it with good intentions, I'll have a small taste. Though she'd just complained about her age, Kiki was now devouring the meat. She even paired it with wine, enjoying a truly lavish feast. The two men could only watch and smile wryly. I heard Southerners have big appetites. Now I believe it. In a flash, she had finished dozens of plates, letting out a satisfied burp. Ah, that was delicious. The two couldn't believe it. Kiki had polished off every last crate of meat in record time. She ate absolutely everything. After eating her fill, she was full of energy and spirit. Feeling full? Let's carve that mark now. Kiki grabbed her specialized tools, a sharp awl heated in fire. She warned Yahello beforehand, this is going to hurt, I'm telling you now. He was now lying on a bed, tied down tightly to prevent movement. Kiki approached the bed and asked Yahello, Are you ready? He wasn't nervous at all. In fact, he was smiling happily. The more she spoke, the more excited Yahello became. This is easy. Don't worry about it. He boasted, I'm used to this kind of pain. But Kiki wasn't one for talk. She shoved a teddy bear right into his mouth. My son bit this during his first imprinting, she said. This will hurt a lot. Bite down hard. She began the imprinting process. All right, let's see. Huh? The moment the needle touched his skin, the impossible happened. The hardened steel tool snapped in two. This left Kiki completely stunned. What in the world? His skin is too hard for the needle to pierce. Even his teammate, Yao Guang, couldn't believe his eyes. No way. Is there another method? I knew he was strong, but this is ridiculous. This time, Kiki got truly serious. She grabbed another tool, determined to mark Yahello. I'll earn all the meat I just ate. Kiki poured all her strength into his imprinting. In her hands, the process was swift as lightning. Behold, the skill of my tribe's former champion. Then, a radiant mark appeared on Yahello's chest. A system window appeared. The chosen one has met the conditions and awakened the skill. Ancient Bone Combat Seal. The great warrior's imprinting is now complete. He was overjoyed. Yahello slowly touched the seal on his left chest. Whoa, this is way more effective than Vitality Body. He clenched his fist in excitement. With this, I can crush monsters bare-handed without mutant physique. Perfect. But it seemed the imprinting had drained Kiki of her strength and energy. She suddenly collapsed to the ground. Oh dear. Seeing this, Yahello rushed over worriedly. Hey, what's wrong? He and Yao Guang helped her up. Are you okay? But she just said she was fine. Kiki smiled faintly. It's been a while since I used this much power. I'll be fine with some rest. Yahello turned to Yao Guang with a serious look. From now on, the three of us have a mission. He looked confused. What mission? Yahello suddenly yelled. Meat! We need more meat! She can't get sick if we want the other seals done. She was speechless, shocked by his simple-mindedness. You muscle-brained oaf. Kiki was completely exhausted. Just let me rest for a bit. Elsewhere, Helis lay motionless in a bed. Gita knelt beside him, praying for his recovery. Choi entered and saw her, a worried look on his face. "Are you still praying for him?" He gently advised her. "You will collapse from exhaustion. Please, get some rest." But Gita remained perfectly still, her face etched with worry. "I cannot rest easy." I still can't forget the look in his eyes at the end, the image of him standing firm against the undead king until the very last moment. Gita gazed at the young man on the bed. "Yes," Choi continued, "it was like witnessing the birth of a new hero." Hearing his words, she recalled the image of Hellas then. Truly, a knight of light, so brilliant. A new hero? Suddenly, he awoke and humbly denied it. "Father, you flatter me too much." Seeing Hellas was awake, Gita called his name in surprise. "Sir Hellas," she looked at him, overjoyed. "You're finally awake? Is the pain bearable?" Hellas propped his heavy head on his hand and smiled. "Thanks to the saintess's care, I am fine." Suddenly, Gita took his hand, as if she had something important to say. "Sir Hellas." She looked at him with admiration and gratitude. "We, the Church of Autezika, officially declare you a hero." A smile bloomed on Hellas's face. It seemed everything was finally going according to his plan. Hellas celebrated inwardly. Now, both the hero and the Demon King have been officially revealed. "Let's raise a glass, Han, to our Demon King." At that moment, on a rooftop, Han appeared with a sinister grin. "Now that the hero has emerged, I will fulfill my duty as the Demon King." With the Pantheon infection formation complete, he held up a grotesque mask. "I will spread even greater terror." Han used his power, looking down at the city. "I can clearly see the stains of every sinner." He then crouched and plunged downward without a second thought. "I will drag every one of you to hell." Down below, chaos had erupted. People were rushing to get someone into an ambulance. "Get out of the way, this patient is priority. Hurry." The medical staff looked frustrated. "Damn it, what's all this chaos now? I heard Hahio 2 has appeared again." Song Chim reached out his hand. He used his ability to sense the corpse. Han Chun approached him to check the situation. "Well, can you feel anything?" But it seemed that even Song Chim couldn't get a precise reading. "For now, all I know is that we're involved in something extremely dangerous," he warned. "If we mess this up, we've basically signed our own death warrants. This thing called Hahio 2 is a monster that has devoured a human soul. I never expected such a dense, dark mana. This is beyond human comprehension. This person is nothing but an empty shell. Their soul is probably bound to it as well." But Song Chim suddenly became oddly cheerful. "If I met something like that, I'd just choose a quick death to avoid the pain." This logic made Han Chun facepalm in despair. "How is that helpful to us at all? Aren't you supposed to be Korea's #1 dark mage?" At this, his cool demeanor returned. "I'm nowhere near that level," he explained. Song Chim said to Han Chun, "To have an enemy like this means..." Hearing this, Han Chun froze. "Impossible." Song Chim seemed to have another theory. "You said Hahio 2 is the culprit, right? Then let me examine the curse more closely." He then placed 2 fingers on the victim's forehead. The horrifying curse sent a shiver down Song Chim's spine. He felt as if someone was watching him from behind, and his face began to pale. The sensation made him collapse, gasping for air. Seeing Song Chim's panic, Han Chun rushed to ask, "What is it?" He helped the trembling man up from the floor. He asked urgently, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Out of breath, he trembled and replied, "Chief, I..." Song Chim looked dazed, his face turning purple. "I feel like I'm about to die." Han Chun grew even more frantic. "What? What are you saying?" The image of the masked man filled Song Chim's mind. He muttered unconsciously, "That thing, Hahio 2, it saw me." Song Chim was terrified, staring at his shaking hands. "The Hahio 2 mask has noticed me. I interfered with its spell. If I get caught, I'm done for." Then, before Han Chun could react, he shot to his feet. "I only have one option left." Hearing this, Han Chun thought he had a plan. "You have a way to fight the Hahio 2 mask?" But no, he was considering suicide. "If I die right now, then I'll be reincarnated peacefully." Seeing Song Chim climb the windowsill to jump, Han Chun screamed, "You idiot!" He rushed over and yanked Song Chim back by his collar. "Hahio 2 only targets evil people. You'll be fine, so calm down." "Oh!" Song Chim instantly snapped back to his cheerful state. He patted Han Chun's shoulder. "Hearing you say that is a relief." Song Chim's way of thinking gave him a headache. What an idiot. Suddenly, Song Chim felt his body go light, but oddly, my body is relaxing. Han Chun finally noticed him. "What?" And then, he collapsed. "Hey, Song Chim, Song Chim!" Han Chun yelled for help. "Nurse, over here!" Across the street, someone was watching Han. Interesting. Standing against the wind, he assessed the situation. That one appears to be a talented dark mage. I don't sense any evil aura from him. I wouldn't mind meeting him again. The next morning, outside a building, Songhun scrolled through trending articles. The masked hero was blowing up online. Some were even calling him a dark hero. But despite the praise, he wasn't happy. This isn't something to celebrate. This could become a real problem. He clutched his head, sighing. Ugh, what a headache. How am I supposed to move now? A sudden knock at the door startled him. Wary, Songhun cracked it open. Who is it? It was a delivery man. Chicken delivery. But it was Kang Tae-san. He held up a bag of chicken with a grin. Long time no see, how've you been? Songhun let him inside. They caught up after so long apart. Look at you. Tae-san smiled. Is that any way to greet me after all this time? Even so, Songhun felt incredibly awkward. He thought to himself, this reaction is mild, all things considered. Best friends, right? But looking at him now, this was the last person he wanted to see. Kang Tae-san, of the Ability Management Bureau's crime investigation team. Still, Songhun had to admit he cherished their bond. Tae-san was his only friend from childhood, even when he became a recluse. He always reached out a truly precious friend. Tae-san's voice cut through his thoughts. But you seem different now. He studied him for a moment. It's like you found a reason to live. Of course, his best friend would notice. He had to admit it. Yeah, Songhun explained with a small smile. Can't stay stuck in the past forever, right? My parents wouldn't want that. Tae-san saw his friend had finally moved on. Overjoyed, he replied. Yeah, you're damn right. Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you? Songhun replied with a proud look. Come on, it wasn't that bad. I've even been going out lately. For anyone else, that would be normal. But this was Songhun, a total shut-in. This revelation left Tae-san completely shocked. Really? Songhun was truly grateful for Tae-san's friendship. Thanks, man. It caught Tae-san off guard. Huh? Songhun spoke with deep sincerity. When things were tough, you were always there. Tae-san just popped open another soda. Seeing you like this today, I think it's finally time to tell you. Songhun was surprised, unsure what Tae-san meant. What? What do you mean? He handed the open can to Songhun. You know what? Tae-san continued. It's about why I joined the crime investigation team. As his best friend, of course he knew. Of course. My parents treated you like their own son. After the accident, I enlisted in the investigation team. Right, that case. Everyone said it was a random attack by an awakened. Until recently, everyone believed that incident was random. But I don't think so anymore. Tae-san continued to explain. There's an organization that's been in the shadows for a long time. They call themselves the Divine Punishment Guild. They're so secretive. We've only just found our first lead. You saw the news, right? That Ha-Ho mask is our first clue. Hearing this, Songhun gave a wry smile. A clue for the entire bureau, huh? Maybe I overdid it. And this was all supposed to be confidential. But Tae-san trusted his friend completely, so he told him everything. Anyway, if I find anything new, I'll let you know. Just don't go telling everyone. You want me to get thrown in prison? Songhun laughed. Haha, who would I even tell? He took another bite of chicken. Still, I heard that Ha-Ho mask guy is pretty impressive. So why is the bureau hunting him? It was like flipping a switch. Tae-san flared up. Exactly, that's what pisses me off. He's out there doing good, and they're hindering him instead of helping? Why not just let him work? Songhun acted as if it had nothing to do with him. He just continued the conversation. Yeah, I think so too. He was secretly thrilled that Tae-san was on the Ha-Ho mask's side. They decided to celebrate after being apart so long. Anyway, let's grab a drink tonight. To celebrate your new start. A little while later, Tae-san finally burst out laughing. He offered some sincere advice. Songhun, please give up on being a writer. Songhun was indignant. What? What's wrong with my story? Tae-san was laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes. A hero and a demon king? Seriously? That is so cliché. And you named the demon king Han? It's so lame. A little embarrassed, Songhun snatched the notebook back. What? It's a classic. There's nothing wrong with it. Tae-san offered a suggestion. If it's that old, why not make it an acronym? Like HAN stands for Heroic and Noble or something. Songhun was impressed by the idea. Oh, that actually sounds pretty good. Seeing him agree, Tae-san joked proudly. See, if you want to be a writer, call me as your consultant. In the middle of their fun conversation, a phone rang. Tae-san stood up, scratching his head apologetically. Huh? He checked the time. Ah, I have to go. Seeing his friend had to leave, he sounded disappointed. Huh? So soon? As much as he wanted to stay, orders were orders. Tae-san had to go, so he got up to leave. My damn captain said I had to show up today. Well, I'm off. As Taesan headed for the door, Song-hun called out, "Hey, Taesan, how's your grandmother doing?" Taesan went quiet for a moment. Though his heart was heavy, Taesan forced a smile. "Actually, she's gotten a lot worse. I think I should start preparing myself." Hearing this, Song-hun's heart ached for him. "Is there anything I can do?" But Taesan just brushed him off with a smile. "Hey writer, just worry about your stories. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Feeling utterly useless, he could only clench his fists. He recalled those days, when Taesan's grandmother treated him like her own blood. She'd gently ask, "Is it tasty, dear?" And Song-hun would happily reply, "Yes, it's amazing." The grandmother would beam, "If you want something else, just let me know." Yes. To him, she was always so gentle, with the kindest smile. "You're like a real grandson to me." Her words had filled him with joy, making him grin from ear to ear. "Yes, thank you, Grandma." Watching Taesan's somber figure walk